Football Modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, The Beginning of the War. Please recommend. After roaring at Marcelo, Tongfan turned to the fans in the stands, raised his hands repeatedly, and then roared a second time. Hey guys, why are you standing there? Aren't you very good at booing? Louder. Booing is not enough, you can also be louder. Booing. Use your booing to tell him that this is still there. The hard-working Brazilian boy is very dissatisfied. He deserves to be booed to death by his own people. Haha. The scene is a bit weird. When the stadiums of Premier League clubs compete with the stadiums of the other 4 major leagues, the most striking feature is that the stands are very close to the stadium. Fans sitting at the front of the stands only need to cross a billboard to rush into the stadium. Therefore, Tongfan's series of roars were quickly and clearly heard by the nearby fans. Of course, everyone can hear the irony. There is no doubt that the man they regard as God is not satisfied with the boos they just directed at their players. Very dissatisfied. Normally, in the Premier League, if a head coach is so reckless in provoking the fans when his team is being beaten by his opponents by a big score, then the strong men in England will definitely be excited by the crowd in less than 0.01 seconds. Drown in spit and middle fingers. However, this time, Newcastle people chose to remain silent. Starting from the 10th to last round of the Premier League last season, no Newcastle person can allow themselves to make the same decision as Crazy Lee, the man who fell from the sky to win the UEFA Cup qualification for the Magpies when the team was once in the dire relegation abyss. God on the sidelines of the football pitch raised his middle finger. Because, at any moment, what greets such a hero should be glory, not doubt. Therefore, after a short 5 or 6 seconds of silence, no one in the stands took the lead in applauding. Soon after, the applause sounded like a heavy rain that had been brewing for centuries. From a distance, Tongfan's nearest stand has crazily infected every inch of the entire St. James Park Stadium. No one can tell what emotion their applause expresses. However, it seems that at this moment, nothing else but applause can express their apology to Crazy Lee. On the field point, Marcelo was obviously dumbfounded by Tongfan's sudden curse. Since Marcelo met this man, this was the first time he had seen Tongfan get so angry, and it was directed at himself. There was no shame left for him. It even rises to the level of whether he is a man. Such a naked curse in front of more than 50,000 fans in the audience and even an unknown number of fans in front of the TV. Even if it happens to a father and son of biological blood, there is a 70 to 80% chance of leading to an irreconcilable conflict contradiction. However, after Marcelo was scolded, he quickly calmed down after experiencing anger for less than 2 or 3 seconds. There is even a hint of warmth flowing in my heart. Marcelo understood why Tongfan scolded him. After eliminating those unpleasant words, one sentence reached his ears very clearly in the chaotic stadium. Remember it clearly for me. This game is your own war. It belongs only to you. At this moment, Marcelo suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. He recalled what his boss said to him in the office yesterday. You will make mistakes. Some people will be dissatisfied with you. Even your own people will boo. But, you must overcome all this. How to overcome it? It turned out that all his efforts and attempts before this were in the wrong direction. He switched from the left to the center, and then wandered from the center to the right. It seemed that he was using his brain to play football, but in reality, escape. That is a kind of escape, after admitting one's own incompetence, and then choosing to pass the ball and touch the ball. Les took this avoidance to the extreme. Not only did it not achieve the purpose of training himself, it actually dragged down the rhythm of the whole team. It turns out that the boss doesn't care how many goals the team conceded in this game, even if it's thousands. All he wants is his attitude. A kicking attitude. Is my previous attitude the reason that made the leader so angry? After figuring out the key to this, Marcelo wiped off the rain like sweat on his face, roared, rushed forward with a ferocious look, and used an extremely dangerous and brutal move to kill him. Unceremoniously, Mancini, who was trying to break through from him, dribbled the ball out of the boundary, force, the whistle sounds. The referee on duty gave Marcelo a yellow card unceremoniously. But this yellow card cannot affect Marcelo's mood at all, because the applause from the stands is getting more and more enthusiastic. The fans were obviously very satisfied with Marcelo's tackle just now. Very simple, this is what the fans want. It allows you to be inferior in skills to others, allows you to be played by enemies that are several times stronger than your own, allows you to make various mistakes due to poor physical condition, and even allows you to fail to bring them a long-awaited victory. But, however, you are not allowed to retreat, give up, be timid, be decadent on the court, or surrender in front of the enemy. In addition, as long as you work hard, you will be applauded. This is the football rule of the fans. The game ended in the 3rd minute of injury time. Inter Milan 7-3 Newcastle. The Nerazzurri finally slaughtered Newcastle by a large score as the madman Mourinho wished, but since Marcelo was awakened by a scolding from the madman Lee, the madman uncle has not been able to score from St James Park Point, because when a winger defends desperately, the flaws he reveals are definitely much less than when he attacks. Marcelo did not give any opponent the opportunity to easily humiliate him. And Newcastle's 3rd goal was scored by Nicolas Gigi, a 17-year-old player promoted from the youth team to the first team by the madman Lee. The little guy used his terrifying sense of smell. In the 89th minute of the game, when the fat Ronaldo's long-range shot caused Cesar to miss the save, he scored his 2nd goal in the summer warm-up match with a clever supplementary shot. I have nothing to say about today's game. My team won the game, that's it. The players worked hard, and they got a deserved victory. Newcastle's abnormal performance? That's not something I need to consider. The above is Mourinho's speech at the press conference after the game. The madman is very unhappy, because he was used as a whetstone by Crazy Lee, the best whetstone to sharpen Marcelo's blunt knife. Mourinho, who was ready to come, originally wanted to use a hearty victory to wash away the shame of losing 2 games under Crazy Lee, and he almost did it. It's a pity that when Inter Milan was leading by a large score, the shameless guy used a light substitution to completely change the taste of this game. Even ordinary fans can see that Crazy Lee doesn't care about this victory. In this case, what mood does the madman have to be proud of? 7:3 is just a joke. Although this big loss also caused media hype, some people couldn't wait to throw out the theory that Crazy Lee's myth was shattered, but even ordinary fans can see the mystery, so similar remarks quickly disappeared without a trace. August 18th. Newcastle City maintained the sunny weather for this week. The Magpies welcomed the last opponent of the summer warm-up match at their home stadium, St James Park French Ligue 1 team Toulouse. This time, Tongfan also did not use the FM 2009 system to predict the match, but the Magpies swept the opponent 10-0 at home, and did not give any face to Toulouse, who was about to start a cooperation plan with the club. Newcastle's goals were evenly distributed. Crespo scored twice. Michael Owen, the 2 starting wingers Lucas Podolski and Juan Mata each scored a goal. The fat Ronaldo and the mixed-race little glutton Nicolas Gigi, who came on as substitutes, also scored. Alan Smith once again showed the fans the domineering long-range shot that defeated the German team in the European Cup final. In addition, Moussa Sissoko, a young player who had just joined from Toulouse for 2 million, scored a header. The team's full power performance made the cheers of more than 50,000 fans in the stands of St James Park comparable to 100,000 velociraptors galloping on the grassland. The big victory in this game made the media, who originally laughed at Newcastle's Boy Scouts, lose face, and some people denied that opponents like Toulouse could not test Newcastle's true strength at all. And through 3 friendly matches, another young player who had never been noticed by Newcastle fans or the media before broke into people's vision, Nicolas Gigi. The 17-year-old player promoted from the youth team to the first team by Crazy Lee scored 3 goals in the limited 45 minutes of substitute time in 3 friendly matches. His high scoring rate won him a lot of praise. That little guy gave me a very strange feeling. He didn't have superb skills and his body was not strong enough, but he had excellent football awareness and was always able to appear in the right place at the right time. He was very smart and handsome, which made people think of Italian striker Inzaghi. England football legend Old Crazy Man Venables commented on Newcastle rookie Nicholas Gigi in his column in the Times. The professional evaluation of the Old Crazy Man made Lee Tongfan happy for Gigi. As for the other comments of the media, Old Lee just laughed it off. In fact, Old Lee really didn't have time to pay attention to these boring comments, because the curtain of the 08209 season has gradually opened, and the tragic atmosphere of the long season is coming. August 19th. The signal flare of the Premier League has been sounded. The Community Shield match between last season's league champion Manchester United and last season's FA Cup champion Portsmouth was held at Wembley Stadium. This match announced that the 2008-09 Premier League season has finally begun. In the end, Manchester United won their first championship trophy of the season with a long-range shot by Brazilian midfielder Anderson in the 9th minute, giving them a good start in defending their title. Newcastle will usher in their first game of the season on August 22nd, travelling to Manchester to challenge the Blue Moon Manchester City team, who spent a lot of money during the summer transfer period. August 27th. Home game against Fulham. On August 29th, the English League Cup kicked off. Newcastle challenged the British Championship team Modifier away. As for the UEFA Cup, because Newcastle ranked 5th in the Premier League last season and entered the main match directly, there will be no games before the draw. Of course, for Leoli, there is one very important thing for him to do before any official competition: get the transfer of Gareth Bale settled. According to recent media reports and the tips from Lodges Senior, except for Bell's parent team Saints Southampton, no team has any interest in the once prominent Giggs second. I'm interested, however. The financial resources of the English Championship team Southampton simply cannot provide a transfer fee of £10 million. So I'm preparing to discuss the loan and long-term buyout with Tottenham. Seeing that the loan contract between the two parties was about to be reached, under the instruction of Lee Tongfan, the mastermind behind the scenes, the old Rodgers told the media in a very high-profile manner through the Times that his son would never go to Nanan on loan. Putin. Bale is a genius. Why go to the Championship, where he has been away for more than a year? He has a million reasons to stay in the top league to show his talent. Yes, although my son for a moment Zahn doesn't want to stay at White Hart Lane, but if he wants to let him go, it must be a top team, since the player himself has no intention of doing so. The loan contract being negotiated between the two parties will naturally not take effect. Southampton wisely withdrew from the competition for this Welsh genius. Now Tottenham Hotspur is in a dilemma, because the old Lodger's previous unabashed performance has completely angered Tottenham fans. The people of White Hart Lane strongly demanded that the club deal with this black sheep as soon as possible, who will bring failure to the team as soon as he appears. Even Tottenham stars couldn't look down on their teammate. Aaron Lennon, the team's star of hope, said cruelly, "Gareth has betrayed the oath he made when he joined. He has already. I will continue to wear Tottenham's white jersey at White Hart Lane without any compensation." Gareth Bale has become a hated character at White Hart Lane. Under such circumstances, new coach Juan Ramos can only choose to sell Gareth Bale for cash, which can free up some cash for him. Introducing Russian national team center Pavlyuchenko. For Leoli, the opportunity has come at this time, because Lee Tongfan knew that Juan Ramos was interested in Pavlyuchenko through FM 2009. Meng Seoman deliberately muddied the waters and came forward to directly offer €8 million to Spartak Moscow for the Russian center. Juan Ramos is anxious, however, after spending €22 million to introduce David Bentley and €10 million to introduce goalkeeper Gomez and other elite players. The Tottenham coach no longer has enough transfer fees for him to introduce into his tactical system. Pavlyuchenko will play an important role in the game. At this time, Lee Tongfan, who had already taken all the initiative in his own hands, stepped forward and asked for Gareth Bale. £6 million plus, giving up the acquisition of Pavlyuchenko. This is Lee Tongfan's bargaining chip. Although he had a deep hatred with Crazy Lee in the previous La Liga, Juan Ramos finally chose the rational side under such a general environment, and gritted his teeth, and agreed to Newcastle's offer. August 19th. Newcastle official website announced this news. The club spent £6 million to introduce Tottenham Hotspur left back Gareth Bale. This is a very important signing, some Media laughed at Lunatic Lee for breaking his promise, because a week ago Lee Tongbiam had announced the end of this season's signings on the official website, and now he has made another big move. However, more people dismissed this kind of remarks, because in such tricks in the transfer market have long been played out by many head coaches. The head coach only needs to be responsible to one type of people with his record, and that is the fans, not including the media. Beach House Point Bedroom. Well, I have been a despicable and shameless villain for a while, but luckily, I finally brought Gareth Bale to St. James Park in a fool's errand. As a result, the team's current staffing and tactics it is fully capable of adapting to multi-front operations. Lee Tongfan was talking to himself while sipping the juice point in front of him. What was displayed on the Hamageo book LCD screen was Marcelo's attribute page. Although the Brazilian winger's various values were still at the third-rate level, the small arrows symbolizing data changes all pointed downward from the red tip. The red turned into a gleaming green with the tip pointing upward. This shows that all data is growing rapidly. There is no doubt that Marcelo, who has defeated his inner demons and finally found his own strong heart, is gradually recovering to his previous level. And Leoli is sure that, after experiencing this ordeal, Marcelo will undoubtedly become stronger and more mature. Thinking about his pretentious Raw 3 days ago, Lee Tongfan was quite proud. In this world, except for Leoli, who else can think of such a second way to activate Marcelo? What's more, after such a performance, Marcelo has returned to his peak level, and he has an explanation. Haha. Lee Tongfan happily sipped the juice, and then moved the mouse to adjust the screen to Gareth Bale's attribute page. This Welsh genius nicknamed Little Monkey, who looks very much like the Monkey King Sun Wukong, has the best technical attributes, good mental attributes, and slightly inferior physical attributes. But think about the little guy. The 18-year-old kid is still in the development stage and can slowly recuperate. There are more than 20 people in the first team, and their morale and condition are good. After almost every new player received the training plan specially formulated by Lee Tongfan, based on the FM 2009 data query system, all key attributes are growing wildly, and everyone's potential has been greatly developed. The only thing missing now is the tacit understanding between the players. Unfortunately, there is not much time left for Lee Tongfan and Newcastle, and it is not realistic to have another friendly match, so this problem can only be solved slowly in the official game. The first 10 rounds of the league will be a hurdle for the Magpies. On August 26th, the Premier League will play 6 games. First Point Bolton swept Hull City 3-0 at home, and ranked first in the Premier League real-time standings with the total number of goals. The traditional strong teams Chelsea, Liverpool and Arsenal all defeated their opponents, and ranked at the top of the standings. Next, it's Newcastle's turn. Thanks, Kuang Deo Kuang, Hong Yi Lao, Shu Yu 15,421,205, Mo Song, Nan Zhu Lue Zio Hei Ren, I Love 888, Mala and several other brothers for their support. Special thanks to Ming, Lucifer for his continuous 10,000 rewards. As for the outbreak, it is difficult to be entangled with trivial matters this week, so let's do it next week. Chapter 352, first win of the season. August 22nd. Newcastle went to Manchester to challenge the first league opponent of the 2008-09 season, the Blue Moon Manchester City. After Thai Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra took over, Manchester City received a large amount of capital. They successively bought stars such as Elano, Benjani and Martin Petrov. They are very powerful, although in August, Thaksin Shinawatra, a Thai, had to resign as chairman of Manchester City because he was involved in a corruption and fraud case in his country. The acquisition by the Arab investment company Abu Dhabi not only did not weaken the team's financial strength, but instead provided coach Mark Hughes with more transfer funds provided. Recently, there are even rumors that Manchester City intends to acquire Brazilian cycling prince Robinho from Chelsea, which shows its strong financial resources. Newcastle invested more than £50 million in the transfer market this summer. It is already an extremely money-burning Premier League club, but compared with Manchester City's squandering of £100 million, it pales into insignificance. Two teams that have also undergone major changes in the summer, who will have the last laugh ? 15:00 PM. The sun is shining in Manchester and the City Stadium is packed. Force, the referee Matthew Taby blew the whistle to start the game. Manchester City, wearing their traditional sky blue jersey and playing left to right, took the lead. Mark Hughes, who succeeded the Swedish City Stadium coach, fielded Blue Moon's strongest lineup. Goalkeeper Joe Hart. The four defenders are Anuha, Richards, Ben Heyman, Zabaleta. Defensive midfielder Dutch international De Jong, Ilano, Martin Petrov and Sean Knight Phillips occupy the midfield position. If the Brazilian star and Zimbabwean beast Benjini appear on the front line, we invested more than Newcastle in the summer, and the team also has more ambitious goals than Newcastle, so there is no doubt that we will bring a hearty victory to all Manchester City fans at the City Stadium. This is the challenge that Manchester City coach Mark Hughes vowed to send to Newcastle at the pre-match press conference. Facts have proved that Mark Hughes did not take Crazy Lee and Newcastle seriously. After burning nearly £100 million to introduce many famous stars, the confidence of the famous former Manchester City star has swelled to the point where he can accommodate the whole earth. Therefore, as soon as the game started, Manchester City, which had the home advantage, launched a sharp attack amidst the thunderous cheers of the Manchester people. Martin Petrov and Knight Jr. are both breakthrough wingers, known for their absolute speed. Their wing attack indeed poses a great threat to Newcastle. Mark Hughes' purpose is indeed very clear. The Manchester City coach wants to use two sharp wing knives to continuously break up and down, to suppress the wing attack that Madman Lee is best at. In the center of the Manchester City team, the fierce defensive Nigel Legend firmly guarded the team's backcourt. The Dutch international used his physical strength to fight and perform fan-shaped protection at the front of the penalty area. In the front court, the newly promoted Brazilian international Ilano relies on his tough style of play and good organizational skills to provide support in the center, constantly creating opportunities for his teammates Joe and Benjini on the front line. Obviously, Mark Hughes adopted a set of very sharp offensive and offensive tactics in addition to the starting 11. Manchester City also has a group of famous players who have been fighting hard on the bench. The strong lineup gives Mark Hughes more choices and confidence in deploying troops. This is what he said before the game, the source of confidence for the arrogant words to challenge Madman Lee at the press conference. In fact, Newcastle played really hard in the first 15 minutes of the game. The ball possession ratio was 34% to 66%. In terms of shooting, Manchester City hit the goal frame 4 times, which was 4 times that of Newcastle. At least in terms of ball possession and number of shots, Newcastle did indeed fall behind. Total disadvantage. Before the game, people were very curious about what kind of starting lineup Crazy Lee would field in his first game in 2008-09. After all, he almost changed the entire Newcastle first team this summer. Now the answer is finally revealed. The game was broadcast via satellite, and TV commentator Sester's very distinctive teasing tone undoubtedly appeared in the ears of all fans who were not watching the game live. The Magpies lineup has returned from last season's crazy 4-3-3-4-1-2-1-2 point. However, Newcastle's biggest player Ronaldo did not appear in the starting lineup. Crazy Lee continued the strike partner in the warm-up match. The high-speed combination of Michael Irving and Hernan Crespo became the first choice. Veteran Alan Smith appears in the attacking midfielder position, flanked by Juan Mata and Russian star Andriy Arshavin. Veteran midfielder Makalal, and 4 defenders Zirkov and Sheet-Evan Taylor, Mamadou Sakho and David Thornton lined up. It's crazy. This is a defense whose average age is less than 20 years old. Nicholas Gigi, the youngster who stood out from the youth training in the warm-up match, has entered the squad as expected. If Newcastle can take a big lead, Crazy Lee should let this handsome little guy make his Premier League debut. The game was postponed bit by bit amid the shouts at the City Stadium. Manchester City had an absolute advantage, but did not score a goal until the end of the first half. In the first half, the score was 0:0. The Brazilian star Ruo, who joined Manchester City from CSKA Moscow for a price of £17 million, does not seem to be in good condition, while the Zimbabwean beast forward Benjani is in the little. Superman Steven Taylor, who has been ripened by Leoli, under constant surveillance. No scoring opportunities were found. However, Brazilian attacking midfielder Elano used his excellent long-range shooting skills to test Irish goalkeeper Given several times, causing the fans in the stands of the City Stadium to roar. For Newcastle, the breakthroughs of the two wings Juan Mata and Arshavin were highlights. However, due to the unfamiliarity with the new teammates, coupled with the suppression of Knight Jr. and Martin Petrov, 4 people killed a half-weight. 15 minutes later. Force. The second half of the game has begun. Wow. Crazy Lee took the lead in making adjustments. He replaced the Russian player Arshavin with the German teenager Sami Khedira, and replaced the offensive player with a defensive midfielder. Could it be Crazy Lee wants to launch a defensive counter-attack on the field? After Sami Khedira came on the field, he followed the tactical requirements conveyed by Lee Tongbiam at halftime, and stuck to the side of Manchester City midfielder Elano like a rice cake. The mission Leoli gave Khedira only had 8 words. Don't seek merit, but seek no fault. So soon, under the rogue defense of Khedira, Elano's threat was greatly reduced, and he could no longer distribute the ball and shoot long shots as calmly as he did in the first half. Newcastle goalkeeper Given's life changed in an instant. Much better, however, although the substitution successfully curbed Manchester City's offensive, it did not help Newcastle's offense. With a strong and fierce midfielder like Dering on the court, Irving did not get the chance to take the ball and sprint forward, which was very powerful. Reduce and Argentine centre Crespo, who has just returned to the Premier League from Serie A, obviously has not fully adapted to the power-based confrontation of the Premier League. The two front lines of the Magpies were both misfiring nearly 70 minutes into the game. The score on the field still remained at 0:0. Gradually, the Manchester City fans in the stands of the City Stadium became dissatisfied. The club has spent a lot of pounds and euros in this summer. That is not yet over. They originally thought that the team could be reborn and show momentum in the first game of the new season, but the current scene is obviously far from their expectations. Sporadic boos sounded from the stands. It seems that Manchester City fans do not respect and tolerate Mark Hughes as much as Newcastle people do to Madmanley. The fans' reaction forced Mark Hughes to make changes. 73rd minute. Mark Hughes used the offensive midfielder Ireland to replace Martin Petrov, who was a little exhausted after repeated sprints, but the effect was not obvious. Instead, he attacked Newcastle's centre, trying to open the gap through the delicate footwork of the front court players. After Ireland came on the field and echoed Elano, the pressure on Khedira and McAlul gradually increased, and Newcastle's goal was once again in turmoil. Stretch your arms, kick your legs, and then stand in front of Lee Tongfan and twist your waist. The players on the bench watched in stunned silence as Ronaldo appeared sneakily on the sidelines, blocking the boss's view of the court, and constantly making all kinds of strange moves. Lee Tongfan calmly moved 1 meter to the left, ignored the fat man who was playing tricks, and continued to pay attention to the game on the court. Ronaldo rolled his eyes, followed closely, and started a new round of shaking his arms and legs. Lee Tongfan moved again. Ronaldo followed without hesitation. Okay, fat man, what do you want to do? Lee Tongfan almost stopped laughing. Tell me, what do you want? I'm going to play. Look, the team needs someone to score goals now. That guy from Hull and Blue is no longer good. He has no energy anymore. Boss, let me come up and replace him. I want to score goals for these bastards from Manchester City. Let's take a look at some color. Well, Hunan is indeed running out of energy. It seems that we need to replace him with a forward. Should I let Joji warm up? This little guy performed very well in the warm-up match. Lee Tongfan pinched his chin, pretended to be thoughtful. The fat man was angry. Boss, please pay attention. Standing in front of you is Mr. Ronaldo, the greatest forward in the world. I think you need to re-evaluate the strength of the team's forwards. At This point, Ronaldo's expression changed, and he suddenly showed a flattering smile. "Boss, just have me. That guy Gigi is still too young to be bumped into, but your weight." Ronaldo quickly lifted up the hem of his jersey. "Ye's acupuncture skills are indeed amazing. I have lost 20 pounds. Lee." Tongfan found that the six-pack abs could be faintly seen on the fat man's belly. He deliberately hesitated for a few seconds and finally nodded. "Okay, you still have 15 minutes to show off the charm of the greatest star on the planet. If you can't score, then the next game, The 77th minute of the game point, the fourth official raised the electronic sign and Newcastle made a substitution. Hernan Crespo is off. Ilian Ronaldo is on. Facts have proved that Crazy Lee's terrifying on-the-spot substitutions have been verified again. Ronaldo, who came on as a substitute, shook his fat butt as if he had been injected with chicken blood. In the 84th minute, after receiving Alan Smith's pass, he moved around in the penalty area and broke Joe Hart's goal with a very hidden shot. This was the only goal of the game! 1:0. Newcastle won the first victory of the 08-09 season at the City Stadium with difficulty and luck. Thanks. Flying in the Flames, Lin Qiang Zuo Ziod, XMQXJ, Shuchao Daching, 9Z Lord of the Gods, Mala, Yexi, Poor Young Master, Flying in the Flames for their awards and support. Hades, Lucifer Boss, another 10,000. I'm under so much pressure to explode. Chapter 353, the last 24 hours of madness. In the first round of the 2008-09 Premier League season, with Ronaldo's winning goal near the end of the game, Newcastle, playing away from home, took away a victory that belonged to them from the City Stadium, while the Magpies' opponents, Manchester City, could not. Don't accept the bitter pill of losing in the first round. Shortly after Newcastle defeated its opponent 1:0, other Premier League games ended one after another. Newcastle ranked 6th in the standings with 3 points and a goal difference. The Red Devils and Manchester United ranked 1st in the standings with Rooney and Giggs each scoring twice at Old Trafford. However, with only one round of the league passed, such a ranking is not much persuasive. Newly promoted West Bromwich Albion are still in 3rd place. Therefore, both fans and the media have focused their attention on the debut performances of the big-name stars who joined the Premier League at high prices in this summer's transfer market. When it comes to fame, the biggest star is undoubtedly the alien Ronaldo. To put it into perspective, this is the first time Ronaldo, or 3-time World Footballer of the Year, has joined a Premier League team. Originally, people thought that Crazy Lee's introduction of Ronaldo, who had gained weight and suffered a serious decline in condition, was more to increase Newcastle's reputation on a global scale. Due to commercial considerations. In fact, Ronaldo's joining price is indeed not high. However, aliens are aliens after all. Even if they have gained weight, they will still be aliens after all. Ronaldo surprised everyone who was waiting to see his joke in the first round at the City Stadium on August 22nd. It was this player who was the heaviest among all 22 players on both sides who performed the most gorgeous dance steps on the green field in the first round of the 2008-09 Premier League season. He used his superb skills to conquer his opponents on the court, and also conquered the discerning fans in the British Isles. In the first round post-match commentary on BBC Radio in England, Ronaldo moved around in the penalty area and scored that wonderful goal, undoubtedly occupying the best goal-scoring position. In addition to Ronaldo, several other big-name transfer players have also attracted people's attention. The right-back Bucero, whom Chelsea spent €18 million to introduce, performed well in the first round. Stamford Bridge finally saw hope of making up for the Blues' only shortcoming. The right back, Deco, the midfielder who joined the Blues from Barcelona, also integrated smoothly. Team tactics. Liverpool's £20.3 million acquisition of centre Robbie Keane from Tottenham Hotspur performed mediocrely in the first round. Benitez's expectation that the Irishman would share the pressure for Fernando Torres has not been realised for the time being, although Arsenal has not made any major signings this season, but has lost to generals, centre midfielder Hleb and defensive midfielder Flamini. However, the opponent in the first round is a newly promoted team, so the victory is reasonable. The most disappointing thing is of course Manchester City. After spreading the Euro, they got off to a bad start. This made many media and fans who hate rich people satisfied. After the game, head coach Mark Hughes insisted that the reason why the team failed to play at home was the key factor for Vuvcla quitters, that they lack a true heavyweight star in the team, so they once again made a signing request to the Arab boss. Although Manchester United defeated their opponents by a big score in the first round, the centre that the Red Devils' godfather dreamed of has not yet arrived at Old Trafford. Ferguson has set his sights on White Hart Lane, and Bulgarian striker Berbatov has become Old Trafford Ford's first choice. The European transfer market is about to close in a little more than a week. After testing their lineups in the warm-up matches, the major clubs are beginning to use the last time to make up for their respective shortcomings and make final preparations for the upcoming Manchester City season. Work. The hottest craze is coming. August 26th. Newcastle faces Fulham in the second round of the league at home at St James Park. Fulham has performed well in the Premier League in recent years, and the current protagonist Leroy Hodgson can be regarded as a very capable Premier League coach. After studying Newcastle's strength, Hodgson did not make bold claims to win like Mark Hughes, who had gained confidence after successive introductions of big-name players, but instead set up an iron barrel formation at St James Park. A draw is the biggest reward for us. As long as we can get one from St James Park, it is a victory. This was the attitude given by Hodgson when he was interviewed by reporters 3 days before the game. In the first half of the game, Newcastle tried their best. Unfortunately, despite the roar of cheers from the Magpie fans in the stands, they still failed to poke a few holes in their opponents as they wished. Force. When the halftime whistle sounded, the broadcast camera keenly captured Hodgson's satisfied smile and Crazy Lee's thoughtful expression. The iron barrel formation is indeed a tactic that is a headache for any head coach in the world, because when the team devotes all its energy to defense and sacrifices offense, even if it faces a team that is stronger than them, opponents who have beaten opponents more than 10 times have a high probability of winning. Newcastle has not really matured yet. If they want to score in the next 45 minutes, they must find other ways. During the halftime break, the onside commentator was anxious to help Newcastle. 15 minutes later. Force. The game starts again. Lee Tongfan replaced Alan Smith with Javier Pastor. Smith is strong, but not delicate enough when facing the iron bucket formation. Apart from his signature long-range shot that can slightly threaten Fulham's goal, he does not have many creative passes and clever breakthroughs, and the opponent's goalkeeper, Australian Mark Schwarzer, is obviously very good at saving high balls, so Alan Smith's continued stay on the field has limited effect. Pastor is different. In addition to being proficient in long-range shots, Pastor's dribbling and free kick skills are definitely top-notch in the current Newcastle team. Lee Tongfan hopes that Pastor's creativity can inject new vitality into the Magpies' offense. Sure enough, Newcastle's offense became much sharper after Pastor came on the court. 65th minute. The young Argentine player used a creative lob pass to assist his predecessor and compatriot Hernan Crespo to break the deadlock. Goal. Crespo faced the goalkeeper with a single shot. The ball went in. Pastor's pass reminded me of Ronaldinho at his peak. It's hard to believe that he was only 18 years old, the masterpiece of the two Argentines. Hodgson's plan to take a point away from home failed. The crazy screams of the onside commentator and the applause of more than 50,000 Newcastle fans in the stands of St James Park burned the sky red this afternoon. Hodgson's plan did fail. After Newcastle scored a goal, it became meaningless for Fulham to hold on. Losing 1 goal is a loss, losing 10 goals is also a loss, and the points are 0. So, the situation forced Fulham to fight back, but in this way, Newcastle had more opportunities, and the game was completely in the Magpies' orbit. 70th minute. Juan Mata took advantage of Fulham's massive pressure, and made a one-on-one attack from the right. After breaking through 3 people in a row, he scored a powerful shot from a small angle. 0! Exclamation point. The broadcast camera swept over, and Hodgson's face was livid, but Fulham's nightmare was not over yet. 77th minute. In the second half, The fat Ronaldo, who replaced Crespo, received a through ball from Pastor and played Schwarzer with a pendulum-like pass before pushing the ball into the empty goal. 0.3:0 exclamation mark 85th minute. Arshavin, the core of the Russian national team, who replaced Podolski, and his compatriots played a series of 2-on-1 cooperation on the wing. In the end, the Tsar broke through Fulham defender Pinderhill and made a cross. Michael Owen, the top scorer of Newcastle last season, scored his first goal in the 08-09 season at the back post. 0.4:0 exclamation point. Force the whistle sounded. The smoke of the 90-minute battle dissipated. Newcastle swept the opponent 4:0 at home and harvested the team's second victory of the new season. After the game, whether it was popular or not, the comments of the media arrived as expected. In the first 2 rounds of games, except for Moussa Sissoko and Gago, who had not yet got a chance to play, the new players who joined in the summer transfer showed their strength to the fans. Except for the amazing Ronaldo, who scored 2 goals as a substitute in 2 rounds, the other ace Maklal has been in the Premier League for a long time. Although his performance is far from the peak period, the Frenchman's rich experience still injected hardness into the Magpies' midfield. The performance of the German young player Khedira in the defensive midfielder position was eye-catching and quickly conquered the fans of St. James Park. In addition, the 2 Russians, Eastern European Ronaldinho Kovanzar Arshavin, definitely exceeded the expectations of the media and fans. The arrogant English gentlemen were originally full of doubts about the football of the barbaric Russians, but it seems that these 2 guys still have real skills. There are 2 players who did not perform as expected. The first is German international Lukas Podolski. Crazy Lee put Prince Polti on the right side and more often played the role of winger. So far, Podolski has not found the feeling in the new position, and his performance is mediocre, which is a bit inconsistent with his 10 million euros. Even some anxious media can't wait to put the hat of parallel import on Podolski. The second player who disappointed the fans is Brazilian Marcelo. After joining Newcastle, Marcelo only played once in a friendly match against Inter Milan, and his performance was a nightmare, so he was banged by Crazy Lee in the official games of the new season. Controversy and praise are boiling, and the pace of the Premier League has not stopped. August 29. The second round of the English League Cup began. Newcastle challenged the English Championship team Tottenham away. In the end, thanks to Owen's hat-trick and the goal of young player Nicolas Gigi, the score was once again 4:0 exclamation point. In this game, Mamadou Sakho, Moussa Sissoko, Manziani, Gareth Bale, David Thornton and other 18-year-old players all got the opportunity to play. Although there were occasional mistakes, their performance was quite satisfactory. The whole process basically achieved Lee Tongfan's goal of training the team and examining newcomers through the League Cup. On August 31st, the door to the European transfer market will be closed. In this 24-hour period, that has touched the nerves of millions of fans, as expected by experts. Several heavyweight transfers have taken place. The most shocking of these is the earthquake and transaction of Robinho's transfer from Chelsea to Manchester City for £32.5 million and Berbatov's transfer from Tottenham Hotspur to Manchester United for £30.75 million. At the last moment, Mark, who's got the superstar he said, can decide the outcome of the game, and the Red Devils' godfather Ferguson also got the perfect centre forward he dreamed of. The chaos in the transfer market this summer has finally settled down. After the preparations are completed, the most brutal competition in the Premier League has finally arrived. At 8:22 this evening, a very devastating thing happened. Because it involved the League Cup and the new season, Xiaodao opened FM 2008 and FM 2009 at the same time to check the schedule and type words. As a result, the CPU could not bear the forehand IBM black screen and crashed. After restarting. Tragedy, I didn't even save what I wrote this morning. Sigh. I have no experience. I only wrote 6,000 words today. I will make up for it with 12,000 words tomorrow. Thanks to Kuang Deo Kuang love you, a bone, book friend 15,421,205. Flying in flames, I love taking a bath and having good skin. Bored little wolf, I love smoking and drinking, and Mala for your support. Chapter 354 The Ambitions of the Young Eagles. Early morning Point Beach House Point. After washing up, Lee Tongfan had just finished chatting on the phone with Wan King with a smile on his face, and then he opened the Hammer Geobook laptop with a lingering interest. He accidentally moved the mouse and clicked to enter the team's Lineup page, and suddenly found another small button at the bottom of the page. Teaching assistant suggestions. Lee Tongfan's heart moved. After clicking assistant suggestions, 2 option buttons popped up on the screen: team report, team training report. 3 minutes later, Lee Tongfan was stunned when he looked at the Hammer Geobook. The team report page shows Newcastle's strongest players on the 3 lines, evaluated by the system at this stage. The forward is actually the fat Ronaldo, who is still losing weight. The midfielder is also a veteran, Makalal, and the defense is Steven Tyler. Lee thought in his mind that the system probably added the intangible ability of game experience to the restricted area. Otherwise Makalal's physical attributes, speed, and explosive power would be a scumbag just by looking at the data. Mighty veteran. Lee Tongfan believes that it is necessary for him to re-understand the importance of competition experience. In addition to player evaluation, the FM 2009 system scored the team's cooperation and understanding. Now Newcastle has scored 25 points. The system commenters, the players are like a group of blind men fighting on their own on the court. Lee Tongfan checked the cooperation and tacit understanding of other Premier League teams with a comparative mentality. Chelsea 89 points. Manchester United 93 points. Arsenal 99 points. Liverpool 89 points. Uncle. Forget it. I won't read it. It hurts my self-esteem too much. After Lee Tongfan looked at more than a dozen clubs, he was shocked to find that except for Manchester City's 49, no team's cooperation degree was lower than 50. In other words, the coordination ability between Newcastle players was systematically rated last in the Premier League. Lee Tongfan used RQ spirit and forgot about the team's disadvantages and clicked continue game. 3 seconds later the fiery red sun poured in from the floor to ceiling windows, and Lee Tongfan, who was only wearing a pair of boxer briefs, let out a sigh. "Oh, I'm so fucking mean. I woke up so early in the morning and opened the system to punish a system task. Isn't it true that Oleoli's character is no longer strong?" On the computer LCD screen, a system reminder box popped up. Ding dong. Player Lee Tongfan, you have triggered the Mavericks level system task, Team Run-In, which requires you to improve the team's coordination to above 80 before Christmas. Rejecting this task will deduct character points, 50 points. If the mission fails, 35 character points will be deducted, and if you complete the mission, you will get 60 character points. Another system task. Fortunately, it's Mavericks level, so it doesn't look too difficult. Team cooperation. This thing seems to be a newly added term in the FM 2009 system. At least Lee Tongfan has not heard of it in the previous FM 2007 and FM 2008. As the name suggests, it refers to the skilled cooperation between the first team players on the green field. Spend. At this stage, Newcastle's team cooperation and understanding is 25. To increase it to 80, a data difference of 55 will be needed. As for how to improve, the system did not give a clear answer, so Lee Tongfan could only rely on himself to figure it out step by step. Fortunately, it's only September and there are nearly 120 days until Christmas, so there's still plenty of time. Boom. Lee Tongfan closed the Hammer Geobook laptop bitterly, took a sip of juice, and thought of countless ways to enhance mutual understanding and combat effectiveness between the Hammers. Having a party? Holding a birthday party? Or have a heart-to-heart talk? Every idea seems quite nonsense, at least at this stage. It seems that playing more games is the only way to go. After the Hammers have a preliminary understanding through the game, they should start from life. However, it seems that being able to maintain winning games in a row should be one of the ways to enhance the team's tacit understanding, right? However, the current problem is that it is difficult to win if Newcastle leaves the abnormal save. Although they have won 3 consecutive games since the start of the 2008-09 season, this does not mean that Newcastle is invincible. The weakness of the team's lack of integration has been very obvious in the first 3 games. The game against Manchester City, the first half against Fulham. They all played very hard. In the long season, there are stronger and tougher opponents waiting for the new Newcastle to challenge. If you can't have an absolute upper hand when facing some second-rate teams, then trying to go further on the 3 fronts is tantamount to talking nonsense. Moreover, what others don't know is that in order to win the first 2 games, Tongfan has actually used abnormal saves 4 times. If the next games continue to be consumed at this rate, what is left by Tongfan after the system upgrade, that less than 150 character points, is not enough to fill the gap between teeth. You must know that after the big change, 80% of the 24 members of the first team are newcomers. They come from different countries, speak different languages, and have different personalities and hobbies. In short, this is a group of people who, at least at this stage, have nothing but football. A guy who is out of place in every other way. We must find a way to solve this problem as soon as possible. Entering September, the summer has finally come to a halt point after the transfer market was closed. The major teams finally devoted all their energy to league competitions. Especially those clubs that have the hope of winning the championship trophy at the end of the 2008-09 season. They are all working hard to win, hoping to take advantage at the beginning of the season. So did Newcastle's goal point, but soon, the new Newcastle team, whose tacit understanding only reached 25, will face their first heavyweight opponent in the Premier League in the 2008-09 season, Red Army Liverpool. According to the FA schedule for the 2008-09 season, Newcastle will go to Anfield to challenge the Big Four traditional giant Red Army Liverpool on September 4th. This game is a severe test for the new Magpies. The battle at Anfield will be a double-edged sword. On the one hand, if we can win against such a strong team at the beginning of the league, even if it is only 1-0, it will undoubtedly be of great help to the morale and combat effectiveness of the entire team. On the other hand, the current Newcastle team is too young, and the ability of young people to bear pressure and accept failure is too weak. If they are hit by their opponents at the beginning of the league, the negative effects will be very terrible. So, faced with such a severe situation, Tongfan decided to learn from the great leader Mr. ****, strategically despise the enemy and tactically respect the opponent. Under the guidance of such a war preparation policy, 3 days before the Anfield battle, the whole of England was plunged into confusion and surprise, because they actually saw an absolutely atypical Madman Lee. A Madman Lee who has learned to praise his opponents, learned to be humble, and learned to keep a low profile. A strange crazy man Lee. September 2nd. Benitez is undoubtedly a very personal and characteristic manager. His achievements at Anfield are remarkable, and the current Red Army is also the strongest in recent years. My players, we are still young, so the game 2 days later is just a very important learning opportunity for us. What? Crazy Lee said in an interview with a reporter from The Observer simply made football experts and commentators in England dislocate their jaws. Even fans are confused about Crazy Lee's new image. Is this the same lunatic Lee who was always vengeful and unforgiving at all? Has this guy changed his gender? Soon, the media, who were more curious than kittens, all turned their attention to Anfield, because people wanted to know the gasps that were easily suppressed by Madman Lee in the last moments of last season, both outside and on the pitch. Rafa Benitez, who is out of breath, will react to the incomprehensible compliments from his archenemy this time. Within 3 hours, Benitez published the story in the Liverpool Post. If Madman Lee is telling the truth, then congratulations to him. He has finally grown up and matured, because he has learned how to respect his opponents. The implication is very obvious. First of all, Crazy Lee, you are such a shameless activation guy, and secondly, you used to be a bastard who didn't know how to respect the old and care for the young. Fat Benny, it belongs to your uncle. Benitez's sarcastic reply that he didn't use a knife to kill people made Tongfan almost break his teeth. The sultry man was alone in the head coach's office at the Rigburton training base. He raised his middle finger to the newspaper in front of him without hesitation and made countless circles to curse this Spanish bald fat man for having sex within 3 months. Can't reach climax. September 3rd. Newcastle Rock Bottom Training Ground. Coaching staff meeting room. On this sunny morning, Lee Tongbium, who was despised by others for pretending to be a grandson, used his killer weapon dictatorship at the coaching staff meeting with a sullen face and single-handedly finalized the tactics against Liverpool. 4-3-3 crazy attack formation. In fact, if you look at the real pitch position of the 11 Hammers, this formation should be more accurate as a 2-3-3-2 formation in the backcourt. The 2 centre-backs trailed behind, while the full-backs on the left and right moved forward to the same level as the midfielder. In the front court, the 2 full-backs are positioned at the same level as the front midfielder. The front midfielder can penetrate into the penalty area at any time, and the 2 forwards stand parallel to each other in the opponent's penalty area. Crazy formation. A new team with an average age of less than 25 years old and a lineup that has not been adjusted for more than a month. Using such a formation to fight in the world famous Anfield would be enough to be used by crazy fans if it were any other head coach sent to the stake to make braised human flesh. However, Madman Lee, who is covered in mysterious glory, is obviously not among them. The members of the coaching staff looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that Benitez's piercing replies yesterday had angered him. However, the deep sense of blind obedience and dependence on Lee Tongfan made even the assistant coach, everyone, including Alan Shearer, chose to fully support the head coach's decision. In addition, of course, the members of the coaching staff also have their own opinions. Although such a tactic is extremely risky, if you add the glory of the undefeated myth that surrounds Lee Tongbium, plus the passion and motivation of the young players, well, plus the unexpected and sudden nature of the tactic itself. Yes, will he win an unexpected victory? When the opponent's strength is obviously superior to one's own, trick tactics to win by surprise often become the first choice on the football field. Therefore, the blood of the coaches in the conference room began to boil. Think of the scene when the Hammers swept the arrogant Red Army, while the Liverpool people were dumbfounded. Even Eto'o Young has only been cold to the pound and has no sense of belonging to Newcastle. Clenched fists. In view of the Spanish fat man's contempt and insult to us, I decided to give him a little surprise. So, your most important job now is to train those energetic young men for me. I hope they are stepping on from the first second I arrived at Anfield. My eyes were on fire. At this moment, Lee Tongfan smiled shamelessly. The media all thought that after Benitez satirized Crazy Lee without hesitation, maybe Crazy Lee would return to normal and become the crazy man who laughed, cursed, and spoke freely, and could provide them with countless news materials, but they all disappointed. Because Madman Lee actually carried out his weird behavior of complimenting his enemy without any care. Therefore, in less than 48 hours, Lee Tongfan plunged Spanish coach Benitez and his Red Army into a deafening pile of flattery. September 3rd, 1300 hours noon, Sunday. Express. Crazy Lee believes Benitez is the greatest manager in Liverpool history. 16 PM Daily. Express. Crazy Lee highly praised Fernando Torres, the Golden Boy, is the most terrifying killer in the Premier League. 2000 hours in the evening. The Sun. Crazy Lee believes that young player Ngog is a rising star of hope. He is Torres' best partner on the front line. September 4th, 9 AM Mirror. The Anfield battle will be a learning journey for Newcastle's young lads. .11:00 am. BBC TV broadcast. Crazy Lee believes that the next game will be more difficult for Newcastle in front of the powerful Liverpool. Maybe a draw is acceptable. Mr. Hodgson of Fulham gave him a lot of inspiration. In this way, one message after another emerged from Lee Tongfan's mouth like lingering flies, buzzing around the Red Army Liverpool who were preparing for the war. At first, the fat Benitez would take the time to reply with a sentence or two, saying something like Ngog was still young, but later the Spanish coach, who took the trouble to take the trouble, refused to discuss related issues with any reporter in anger. At the same time, no player in the team is allowed to be interviewed by reporters. The reporters who had hit a wall in front of Benitez immediately stood clearly on Newcastle's side. Although people were surprised by Crazy Lee's modesty and low-key this time, they did not stop at all in their verbal criticism of the Spanish coach. Before the war even started, Anfield was already in a frenzy due to Lee Tongfan's big mouth. September 4th. Around 13 o'clock at noon, the daylight reaches its hottest time. The Newcastle club bus carried the players of the first team and more than 5,000 Newcastle fans behind the bus as they drove to Liverpool. The shameless Lee Tongbum did not forget to cause trouble for Benitez. At the pre-match press conference, after arriving at Liverpool, he also vowed that Newcastle would only work hard for 1 point. My team is not mature yet. What I care more about this game than the final outcome is the state of the players in the 90 minutes. Of course, in the next confrontation, I will let Liverpool know how scary a mature Newcastle team is. 3 hours before the game. In the manager's office at Anfield. The lights were a bit dim and there was a faint smell of tobacco in the room. Facing the exquisitely made magnetic alloy tactical board in front of him, Benitez rarely held a Winston between his middle finger and index finger, and blue smoke emerged from the cigarette. The Spaniard, lost in thought, didn't even notice that the cigarette was about to burn his fingers. Benitez is still thinking hard about what tactics Crazy Lee will use in the game after 180 minutes. In the past few days, although the Spaniard seemed very relaxed on the surface, in fact, Lee Tongfan's uncharacteristically continuous speeches in the past few days had successfully confused his tactical thinking to a certain extent. Damn it, will that shameless guy take risks and attack, or will he defend and counterattack pragmatically? Nenite took another deep puff of the cigarette, but was immediately choked by the spicy smell coming from his lungs and coughed. Facing a cunning and changeable opponent like Crazy Lee, any head coach will try his best to figure out the opponent's tactical intentions. A silent and majestic pressure will hit his face. And for someone who has already stood at Benitez's level, for famous coaches, this feeling makes them more excited, and exciting. Because everyone wants to be the one who breaks the myth of Madman Lee Kuan Sheng in one fell swoop. The achievement of shattering a myth is even far more exciting for Benitez than winning the championship. Moreover, today's opportunity is very rare for Benitez. Everyone can see that. Although the current Newcastle team is dynamic, it is extremely lacking in experience and tacit understanding. On the contrary to Newcastle, Liverpool introduced Robbie Keane and Spanish midfielder Herrera in the summer, and bought out the loan players. After the arrival of Mascherano, Benitez's lineup has become infinitely perfect in theory. Under the circumstances, while the terrifying potential of Newcastle's new army has not yet been fully developed by Crazy Lee, Liverpool has more than 80% hope of using the home advantage to win a victory. If a victory can really be achieved, it will undoubtedly be a victory that will be remembered in the history of European football. Therefore, Benitez takes this game extremely seriously. Even just in case, he started to focus his training on the game against Newcastle a week ago. Liverpool have practiced two completely opposite tactics in the past 5 or 6 days, an attack, a defense. Benitez's wishful thinking was very precise, that is, he tried his best to tactically restrain Madman Lee from the first second of the game. However, after experiencing Crazy Lee's endless noise in the media these days, today he is completely unable to judge the tactics Crazy Lee will use in the game. You must know that the famous commander's moves are even worse than the bloody battlefield. If one of the parties loses the initiative, then everything will be completely passive, and if you are not careful, you will be in a desperate situation. Therefore, the Spaniards who placed too much emphasis on the outcome of the game fell into looking forward and looking back. Psychologically speaking, this is purpose trembling. There are not many people who can make Benitez tremble with purpose, and Lee Tongfan is one of them. Time passes in the office. In the smoke, Winston, held between his fingers, finally burned Benitez's fingers. The Spaniard shivered instinctively and threw the cigarette butt into the trash can. He finally made up his mind. If something goes wrong, you will become a monster. Benitez seemed to feel that he had finally bypassed the layers of fog, and after peeling off the cocoon, he vaguely caught a trace of the truth. 2.5 hours later, the visiting team dressing room at Anfield. I know some people are dissatisfied with the lunatic Lee who appeared in the media recently. As a head coach, timidity before fighting will indeed damage the team's morale. However, I feel that I have been wronged by you. As Lee Tongfan spoke, He carefully observed the expressions of each hammer. Sure enough, except for a few old players who knew him very well, the young guys all suppressed their fighting spirit in their eyes. You must know that the enemy we face today is not a mercenary like Manchester City who amassed money, nor is it a third-rate team without ambition like Fulham, nor is it a satellite broadcast like Tottenham. An amateur team that is happy after just one appearance. Today, we are going to challenge one of the greatest teams in the history of the English League. Therefore, I'm afraid that you will be frightened by the reputation of your opponent, and that you will be beaten by Anfield. The crazy cops in the stands were booing so hard that they couldn't find their way. All of this, I was just looking for an excuse for you to explain to the fans after you lost. The assistant who knew Lee Tongfan's purpose for a long time told coach Alan Shearer to cover his mouth and almost burst out laughing. Lee Tongfan glared at Shearer, walked quickly to the tactical board, and continued his performance. Okay, guys, now I have to admit my mistake. I will kill you all like an old hen, covered under your own wings, forgetting that you seem to be a group of eagles rather than chickens. Ha ha ha. The players were amused by Lee Tongbiam's metaphor. Snapped. Lee Tongfan knocked the tactical board hard with the pointer in his hand, and suddenly asked loudly, so, now I really want to know, do you have the courage to tell the young eagles' ambition? Guys, tell me, you need a win, or just want to enjoy a learning trip to Anfield? Victory. We just need to win. Study. That's what Liverpool should do. Lee Tongfan looked at the hammers who were waving their fists and howling, and it seemed that they had really suppressed these guys enough in the past few days. Bang bang! Exclamation mark. Then he tapped the tactical board with his pointer. Lee Tongfan picked up the ink brush in his hand and started writing on it. 30 seconds later, a crazy formation appeared on the tactical board. A tactical formation that makes all the hammers excited. The next 90 minutes will be a game for the brave. A strange smile appeared on Lee Tongfan's face. Look, we practiced this tactic 3 days ago, but we abandoned it these 2 days because I was not sure whether you had enough courage and perseverance to complete it at Anfield. This adventure, but now, I'm willing to give you one last chance. Tell me loudly, do you dare to risk failure and be laughed at to win the glory tonight? Dare. More than 20 people shouted together, almost breaking the roof. Maybe we should change our tactics to meet this war. In the home team's locker room, Benitez wrote down his final decision on the tactical board with a serious expression as usual. I think Crazy Lee will take a defensive stance in the game because his team is not qualified to win a victory at Anfield. However, when Newcastle defends with all their strength, the game will become a little more troublesome for us, so the tactics rehearsed in the past few days must be changed. I ask you not to press too hard at the beginning of the game, and it is best to lure those little guys out to attack. At this moment, the complacent Benitez would never have thought of what price he would pay for his words 10 minutes later. Force, the game has begun. Every fan in the Anfield stands was so excited that their brains were burning when the referee blew the whistle. On the field, Newcastle's captain Michael Owen made the first touch of the ball in the away game. The white football drew a beautiful half arc on the green grass and came to the feet of midfielder Alan Smith. The next situation was unexpected. Amid the gasps of astonishment from countless fans in the stadium, the Magpies began their conquest of Anfield, and the crazy attack began to unfold bit by bit. It's incredible that Newcastle took the lead at Anfield. Madly starting Lineop tells us one thing: the whole of England was fooled by him once. The TV commentator set emphasized with a sense of successful prank. Hey, Gary, can you imagine that Madly would arrange such a starting Lineop today? Oh, 4, 3, 3, or 2, 6, 2. Haha, let's take a look at Mr. Benitez's expression first. In a sea amid the laughter of Sterling and Lineker, the broadcast camera quickly turned to the Spaniard Benitez. The Liverpool coach's face, which was always calm, was suddenly filled with rage, and his face was unconsciously stretched into an O shape. Gary Lineker suppressed his laughter and began to introduce the starting lineups of both sides. Michael Owen and Hernan Crespo appeared on the field as expected. It seems that Crazy Lee is very cautious in using Ronaldo. Some media reported that Ronaldo is losing weight crazily in order to get a starting position. I wonder how Crazy Lee will arrange his troops when the skinny alien appears in the fan site again. Podolski, the German international who performed poorly in the last game, returned to the bench as expected. The two wingers were still Zar, Ushevin, and Angel Wings, Juan Mata. Alan Smith, who was deeply trusted by Crazy Lee, continued to start. The player who qualified for the defensive midfielder position was the Argentine Fernando Gago, who had just joined from Real Madrid. I originally thought he would choose Makalel, who had more Premier League experience. On the defensive line, David Thornton and Stephen Taylor, who performed well in the previous games, started as expected, while Mamadou Sakho and Eastern European Ronaldinho Zerkov sat on the bench. Former Chelsea youngster Manchester Manzien appeared in the centre-back position. It seems that after a failed experience week in the European Cup national team, Madley made her change to Manzien's position. Gareth Bale, who just joined from Tottenham, was lucky enough to be favoured by Madley. As for the goalkeeper, AWW, in such an important game, Madley actually replaced the Magpie goalkeeper given with a 21-year-old player Hugo Lloris. Does he want to commit suicide? Just as the two commentators were still shouting and venting their surprise, Anfield suddenly fell into a violent atmosphere like thunder and raw goal. In the stands, more than 59,000 Liverpool fans hurriedly stood up from their seats and covered their eyes with their hands in disbelief. Because the goal was scored by Newcastle. Crespo. Hernan Crespo scored. He scored the first goal of the game. Newcastle took the lead. Before the game, who could have thought that the first goal would be scored by Newcastle, which was evaluated as immature? 1:0 exclamation point. Unbelievable. In the 178th second of the game, Newcastle got off to a dream start. For Liverpool, who were determined to win a victory, to break the myth of Madley, this goal was tantamount to a blow to the head. Now, every Red Army player must quickly adjust your mentality, because the goal of the Argentine centre-forward Crespo has turned them into score chasers. Crespo again. In the summer transfer period, Crazy Lee spent £4 million to introduce Crespo. Before that, some media had talked about Crespo's performance in the Chelsea era. They believed that the Argentine centre-forward at his peak could not adapt to the Premier League, not to mention that he is now old. However, the fact is that this transfer deal, which was considered a failure by many experts, can now be torn off the label of failure because Crazy Crespo has scored 3 goals for Newcastle. There are even rumors that Mourinho fell out with boss Abramovich because of Crespo's transfer. If this is true, then Crazy Lee has made a lot of money, because not only does he got a strong player and brought the most powerful opponent to the league championship, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. China point, it was already late at night. Jingle bell bell, their alarm clock roared like a fat pig that had been stabbed. Sunbo slept on the bed for a while, then opened his eyes sleepily and looked at the clock on the wall. Day. Is it already 1:50? Oops. The game has begun. Without bothering to put on his clothes, he suddenly woke up and jumped to the living room to turn on the TV. After Sheng bought out the broadcast rights of the Premier League in the past 2 years, it has been broadcast for a fee. As Lee Tongfan's first personal website manager in the country, Sun although Bo despised Sheng's approach, his deep admiration for Crazy Lee still made him apply for a paid channel without hesitation. Wow. The sound of the TV turning on came, and the image on the screen gradually became clear from blur. The image of fans jumping up from their seats in the Anfield Stadium stands before my eyes. Then the screen flashed, and the players of both sides were starting the kickoff in the center circle of the stadium. Scored a goal? Who entered? Sunbo's heart was beating wildly when he saw the score display in the upper right corner clearly. What? Newcastle actually took the lead away from home. At this moment, Sunbo wanted to give himself a few blows. He snoozed for a few minutes, but unexpectedly missed a goal, and it was a goal belonging to Newcastle, which he supported. It was too late. However, at this moment, a slow motion replay of the goal suddenly appeared on the TV. Liverpool are attacking point. Jared got the ball in the middle and then made a long pass. On the right wing, Spanish player Herrera unloaded the ball and tried to force a pass over David Thornton, but the angle was blocked by the Italian teenager. In desperation, he had no choice but to pull the ball, turn around, and then suddenly kicked off and forced a pass. Boom. The ball was saved by Steven Taylor with a header before Torres. The next moment, the football fell to Fernando Gago. Gago used a light ball protection to turn around and get rid of Alonso's press, and then quickly passed the ball diagonally to Juan Mata on the wing. 6 seconds later, Juan Mata, who had passed 3 people in a row, appeared on Liverpool's left wing point after being dormant at Old Trafford and training in the 2008 European Cup. Mata's lethality on the court is obviously comparable to that of a superstar like Cristiano Ronaldo. At this chaotic moment of transition from offense to defense, Liverpool's defense was obviously at a loss when faced with Juan Mata, who was already sprinting. Before centre-back Daniel Agger was about to send the nasty little Spanish man off the pitch with a savage charging foul, Mata rubbed the ball in and passed. In the middle, Michael Owen fired an angry shot at the football. However, due to Carragher's interference, this shot was a bit off target. The football was very fast, but the flying defense was obviously not Liverpool's goal. Just as the Liverpool fans cheered and the Newcastle fans lamented, a tall and dexterous figure stood up and jumped up in front of the goal and struck a pose. Hernan Crespo. The ball went in. In the living room, Sunbo screamed like a slaughtered pig. Although this was just a slow motion replay, Anfield Point, the game on the field is still going on, but the aftertaste of Crespo's goal is not over yet. A proud smile appeared on Lee Tongfan's face after his conspiracy succeeded. The goal was scored in just the 5th minute of the game, which will have a great impact on the development of the situation on the field. At least once Newcastle chooses to defend in a steel barrel formation, it will definitely make the proud Liverpool jump. After these games, Crespo's surprise to Lee Tongfan far exceeded the expectations of the Argentinian when he decided to buy it. Crespo was originally introduced to find an experienced mentor for young guys with super high potential such as Chigi. There was no expectation that the Argentine could contribute much energy on the court. At most, he would be a main substitute during unimportant events. That's all. I didn't expect. It seems that Lee Tongfan must reconsider the positioning of veterans. Due to the profound significance of this game, if Newcastle wants to finally win the championship, the value of the game against potential competitors such as Liverpool may be 6 points. Therefore, Lee Tongfan did not rely on it and used FM 2009 to make predictions before the game. According to the final prediction results of the FM 2009 system, it is possible that Crespo's goal is an expected appetizer, and there will be many interesting things happening next. On the other side, Benitez is not in as good a mood as Lee Tongfan. 10 minutes before the start of the game, he was still in the locker room in front of all the Liverpool players and swore that Crazy Lee would never attack at Anfield. However, as soon as a starting list came out at the start of the game, the fat face was swollen by the invisible light crackling. Crespo's goal was like a knife, piercing his heart. The strong adaptability and counter-attack ability shown by Newcastle before the goal shocked Benitez even more. The Spaniard is sure that the Magpies did not have such offensive capabilities a week ago. So today's scene can only be explained by Newcastle's progress. Horrible. Benitez could not imagine that when this Newcastle team truly grew up, after experiencing the test of war, when the owners of the young and immature faces fully developed the amazing potential contained in them, coupled with their talented young head coach, who else in this world can stop Newcastle's progress? Hiding the deep worries in his heart, Benitez stood up from his seat and walked slowly to the sidelines, shouting loudly, "Steven, change your tactics. Lead your teammates to press the space. Use their 2 wingers to follow the first set of tactics before the chapter 355, the birth of a new idol. The danger is not over yet, because the football he hit with his head in panic did not fall too far." When the exclamations rang out from the stands, Manziani discovered that not far away, Liverpool's ace forward Fernando Torres had firmly stopped the football. Underfoot, Newcastle midfielder Gago tried hard to poke the football away from Torres. However, the status has been lost. When a striker of Torres' level is stuck in the first position, trying to intercept the ball from his feet in a hurry is as difficult as going to heaven. The next moment, Torres had already bent his bow and prepared to shoot. In the penalty area, Steven Taylor, who had come to his senses, had no choice but to rush over and slide to the ground again. Although the opponent is located near the penalty area line, such a reckless tackle can easily lead to a penalty kick, but at this time there is no longer any concern, because in this area, goalkeeper Loris has lost his center of gravity. There is no difference between letting Tors take his time and kicking a penalty. In a hurry, Tenor threw his body as horizontally as possible, trying to block Tors' shooting route to the greatest extent, but, whoosh, the football flew out from Tors' feet. Steven Tyler was horrified, because it's not a shot. Tors tipped his toes lightly and sent the football past him. It was a pass! Exclamation mark. In an instant, the cops in the Anfield stand started cheering again. Because this summer, Irish forward Robbie Keane, who joined Liverpool from Tottenham Hotspur for a high transfer fee of £20.3 million, passed through Newcastle's penalty area like the wind and received Tors' pass. Amid cheers that shook the world, the Irish shot. Since there was no Newcastle defender around him, Robbie Keane had enough time to make his shooting action cool. He almost didn't stop the ball and made a run along Tors' passing path. The pick and shoot action in. The person is still in the air and the shooting action has been completed. The posture is elegant and graceful. Because the Irishman's shooting action is so free and graceful, even the ball running in the air is full of elegance and agility. The curved arc is like a leisurely rainbow, pulling the heartbeats of thousands of Liverpool fans, flying towards the Newcastle goal. However, Robbie Keane forgot that on a football field, where opportunities are fleeting, there is often a price to pay for being cool. For example, this time, the moment the football he shot was about to hit the goal, the price paid for it came as promised. Ouch. No. It's Newcastle's number 22 player again. Manziani. Damn it, he took Keane's shot with his face. In less than a minute, that guy stood the goalkeeper blocked Liverpool's shot for the second time. Who the hell is the goalkeeper? The tone of the Anfield commentator revealed inexplicable anger. TV commentator Sesta was the complete opposite. This was Keane's 19th shot in 268 minutes in official matches after joining Liverpool. Once again he missed the goal. What should I say? Keane was too relaxed when shooting, and he ignored the big man standing on the Newcastle goal line. On the field point at this time, Hugo Lloris jumped up high in shock, stretched his arms, and picked off the football that bounced high because it hit Manziani's face. Lloris fully demonstrated the goalkeeper's advantage in the penalty area, even if the unwillingness in the eyes of Liverpool's offensive players was strong enough to make stubborn people nod. However, the Scousers' attack is over. The anger and unwillingness contained in the exclamations from the cops in the stands were enough to make an adult dragon tremble. And in the midst of such noise, Manziani, the hero of the Magpie Legion, held his head high. He trotted to the sidelines. It's not because he feels that he has made a great contribution, so he must imitate the way Hernan Crespo jumped and hugged his head coach after scoring in the first half, but he has a nosebleed. I got a nosebleed from Robbie Keane's fashionable shot. Seeing this scene, the Magpies fans in the stands burst out with good-natured laughter, and Robbie Keane's expression of disbelief as he rubbed his messy hair also solidified in this burst of laughter belonging to the enemy, and remained in his heart. In memories of Anfield, Benitez spent a lot of money to bring Robbie Keane from White Hart Lane, hoping that the Irish striker could complement El Nino, Fernando Torres and bring more goals to the Red Army. However, it now appears that Robbie Keane's ability to waste opportunities exceeds the Spaniard's imagination. After the chaos, the fierce competition resumes. At this time, the first half of the game had reached 45 minutes, and the fourth official played injury time on the sidelines, -3 minutes. There is no doubt that the two must-win goals just now were blocked by Newcastle's temporary goalkeeper Manziani inexplicably with his face, which dealt a huge blow to the confidence and morale of the Liverpool players. Therefore, in the remaining 3 minutes, even though Benitez lost the grace he had been trying to maintain, and stood on the sidelines, and transformed into the roaring god, to cheer for his disciples. The Spanish coach's mouth almost spit. It can drown an Estevance. But until the last microsecond of injury time, Anfield's cheers to celebrate the goal did not ring out as the Spaniards eagerly expected. 1:0 exclamation point. Newcastle barely managed to maintain a 1-goal lead until the end of the first half. The halftime score was 1:0. Crazy Lee's Newcastle temporarily led the Red Army Liverpool in the away game. What impressed me in the first half was not Hernan Crespo's goal, but Manziana's magic. I noticed that more than 50 seconds before this wonderful thing happened, Crazy Lee called the young player to the sidelines and whispered a few words. "Gary, do you think there is a connection between the two? Oh, this is a painful proposition, facing the question thrown by his commentator partner Sester. Gary Lineker deliberately made an exaggerated groan of pain. If even Lian from The Sun couldn't dig it out, I think I should ask the witch Santa already. Sun. Reporter Lian, a journalist who is very famous in the UK, can be called the father of paparazzi. There are rumors that Lian worked for the British MI6 before becoming a professional reporter. Therefore, as long as Lian is responsible for reporting, there is almost no news that will not be revealed. However, only Crazy Lee's middle finger curse has been revealed to this day. The 007 in this reporter is still confused. The witch Santa was originally not famous, but after she used witchcraft to explain the middle finger curse of Madman Lee, she became famous in European football. Of course, it was not a good reputation. Lineker mentioned these two jokes, which made countless fans watching the game on TV smile knowingly. Crazy Lee is shrouded in a mysterious brilliance, which attracts thousands of fans to become his fans, just like his unbeaten record. The 15-minute intermission of the game is a leisurely moment for the fans to finally put their hearts, which have endured 45 minutes of tremendous stimulation, back into their left chests to rest. But for the head coaches of the two teams, this is 5 minutes consumes as many brain cells as Einstein conceived of the theory of relativity. Newcastle dressing room. Congratulations, guys, you did a great job. Michelle, how does it feel to get hit in the face with a football? Amid the roars of laughter from the Hammers, Manziani took off the 2 rolls of sanitary napkins that the team doctor had stuffed into his nostrils and threw them into the trash can. He opened his mouth wide and took 2 breaths of fresh air. Aha, my nose hurts a little, but it feels awesome. Boss, I love it. Ha 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 ha, the Hammers burst into laughter again. Lee Tongfan clapped his hands. Okay, guys, let's get down to business. You did a good job in the first half, but you will definitely be under more pressure in the second half. A 1-goal lead is just an opportunity for us to make mistakes, but I hope you should never use it. As for the tactics, I will not change anything, because it is your own choice. Remember, everyone must clearly remember, I hope you can enjoy Anfield and the feeling of playing against a super strong team like Liverpool. Let me keep this feeling firmly in my heart, because this feeling will allow you to embrace victory and glory in future games. Liverpool dressing room. Spaniard Benitez is making his second apology to his disciples. Well, this is an embarrassing thing. 45 minutes ago, I temporarily changed the team's established tactics. It turns out that it was this bad decision that put us in a situation behind the road. I want to express my gratitude to you. Apologize. Nenite's chubby body lowered 3 or 4 degrees and then quickly raised his head. Fortunately, we still have time to correct our mistakes. Gentlemen, in the next 45 minutes, we must attack with all our strength. Forgot to mention the opponent's 2 incredible goal line saves on the 22nd in the half. I firmly believe that luck does not always stand on Newcastle's goal line. Force the game took its second 45 minutes with a climax in Anfield. The lagging Red Army Liverpool, like a huge saber-toothed tiger that was injured after being stabbed by a hunter's spear, roared angrily and started a terrifying counter-attack with its fangs and claws. At the same time, the Liverpool fans in the stands used every ounce of their strength to increase the power of the heroes on the green field. The cop hoped to see Newcastle collapse instantly like a cat and mouse after the home team awakened in anger. The pleasant scene. However, Newcastle's courage was surprisingly great today. As the referee blew his whistle, the miners wearing black and white sword-striped shirts screamed and rushed forward, not afraid of the fierce flames unleashed by their opponents. An explosive scene like Mars hitting the earth was staged under the brilliant lights of the stadium. The grass clippings in Anfield were flying and flying, and the football could not stay at the feet of any player for more than 3 seconds. The red shirt was like a burning flame, and the black and white team was like an iron tool releasing a deadly cold. This is a battle between iron and fire. Every inch of land must be fought for. Maybe 3 seconds ago the football drew a sword-like brilliance in the air and stabbed the Newcastle gate fiercely, but 3 seconds later when the football made a miserable sound again, the person who stood the test was the Spanish goalkeeper Iana. This is the fastest paced game that has been played in the British Isles since the beginning of the 2008-09 season. Whether it is a long pass or a short pass, whether it is with the feet or the head, football, with its small body, tirelessly covers every inch of Anfield's lawn. 50th minute. Jared's pass. Tear apart Newcastle's defense. Come to the right. Babel. Babel again. Ooh. Gareth Bale beat him with a savage charge. The re-election dribbled the ball out of bounds, and the billboard of Anfield Stadium was hit and flew up. 55th minute. Loris took a big kick, directly to the front court. Alan Smith headed the ball back. Crespo pushed the ball back. Danger Juan Mata. Got. Newcastle. The explosive shot of Angel Wings was pushed out of the baseline by Renato. 57th minute. Torres swayed continuously, shook off David Thornton, and then suddenly took a shot. The ball went in. Bow, 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 bow. Hit the side net, just a hair's breadth away. 57 minutes and 44 seconds. Michael Owen broke through at high speed. Beautiful. Scrutell couldn't turn around and fell to the court. Owen entered the penalty area. Shot. Ouch. Got. A dangerous flying tackle from Carragher. Irving fell in the penalty area. The referee signaled that the game should continue. No penalty. 60 minutes and 32 seconds. Robbie Keane shoots. 61st point. Crespo's shot. It's so dangerous. 62 minutes and 48 seconds. Shoot. 63 minutes and 44 seconds. Newcastle in the commentary box. Sester and Gary Lineker roared endlessly like machine cannons that were spitting flames endlessly on a smoke-filled battlefield. Words jumped out of their mouths at a speed that was almost astonishing. Go apply for the Guinness World Record for the fastest talker. The button closest to the neck of his shirt was opened at some point. With messy hair, bloodshot face and red eyes, Sester finally couldn't help but stop and take a sip of water. He breathed heavily inside. I have never felt this short of breath when commentating on the European Cup final. The pace of the game on the field is too fast. Hey, Gary. My mouth can no longer keep up with the pace of the boys. Already, Gary. Lineker is not having it easy either. I'm no better than you. It's unimaginable. Newcastle and Liverpool turned an ordinary league game into overtime in the World Cup final. Mighty Tharnum. Phew. Both sides are crazy. The game at 65 minutes. I thought I had explained a long century. Gary. Lineker reached up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The September evening has become cool, but Lineker's shirt is completely soaked and stuck tightly to the back of the legendary England striker who has been a little fat after retiring for 10 years. Gilou, Sester, couldn't help but raise his head and pour a large glass of pure water into his mouth. He let out a happy moan from his dry and hoarse throat. Oh. Finally the substitutions started. Crazily replaced Crespo with Ronaldo. Haha, Nicolas Chigi. This 17-year-old guy who just emerged this season actually got a chance to play. He replaced Michael Owen. How crazy. Courtside point in such an important game, even with a mere 1:0 lead, he dared to replace a super striker like Michael Owen with a young boy who could go to kindergarten. Lee Tongbiam's substitution decision made opponent Benitez's brain is racing, and 2 or 3 minutes later, the Spaniard made corresponding changes to his lineup. Dick Kuit came on, and another Dutchman, Ryan Babel, who was having a great time, sat on the bench with an unhappy expression full of desire and dissatisfaction. Kuit is nicknamed as a defensive forward, and his characteristic is that he has unlimited physical strength. Many times when his teammates are too tired to move forward, the Dutchman is still as lively as if he had just taken the field. After joining Liverpool, although his scoring efficiency was greatly reduced compared to the Feyenoord era, Kuit, who was not outstanding in talent, was still able to firmly occupy the position of the Red Army's main force. There is no other reason, just 2 words: diligent. Diligent to the point of perversion. So much so that the media agreed that when Kuit was on the court, Liverpool was actually playing 12 to 11. It is very obvious that Benitez replaced Kuwait with the desperate Saber Babel, who was gradually falling into a solo fight to show off his personal skills. He hoped that when the physical strength of the 22 players on both sides was exhausted to a critical point, Kuwait could be replaced. It became the last straw that broke Newcastle's stubborn little camel like Zhao Qiang. The other side point, after seeing Benitez's substitution, Lee Tongfan immediately took action and used the third substitution quota without a second of hesitation. Brazilian Marcelo replaced left back Gareth Bale. This is another incomprehensible substitution point. Everyone knows how many goals Marcelo assisted for the Nerazzurri in the recent match against Inter Milan. That was Marcelo who appeared at the full-back position, and now Crazy Lee uses a method similar to suicidal madness installed this opponent goal-making machine into Newcastle's defense. Even if Gareth Bale's performance in this game was average, he was at least better than the hopelessly fallen Marcelo, right? There was a burst of cheers from the Anfield stands. It's from a Liverpool fan. Cops still remember Marcelo's performance 2 weeks ago, and they can't wait for the Brazilian, who was once prominent in Real Madrid, to provide assists for Liverpool. When Red Army coach Benitez saw this scene, he rushed to the sidelines without hesitation. The Spanish fat man, whose face was covered with crimson prelude to orgasm, at this moment shouted like a rabbit caught in a tiger's trap and jumped up. Hey, Steven, here, attack them. The left wing dribbled the ball past the Brazilian kid. The other side point. Lee Tongfan looked at Nenites, who was bouncing around like a fat ball that had been slapped hard, with his signature shameless smile on his face. If Ronaldo or the old madman Venables, who are equally shameless, and know Lee Tongfan, see such an expression, they will definitely give Benitez a look of sympathy and ridicule. Fat Spanish guy, you're in trouble. The sultry man was trying to conjure up a picture in his mind at the moment when a hungry and dizzy skinny wolf opened its big, smelly mouth and bit hard at a hard stone that it mistakenly thought was fat. What interesting things will happen next? Lee Tongfan's teeth are almost broken. When Liverpool launched an attack on Newcastle at all costs with their crazy determination to defend Anfield's honour, Madman Lee used his weird substitutions to once again tell us a truth that is always valid in football matches. Never try to use your poor imagination to deduce the intentions of God on the sidelines of the football pitch, because that's God's domain. TV commentator Sester lost no time in flattering his idol, although it seems now that Madman Lee has replaced a pair of strong players with two weaker players, so that even Liverpool fans are confused. I couldn't wait to cheer loudly for these two substitutions, but I have a feeling that Benitez's bad luck is coming. Facts have proved that what Sester said was correct. 10 minutes later, Benitez and the 59,000 crazy Red Army fans in Anfield discovered with horror that the game did not develop as they had imagined 10 minutes ago. Things were much worse than they expected. In the past 10 minutes, whether it is Jared or Kuwait, whether it is Torreira, whether it is Alonso or Obi Keane, whether almost everyone according to Benitez's requirements, none of the Liverpool players who attacked Newcastle's left wing were able to take advantage. Marcelo is still the same Marcelo as he was 2 weeks ago. Marcelo is not the Marcelo he was 2 weeks ago. The Brazilian's answer at the left back position far exceeded the score he scored against Inter Milan. The opponent goal-making machine has become an opponent goal-destroying machine. Although Marcelo makes small mistakes from time to time in his defensive actions, and although he is still far from the peak performance of his Real Madrid era, however, the burning fighting spirit of the Brazilian can turn the night sky of Anfield into a nightmare ignite. After making a mistake, the Brazilian will instantly turn into a vicious tiger whose flesh and bones have been robbed, and make up for his mistake with an unspeakable violent state that devours the sky and the earth. And those Liverpool offensive players who originally tried to use the most beautiful dribbling moves to tease the hapless Brazilian were like a proud sparrow showing off their flying speed and hitting the transparent glass. Headache and bleeding. When Marcelo, with the assistance of Steven Taylor and Zaha Ushervin, successfully focused on Liverpool's battle on the left for nearly 10 minutes, another player who was replaced by Lee Tongfan under pressure began to show off his power. Nicolas Jagy. Although this 17-year-old guy looked so immature in front of Scott and Carragher, every player on Liverpool's defense could keep knocking him away, pushing him down, and easily ravaging him. However, in the 85th minute of the game, the enemy's fans cheered when he was substituted. However, after coming on the field, this little kid stumbled and could not stand in front of his opponent, but he did something that plunged the entire Anfield into an incredible situation. Silent things. Goal. Score a goal for Newcastle. At 21 hours, 40 minutes and 38 seconds in the evening of September 4th, when the huge Anfield fell into an atmosphere that was almost as silent as a slumber, 6 huge electronic screens hanging on the roof of the stadium began to tell the audience 6 people in the playback. 67,745 viewers. What happened just 1 second ago? Slow motion playback. After the fat man Ronaldo achieved initial results in losing weight, he appeared in people's sight, about 5 or 6 pounds lighter than before. The alien is lewdly teasing the center of gravity of Liverpool fullback Aurelio with a dazzling movement of continuously touching the ball and constantly changing the direction of breakthrough. 3 points and 4 seconds later, when Aurelio finally made a bold move like a provoked macho man who finally couldn't suppress his desire, Ronaldo's foot movement suddenly changed. The fat man used a change of direction that caught Aurelio off guard and took the football past the shoulder of the Liverpool defender, leaving his opponent with a fat night breeze. Unbelievable. That's a cow's tail. A cow's tail that belongs to Ronaldo. When AC Milan's Ronaldinho has abandoned his magical dance steps, Newcastle's Ronaldo is insisting on continuing the magic of the Luo family. Then, when all the red defensive players thought Ronaldo would continue to break through and chose to attack from all directions, the shameless fat man suddenly used his left foot, which he was not good at, to shoot near the arc of the penalty area. A surprise attack. The power of Ronaldo's shot was not very strong. The football drew an arc against the lawn, cutting through Liverpool's defensive system like a gleaming sharp knife. It came from the gap and rushed towards the lower right corner of the Liverpool goal! The speed is not fast, but the angle is extremely tricky. Liverpool goalkeeper Reina easily judged the route of the football, then took 3 small steps with his feet and immediately pounced to the right. Reina is very confident he can definitely save this ball, because, before the football flew to the goal, his fingers had already touched the right post of the goal. This showed that Ronaldo's only route to score had been completely blocked by him. However, at this fatal moment, a change occurred in an instant that made Reina's frightened soul tremble. So sudden, a thin figure staggered under the push of the defenders around him and appeared in Reina's pupils, and then with great difficulty he poked the football that was flying over. It's like a naughty little angel deliberately disrupted God's predetermined clock, and everything develops in the completely opposite direction. The football turned a fatal arc of 45 degrees and rolled smoothly into the Liverpool goal from the large blank space left after Reina's save. 2:0. Until the entire scoring process was replayed in slow motion, and field instantly changed from the frozen and lonely top of Mount Everest to the feverish crater of Mauna Loa. An invisible passion shakes everyone's heart like a glacier collapsing, or a snow mountain avalanche. The youngest, least famous, thinnest, and slowest player on the court scored the most important goal in this game. This is football. This is fate. There is no doubt that this is a football goal that made the whole world know, a goal called Nicolas Chigi. A goal that marks the birth of a new Newcastle favorite. On the field point, after scoring the goal, the mixed-race little rice bucket Gigi was like a happy eagle that finally learned to fly. He swooped happily, jumped up and jumped on Lee Tongfan. "Mr. Rice Bucket, I scored a goal. Oh, it's unbelievable that I scored at Anfield." 2 years ago, the little guy was still a little ball boy at Stamford Bridge, still crying secretly because he could not continue to stay in Chelsea's youth team to realize his football dream. In order to watch the game of his idol Crazy Lee, he secretly ran from London to Manchester to watch the game in the rain without telling his parents. And now, more than 700 days later, he actually captured the world-famous Anfield with his own feet. Seeing Gigi unabashedly releasing her happiness, an indescribable sense of accomplishment radiated from Lee Tongfan's whole body. Although, this goal is worth a little, points as you wish. 4 minutes later, another goal. Benitez sat down on the lawn on the sidelines, like a lost lamb, and all the Liverpool players on the field also had pale faces. Goal. It's a crazy night. Nicholas Gigi scores his second goal. Exactly the same as the first time. It's still Ronaldo's shot, and then Gigi's follow-up shot. This mixed race kid has a keener sense of smell than a Malamute. Inzaghi second. Ouch. The ball went in. 3:0. 3:0 exclamation point. Nicholas Gigi, who came from the Newcastle Youth Academy, scored twice. In this night where the stars shine, no one expected that it would happen. There is a 17-year-old kid who has become the most attractive protagonist, scoring important goals in important games. Coupled with his handsome appearance and agile playing style, a new idol is born. Liverpool, who was eager to win, fell into the same river. The big-name defensive stars led by Carragher made 2 consecutive fatal mistakes against Gigi, who was almost 1 round younger than them. They had easily defended Gigi before, but just these 2 mistakes had completely cost Liverpool the last chance of winning the game. Post-match press conference point. Nicholas Gigi, who was named the best player of the match, got the opportunity to be interviewed by reporters along with his boss Crazy Lee. Since the first second the little guy stepped into the hall, the crackling flashes made him dizzy. Even Lee Tongfan's limelight was easily snatched away by Gigi. The reporters gathered around like sharks that smelled blood, showing their sharp teeth. Young, scoring in big games, handsome, mixed blood. All this is like a scene that only happens in movies, and it is a topic that any fan is interested in. At this moment, in the eyes of the reporters, Gigi is like a big cake with a human scent, waiting for him to open his mouth and take a bite, so much so that before the press officer had time to announce the start of the press conference, all the microphones were handed to Gigi. Excuse me, Gigi, did you think you would score at Anfield before the game? And you scored 2 goals at once. What did you think when you scored? Were you nervous when you shot? How is your relationship with Mr. Glutton? What plans do you have for your career? Will you choose to join a bigger club to meet the challenge? Will you continue to start in the next game? Do you feel pressure to be in the same team with forwards like Ronaldo, Owen and Crespo? How is your relationship with them? Do you have your own agent? Are you satisfied with your current weekly salary? Do you have a girlfriend? What color do you like? One kind of madness is gone, and another kind of madness is still spreading. The battle at Anfield on September 4th had a great impact in the British Isles and even the whole of Europe. On the one hand, of course, Newcastle defeated Liverpool 3:0 with a week to announce the rise of a new Premier League team and attracted attention. More importantly, it was because another 17-year-old kid named Nicholas Gigi scored twice at Anfield. Conquer Anfield. Even for world-class shooters like Ronaldo and Michael Owen, it is extremely difficult to score twice at Anfield, let alone an unknown 17-year-old underage boy. There are 2 possibilities for this situation. One is that this guy named Nicholas Gigi got lucky, and the other explanation is that another talented young genius has emerged. Anyone who has watched the live broadcast or recording of the game knows how difficult and tragic the battle between Newcastle and Liverpool was at Anfield. When the pace of a game is so fast that even the TV commentator can't breathe, the probability of a player who comes on as a substitute for less than 35 minutes getting lucky is much lower than the British Prime Minister marrying the German Chancellor. So, Gigi is a genius. This 17-year-old handsome mixed-race boy named Nicholas Gigi announced the birth of a new idol in the British Isles with 2 goals. Brothers, you are too evil. You are a senior high school teacher, not a senior high school girlfriend. As a pure person, I despise you. Chapter 356. Open a single page. Asking for tickets. First of all, I have been too busy these 2 days. I would like to thank the following brothers for their support in the past few days. Mala, Danglin 2010, Lin Qiang Zuo Zod, number 173, Only Love Competition, Enzo Zidane, Book Friend 15,421,205, Kuang Deo Kuang, Migo Wansu, Lin Qiang Zuo Zod. I love 888, Yu Hifengeo Fang Hoshan, 9Z Zong Shensisu and other brothers for their support in the past few days. Secondly, although there are many things to do in the past 2 days, and the embarrassing thing that the manuscript was destroyed after the computer crashed, Xiaodao made up for it! 9,000 words a day, the number of words has never been less. Seeing Some people write 3 chapters a day as a burst, and then they ask for monthly tickets loudly after 2 chapters. It really proves the saying that the crying child gets the milk. Since DOZ was put on the shelves, except for a week or so of free time due to some things, there has not been a day with less than 9,000 words, and each chapter has 300 to 400 more words. Very honest, it's not that DOZ doesn't want to burst out. In fact, according to my speed, I'm bursting out with all my strength every day. Looking at the 3-day update word count list of the boutique channel, the editor has almost never been out of the top 10 list. In other words, compared with the super ants on Kiddy and DOZ's update word count is not inferior at all. This month's monthly votes are not ideal, because there were problems with the plot in the first few days. And DOZ was embarrassed to ask for votes from brothers. Now, DOZ feels that the plot is straightened out again, so he dares to ask for this. Brothers and sisters of Daeok, we haven't fought for a long time. Is the blade rusty? Is the swordsmanship rusty? Is the courage still high? Come on, fight. Tomorrow is a new week. Xiaodao wants monthly votes and recommendation votes. Very necessary. Please give Xiaodao strength. Finally, tomorrow's update will be the same as today. At 11 PM, the number of words will not be less. The above is DOZ, who is eager for recognition and support. May you all be happy. Chapter 357, Green Shade Chronicles, Madman Lee. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sweetheart Dinner. Wow. First of all, I want to wish you a happy weekend. Every viewer in front of the TV, I'm glad that you can choose Sweetheart and Dinner to accompany you to spend this leisurely night. Okay, I bet that the 250th issue of Green Chronicles will definitely satisfy you, because Dinner will talk to you about a big event that just happened with the stars of the England national team in the program recording hall of the sports channel on the 66th floor of the 135-metre high landmark building in London, the headquarters of the British National Television. The beautiful host Andy Dinner, who is nicknamed Sweetheart by the fans, is putting on her signature sweet smile and making the opening remarks at the beginning of the program in accordance with the routine to the camera lens not far away. Green Chronicles is the most popular TV talk show in the UK. When the Stardine scored the first goal since the establishment of the Premier League in the first Premier League on August 15, 1992, Green Chronicles was born with the birth of the Premier League. In the 16 years that the English Premier League has gone through, Green Chronicle has been revised 15 times. Although the host sitting behind the program's iconic red triangle talk table has changed again and again, and even the director of the British National Television has changed 6 times to date, this program has been maintained, and has always maintained a super high ratings among similar programs. It is no exaggeration to say that this ace program of the British National Television is an encyclopedia that fully records the establishment of the Premier League. It has witnessed the development trajectory of the Premier League in 16 years, and has also witnessed the decline and chaos of English football to its peak. Therefore, the threshold for recording the program is also very high. The so-called major event reporter, only major events are recorded. Green Chronicle is the most personal TV interview live program in the world, because if a super major event that attracts national attention occurs on the green field, this program may be broadcast 4 or 5 episodes a week, and if nothing happens that can cause widespread repercussions in the UK, it may be suspended for a month. In English football, there are countless guys chasing fame and fortune who are desperately hoping to appear in Green Chronicles once. However, the high threshold for recording the program makes it impossible for more people to do so, even if they have been in their professional careers for more than 20 years. The famous Red Devils godfather Ferguson once had 6 opportunities to sit behind the obtuse triangle red interview table of the program, including winning the treble, receiving the Queen's knighthood, and the Beckham flying boot incident. Among other coaches, Professor Wenger only appeared once after Arsenal's 49-game unbeaten streak ended, and Benitez appeared once after the magical night in Istanbul. Today is the first time that Green Chronicles has been broadcast after more than a month of suspension, because in English football, a shocking event has happened. Live broadcast hall. The atmosphere in this recording room of more than 100 square meters is a bit strange today. The auditorium in the hall was lit up with holographic lights, and it was filled with lucky audiences. on the brightly lit host's desk, behind the red obtuse triangle interview table that had been placed in this hall for who knows how many years, in addition to the pure and beautiful female host sweetheart baby Andy dinner, there were 5 people sitting. 5 famous guys in the English football world: David Beckham, Michael Owen, Crazy Old Venables, Wayne Rooney, Alan Smith. Just now the technical department told me that according to the ratings, there are more than 10 million TV viewers watching this episode of Green Shade Chronicles. This number has created the largest record since the program started 16 years ago. Well, I believe that, even if I don't say it, many friends have already known the main content of this episode. Let's take a look at a picture first. The beautiful host dinner turned slightly when she said this, and the plump part under the delicate collarbone outlined a thrilling arc under the bright light. But at this moment, even the craziest fans of Sweetheart Baby would not pay attention to this. Because, on the big screen behind dinner, there appeared a picture that all English people will never forget. It was a black figure standing on the green field with his hands on his waist and his head held high, proudly accepting the praise of reporters. The strong light on the roof of the stadium released a dazzling brilliance, and the St. George's Cross flag on the stands in the distance was flying in the night sky. Countless excited and even somewhat hideous faces and subconsciously dancing arms were releasing the madness that had been suppressed for 44 years. King of the world. That black figure stood out in the whole picture, like a king worshipped by the world. Crazily. This scene was the eternal moment when the Three Lions defeated the German team at the Ernst Happel Stadium in Vienna and won the Delaunay Cup 2 months, 7 days and 23 hours ago. It is a moment in the history of English football that is worth remembering for thousands of years. Then, the picture on the big screen changed, and the headquarters building of the English Football Association appeared in front of everyone. On the screen, reporters wearing work clothes of different colors squeezed into the entrance of the gate building like a pack of hungry wolves hunting. As the reporters followed, the scene finally moved to the press conference hall of the FAR headquarters building. On July 9th, a year ago, it was in this hall that the Football Association announced the dismissal of McLaren and the appointment of Crazy Lee as the new coach of the Three Lions. Today, in people's minds, should be the day to announce the contract extension between England and Crazy Lee, but the only person who appears on the big screen is FAR CEO Brian Barwick. Today, I have to announce the news with regret. The England team will lose their heroic coach Madman Lee, who has created infinite glory in the past year. I'm extremely grateful for everything he has done in the national team, because he not only did it bring us wins and trophies, but it also changed the entire team. The large screen is turned off. Host Andy Dinner turned around with an obvious trace of regret on her pretty face. Although today's ratings have set a new high for Green Line events, from the perspective of the national team fans and Crazy Lee's loyal fans, I really hope I will never do a program like today. Yes, just yesterday we got the news that the European Cup hero Madman Lee did not choose to renew his contract with the England team, which means that the former Three Lions king is determined choosing to leave, is what this program is about to record. Although many people knew about this matter yesterday, when the host Andy Dinner said it again at this moment, there was still a buzzing noise in the live broadcast hall. Obviously, the impact of Crazy Lee's departure on people has not dissipated yet. In the past year, 2 months and 12 days, this 25-year-old Chinese has brought us too many surprises, from the complete victory in the first friendly match between England and Germany, to the subsequent European Cup qualifiers. He made a strong rebound and successfully qualified, and then swept all the strong enemies in Austria this summer, and finally won the second major trophy in the history of the English team. Crazy Lee has almost become the label of this star-studded Three Lions team. And pronouns. But today, this label has to say goodbye to us. Undoubtedly, this is a decision that is enough to make all England fans around the world sad. September 20th, this is a sad day. Until now, we still can't imagine whether the team can still be able to lose Crazy Lee, give us one surprise after another, like he did in the past year. At this point, the beautiful host Andy Dinner adjusted her emotions, and then continued, "It is very regrettable. I originally thought that no one in English football could refuse the call of Green Shade Chronicles, but Crazy Mr. Lee still didn't. He refused the program invitation without hesitation, but I was not surprised at all that something like this happened to him, because he has such a distinctive personality. This refusal made him the first person, since the establishment of Green Shade Chronicles he is the only person, to have refused invitations to the program twice in a row. The last time he refused to leave the country was when he helped England win the cup at the Ernst Happel Arena a month ago. However, the guests who came to the show today are all celebrities that everyone is very familiar with. They have fought side by side with Crazy Lee in the past year, and they are the people who know Crazy Lee best. When the camera turned, the fans sitting in front of the TV watching the live broadcast saw David Beckham and 5 other people. Hi David, it's an honor to have you on today's show. Sugar baby and Tina had a smile on her face. You are the first person in the England team to come into contact with Crazy Lee. You have worked together during the Real Madrid era. Can you talk about your impressions when you first met him? Beckham showed his iconic charming smile. Well, like many people at the time, when we first met Lee, many of my teammates and I didn't believe that this person was actually expected to lead us in that place. Win the title against Barcelona in the middle of the season. Everyone is thinking, is the club board crazy because he looks too young when at least half of the players in Real Madrid's first team are older than him? Haha, Lee looked like, well, just like an ordinary fan at that time. This sentence instantly piqued the curiosity of many people. Obviously, this interesting information has rarely been heard in the media before. Regarding what happened in the first 1 or 2 months after Crazy Lee moved to Real Madrid, few media could know from the players, because at that time people's attention was focused on the rationality of the matter itself. Today, Beckham took the initiative to reveal what happened back then, which immediately attracted the appetite of most people. Beautiful host Andy Dinner is obviously very good at grasping the audience's psychology. 2 attractive dimples appeared on her fair cheeks. She asked with a smile, I'm very curious, why didn't you and your teammates, well, that is to say, why would you willingly choose to play football under the command of a stranger who is younger than you, and didn't even have any fame before? At the beginning, we did not choose to obey Lee, but chose to obey the decision of the board of directors. Of course, this does not mean that we will accept him. Me, Raul, Guti, and many teammates are waiting for a suitable. He had the opportunity to protest to the board of directors, waiting for Lee to make a mistake at that time to prove that everything was ridiculous. But what happened later only proved one thing: Lee is a unique talent on the sidelines of the football field. Since Camp Nou after the miraculous reversal, no one in the Bernabeu dressing room would challenge Lee's authority again, because facts proved that everything Lee did was correct. Wow, is this a secret in the Bernabeu dressing room? The beautiful host changed her sitting position and smiled sweetly. David, this summer Ronaldo transferred to Newcastle. Many people think that it was Crazy Lee's personal charm that attracted aliens. Do you agree with this? There is no doubt about this. I firmly believe that no one, except Lee, can bring Ronnie to Newcastle. You must know that AC Milan was very interested in Ronnie at that time. Ronnie almost reached a personal agreement with Milan, but 8 hours before the official signing, the boss settled it all with just one phone call. The last question, David, is purely out of my personal curiosity. Why didn't you choose to join Newcastle upon expiration of your contract? I believe you respect Crazy Mr. Lee no less than Ronnie, right? It's very simple. I can't convince myself to join a team in the Premier League other than Manchester United, and I have lived in Spain for 4 years. I like my current life. Beckham seemed slightly embarrassed when answering this question. A little sad. The real reason is, of course, not just that simple point. Beckham did have the idea of joining Newcastle when his contract was about to expire, but he was different from Ronaldo. Not to mention whether Florentino, who was determined to build a football competition empire, was willing to let him go. Beckham's wife, Victoria, is not willing to let Beckham destroy his future by going to Newcastle, a team that has struggled in the Premier League every year. Apart from other aspects, losing Newcastle will at least make Beckham's appeal in the business field has dropped significantly. And in addition, with his magical performance in Real Madrid in the 2008 European Cup, Beckham is very likely to aspire to the throne of world footballer this year. If he chooses to transfer to Newcastle, it will definitely have an impact. After all, the club's reputation will be given certain bonus points in the selection. Therefore, for Beckham's consideration, Lee Tongfan did not send an invitation to Beckham at all. Today's Newcastle cannot accommodate the great David Beckham. At this moment, in a villa in Habing, East City of Newcastle, a guy was sitting in front of the TV, chewing chicken legs, and watching the live broadcast. Suddenly, the expression on his face suddenly became pure, and he threw away the chicken in his hand. The wings, with a pair of grease-covered tens, blurred into a cross on the chest. David, please become the world footballer. I have done my best to be benevolent. Hi. Michael, great to have you on our show. After communicating with Beckham, the beautiful host smiled sweetly and asked the question to the second guest, Michael Owen. Michael, as your loyal fan, first of all, I must congratulate you on your victory in the just concluded European Cup. Zangai Kijichan won the top scorer, which is great. There is no doubt that after a period of low ebb, the most iconic golden boy in England's history is back. You have become a millionaire again. An idol to thousands of little guys just starting out in their football careers. Congratulations, Michael. That's awesome. Behind the red interview table, the sharp young man in white clothes who sealed his throat with a sword in the 1998 World Cup has passed away. 10 years is enough to change anything in the world. 10 years from today, Owen, who is 28 years old, has already stained his face with the vicissitudes of time, but this is the medal of a man who has matured after going through hardships. When the former fashion-chasing boy became an old golden boy, years of hard work made him exude the charm of a mature man. Hearing the congratulations from the beautiful host, Owen's face burst into a heartfelt smile. Thank you. This is my honor. I believe many people are like me and are very curious to know whether you had any communication with Crazy Lee before he called you to join the national team for the first time. Sugar baby and Etina's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. No, not even a text message. Irving spoke of the situation with a smile on his face. Many fans who like me know that before the European Cup qualifier against Israel, I just experienced a 6-month injury. Month's injury is a fatal nightmare for any professional football player. It was the most difficult time I have ever experienced. At the most difficult time, I even thought my career was about to end. Although playing for the country is every player's dream, but at that time it was already a luxury dream for me. Although a year ago I was still a regular player in the national team. Hooah. Hooah hooah. There was warm applause in the studio hall. Obviously, when Golden Boy opened his heart, everyone who had ever liked Storm Chaser was moved. The moment I received the call from my boss, I thought this must be some guy I knew well was joking. It is no exaggeration to say that this was the most important call in my life, and it was the change of boss. Any football player who has played under a boss will understand what a magical feeling it is, although sweetheart baby Andy Dinner is also a fan of Crazy Lee. This is the first time that the beauty has seen an international superstar praise a head coach with such high praise from the bottom of his heart, so she can't help but laugh. He made a joke. Michael, you didn't say that because Crazy Lee is your boss now, did you? The beautiful host's words made everyone on the stage burst into laughter. Owen smiled and said, of course not. You can ask Wayne how he feels. He is not a Newcastle player. Hi, Wayne. Before Irving finished speaking, the broadcast camera immediately cut to Manchester United's top player Wayne Rooney sitting next to Irving Point, feeling the attention of everyone. The little fat man grinned. Yes, what Michael said is absolutely right. Actually, before I cooperated with Mr. Rice Tong for the first time, I was very curious about a man who was just older than me. How did a guy of 1 or 2 years old become a legend on the sidelines of football? You must know that before that we had played against each other twice at the Bernabeu and Old Trafford. At that time, Mr. Rice Bucket left behind for me and every Manchester United teammate. It doesn't feel good. Laughter came from the live broadcast hall again. Everyone clearly remembers Crazy Lee's arrogant expression after leading Real Madrid to a miraculous comeback from a 0:2 deficit in the second round to defeat the Red Devils in the 2006-2007 UEFA Champions League quarter-finals. It is estimated that at that time, not only Rooney, but everyone at Old Trafford was very reluctant to stab the arrogant lunatic Lee to death with his middle finger and drown him with spit. Unlike many head coaches, the biggest characteristic of Mr. Ayatang is that he stands in the position of the players 80% of the time to feel everyone's mood. He has a very miraculous ability to easily just guess what every player is thinking and use the best method to help me and my teammates realize our wishes on the court. In other words, Mr. Imitator always stands on the side of his players almost all the time. When the incident happened when the England team played against Russia in Moscow in the European Cup qualifiers, the media and public opinion also exaggerated me. I became the sinner of the team. If it weren't for Mr. Iggy, I think I would have been forced to leave before the team made history. There is a kind of magic in him. When any player comes into contact with him for more than 3 games, I will be deeply fascinated by him. I think Mr. Yitton is more like a friend, rather than the superior coach that people think. Oh, Wayne, can I understand this? A mischievous whirlpool appeared on the beautiful host's face once, and she raised a difficult question. You think Crazy Lee is more charismatic than Sir Alex Ferguson, right? Sugar Baby Andy Dinner's question is too devastating. At this moment, almost everyone thought that Rooney would deny it outright or reveal it in a vague way, but the little fat man fell silent and thought for a few seconds, then raised his head and answered with a rare seriousness. If I have to give an answer, then yes. The beautiful host thought she heard wrongly and then asked in confusion, Wayne, are you sure? Yes. Mr. Yitting and Boss are 2 different types of head coaches. Boss adheres to the tradition of English football. He is a very authoritative person, knowledgeable and wise, so I respect Boss like I respect my own father. But Mr. Shitting is different. Whether in training, in the locker room, or in the game, he will laugh and curse like a close friend, saying dirty words with us. But even when he curses at you, will make people laugh uncontrollably. Rooney's unabashed answer showed the young man's true temperament. There is no doubt that this program is only halfway through and has already declared its success. Outside the live broadcast hall, a technician made a professional gesture of sliding his palm upward toward the beautiful host and then stretched out 2 fingers. This action means that the ratings of the live broadcast have tripled so far. Twice. This is a terrifying number. Even Andy Dinner, the sugar baby who has hosted green events for 3 years, was shocked. This almost means that at least 3 out of 10 British people are watching this program, even more than the British Prime Minister. Election announcement live broadcast. This can give a glimpse of the terrifying appeal of Madmanly in England now. 10 minutes later, the topic quickly came to the old madman Venables. To be honest, being able to invite Venables was an unexpected surprise for the Green Events program team. Because this English wonder man who has dominated European football for more than 20 years has been tired of dealing with any media more than 10 years ago. Unexpectedly, when the 3 words Crazy Lee were mentioned, Venables surprisingly, I happily accepted the invitation from the program team. The reason why I'm sitting here today is because that damned little lunatic was lazy and didn't come. I think I should tell his story to every England fan. Many people are very curious about what that little bastard said when he first came to me that night, which made me, an old ghost who had decided to quit the national team, jump out again. When Venables said this, many people were indeed attracted. Point before this, how Crazy Lee invited the old lunatic out of retirement has always been one of the great mysteries of English football. Although many media reporters have given speculations, they have never been personally acknowledged by the parties involved. Today, it seems that the mystery has finally been revealed. The old lunatic maintained his usual concise and capable style, without selling any pipes, and then said, in fact, the reason is very simple. That night I only asked him for 3 promises. First, I asked him to guarantee that he could bring England to the United States, England into the knockout stage of the European Cup. Second, I want him to train at least 2 promising stars for the England team, just like he discovered Juan Mata, Modric, Joel Luca and others for Real Madrid. Third, I want him to bring a mature technical and tactical style of play to the England team. As long as he promises to fulfill these 3 promises, I can not only come out and join the England coaching staff as his assistant coach, but also invite all my old partners to come out and give him advice with all their heart. Hoo-ha-ha-ha. Live broadcast hall once again rang with thunderous applause. No one in the British Isles would question Venables' love for the England team. If it weren't for the grey-haired old man in front of him who reformed the England team's proposal 20 years ago, it is estimated that the three lions would have disappeared from the world's strong teams by now. And at this moment, when the fans once again, when I heard the three requests he had made to Crazy Lee, I couldn't help but be moved by the old man's love for the national team again. He is not like those politicians in the English Football Association who are full of lies and promises, nor like the big name sponsors who only care about interests and don't care about the real development of the team, and he is not like the parasites who only fight for the national team's rice bowl for fame and fortune. They always put the interests of the team in their mouths and publish them in newspapers and magazines. When he feels that he can bring changes and help to the team, he will stand up without hesitation and speak with his actual actions, which is better than millions of empty promises. Maybe such a person will cooperate well with the God on the football field. What shocked the fans even more was that Venable's three promises full of passion were not only fulfilled by Crazy Lee later, but also exceeded them. The old madman only asked the team to enter the knockout stage of the European Cup, but the young madman brought the golden and heavy Delaunay Cup for the English. The old madman required the training of at least two promising stars of the Three Lions. The young madman not only dug out Street Joe Hart from the English League One, who was enough to ensure that the goalkeeper position of England would not become a laughing stock in the world in the next 10 years, but also discovered Stephen Taylor, who was known as the future world's first central defender, discovered the small striker Daniel Sturridge, and discovered Michel Manzien. In addition to young players, Michael Owen, Alan Smith and other stars in their prime years have exerted astonishing energy. Finally, the old madman required the England team to bring a mature technical and tactical style of play. The young madman not only brought the most suitable playing style for the England team's personnel configuration, but also gave this Three Lions, which was previously called a pseudo-strong team, a higher level of confidence and championship temperament. Crazy Lee, in 1 year, essentially manipulated the England team. After saying his three requests to Madman Lee, Venable stood up and left the live broadcast hall amid the surprise of the crowd. The old madman's disgust for the news media has not subsided. The reason why he came to the show today is to restore the truth of what happened to every English fan who has the right to know. The old madman will not sing praises for the little madman. The old madman just wants everyone to understand what the little madman has brought to the England team in the past year. What happened in the past needs to be remembered by any English fan with a respectful attitude. Amid the applause, the old madman's back gradually disappeared into the darkness. Just like the departure of Madman Lee, they took away an era. The live broadcast camera is aimed at the last guest, Alan Smith. At this moment, everyone could not help but recall the moment when the main striker Michael Owen of the Three Lions was maliciously injured by the Spanish central defender Marquina in the second match of the 2008 European Cup group stage. The ferocious-looking Madman Lee blocked the evil man Marquina on the sidelines. They also remembered the passionate scene of the white-haired bad boy punching in anger. There is no doubt that this scene, like the glorious peak moment when the Three Lions finally lifted the Delaunay Cup at the Ernst Happel Stadium in Vienna, is destined to be remembered forever in the memory of the English people. Because, for English fans, it was a classic moment. When the England team met the Spanish team again in the semi-finals, Owen used a single-handed breakthrough to seriously injure Marquina. When Alan Smith in the final pulled the Three Lions back from the edge of the cliff with an incredible shot in the last second of the 30-minute overtime. When all this happened later, you will understand what Alan Smith's punch meant to the England team. It made up for all the regrets. It was as if it was destined that the summer of 2008 was a perfect Andersen fairy tale for the Three Lions. Thanks to Bored Little Wolf, Flying in the Flames, Wuxenli Alienmala, 81 Soldiers, Danglin 2010, I Love 888, 9Z Lord of the Gods, Jaya Zaoki, I Love Smoking, Drinking, Goddream and other brothers and sisters for their support. Thank you to the brothers and sisters who have been subscribing to the recommendation editor for their support for Xiaodao. I owe 500 words, and I will make up for it tomorrow. This afternoon, I happened to see a video of the migrant workers brother group, Zuri Yang Gang, screaming Spring Bear Chested, and I burst into tears. Brothers who are interested can go and see it. It's very touching. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Potential Threats and the Story of If the 28-year-old Michael Owen exudes the charm of a mature man after years of refinement, and the golden boy's gentle and humble smile will always give fans a bright spring sunshine, then Alan Smith quite the opposite. After being seriously injured and abandoned by the Red Devils and Manchester United, this white-haired bad boy who seemed to have been heartbroken by Sir Alex Ferguson resolutely carried out his cruelty to the end. An unforgettable betrayal turned the Prince of Ellen Road, who used to prepare for the game alone, even though he knew the team would be relegated, completely turned into a talking ice, so much so that, when the broadcast camera was pointed at when this man, who had been sitting behind an obtuse triangle red interview table and remained silent, felt an inexplicable coldness in the entire live broadcast room. Because, under the strong white hair that stubbornly sticks up, there is a face with sharp edges and corners, but without any smile at all. The beautiful host Andy Tinner adjusted her expression and asked with a careful smile, "Alan, I think fans all over England want to know, if we could turn back the time and go back to the European group stage match against Spain, what would you do? Will you still throw that punch?" Smith looked up, his cold eyes seeming to wonder why someone would make idiotic assumptions that are completely impossible. Andy Tinner added a little embarrassedly, because many football experts have said, judging from the state in the final, if you are not suspended in the next game, you will definitely be able to hand in a more perfect answer, and even the possibility of becoming a world-class superstar. Meeting. Before the beautiful host finished speaking, Alan Smith gave his answer without hesitation, and then it turned into an iceberg point. However, no one knew that this white-haired man who looked like an iceberg was actually rolling in his heart like a volcano. It was naturally his dream to be able to charge for crazily in subsequent games without being suspended from the European Cup. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to retract his fist at that moment. Become a world-class star? That is naturally good, but if Crazy Lee had made that punch, what would have happened later might have prevented England from reaching the final. England and Crazy Lee were as cold as ice. Alan, who is passionate and passionate, hopes that they can win the ultimate honor. That's all. The program has come to an end here. In just over 50 minutes, more than 200 people in the live broadcast hall were able to watch, and more than 20 million people in England in front of TV sets of various brands were reacquainted with Crazy Lee. After uncovering the arrogance of raising the middle finger on the sidelines of the football field during the game, and looking past the bright laughter and curses at the press conference, people got to know a living and more complete Madman Lee from the mouths of the stars and colleagues. At this time, the lights in the live broadcast hall suddenly became dim. The big screen behind the host desk in the live broadcast hall lit up, and the audience began to see the proud achievements of the England team in the past 365 days under the leadership of the man known as the God on the sidelines of the football field. A picture of the achievement. In a trance, those exciting games transcended the shackles of the years and once again pulled the whole of Great Britain back to the blood-soaked time. What came from the ears was the iconic crazy roar of the TV commentator sister! Exclamation mark. Time after time, shaking everyone's eardrums. Goal. David Beckham's beautiful tackle and pass. Wayne Rooney's beautiful shot. It was a fucking beautiful combination from start to finish. England leading the German team 1:0. Rooney passed the ball. Irving fell into the muscle forest of the Israeli team. If it were replaced by the Michael Owen who was at his peak before, maybe it would be okay. Ouch. He flew up. Shoot. Goal. The ball went in. Michael Owen scored his first goal after returning to the national team. The goal is scored. Goal. David Beckham, the England captain, scored the Three Lions' first goal in this European Cup. An infinitely perfect start. In the goal we saw Crazy Lee's middle finger again. Ouch. Look, it's the middle finger. Crazy Lee's middle finger appears again. From now on, I suggest that every viewer in front of the TV must not take a nap, do not drink beer, and do not kiss your lover. In short, don't do anything. Open your eyes to the limit, because you will see a wonderful performance. Wow, yes. The full moon scimitar. David scored a beautiful free kick. We lead the Spanish team 2:0 exclamation point. Shoot. The ball went in. Straight into the blind corner. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Alan Smith redeemed himself. The football flew into the upper right corner of the German team's goal. Lemon had no reaction. Quick, too fast. In the last second of the game, Alan Smith's blast pulled England back from the brink. The fifth round of the penalty shootout. Berwick's penalty was saved by Joe Hart. David Beckham stood in front of the goal. He is the best captain of the England team and the best captain of this European team. He almost single-handedly brought the England team into the final. If this penalty kick is scored, the England team will create history. At this time, the sound of rapid breathing in the live broadcast hall gradually became clearly audible in the darkness. Although everyone understands that it is just a replay now, and the dazzling Delaunay Cup, which is watched by hundreds of millions of people, already belongs to England. However, when they see again the fateful moment 2 months ago, they are still nervous. It's inevitable every day. Until the penalty kick on the screen that was destined to go down in history was taken, and the commentator Sesta frantically yelled out with his soul, "Champion! England team!" The live broadcast hall suddenly erupted. There was a round of applause like a volcanic eruption. At this point, the screen goes off. Host sweetheart Andy Tina turned around, and her sensational closing words of the program were like a pair of gentle hands, gently bringing up the not so distant memories in the hearts of the fans again. This is the condensed 365 days that have been lost. That scene is destined to be forever engraved in the memory of the English people, and the immortal scene has been revived. From the McLaren era, the European Cup qualification was shaky to early qualifying as the first in the group in 2 rounds. From David Beckham's first goal against Greece in the group stage to the last penalty kick that carried countless English fans, when the European Football Federation President Platini will be handed over to David Beckham as confetti rises from the Ernst Happel Stadium. From that moment on, all English footballers should learn to be grateful and learn to surrender in the most humble manner at the feet of this 25-year-old Chinese. One day later, the news of Li Tongfan's resignation from the Three Lions has set off a tsunami-like turmoil in Europe and even the entire world of football, and it is still raging like a hurricane in the Western Pacific. Germany's Bild, which has always been rigorous, made a special issue for this purpose. There is a passage in it that appropriately evaluates the departure of Madman Li. Besides fans of the England team, fans of any other country will rejoice, because the invincible guy has finally withdrawn his sphere of influence from the national team competition. Brazil, Spain, Argentina, and other teams who are determined to the giants who won the 2010 World Cup can put their hearts back in their chests. Of course, on the other hand, the giant clubs in the 5 major leagues have to cheer up. AC Milan, Real Madrid, Chelsea, Manchester United, everyone please keep your eyes open, because when God on the sidelines of the football pitch focuses all his thoughts on the club, even the most accurate prediction in the world cannot tell you what kind of miracles Newcastle will create in the future. The center of the storm of Crazy Lee's resignation hurricane is obviously in English football. However, what is different from the Real Madrid era is that this time, both the Far and Madman Lee himself broke up amicably. Therefore, there was no incident of angry fans attacking Leoli's villa. Even the British media, which has always been as harsh as Grandad, has changed into a kind heart and sent blessings to this young Chinese man who has achieved a historical breakthrough for the Three Lions in the past year. 1 championship a year. 3 Lions. Madman Lee deserves the respect of Great Britain Extra. Queen Elizabeth plans to honor Madman Lee. Crazy Lee, the legendary manager of England for 413 days, who was demonizing Crazy Lee in the past. Please stand up and repent now. Salute, gentlemen. To the greatest manager in England's history, it can be seen that there is a warm side in human nature, and there is a warm side in human heart. Therefore, when any Zhang or Li Si makes achievements worthy of every respect in a certain field, or commits countless crimes, then he will receive the treatment he deserves, whether during his lifetime, or after his death. Glory for a lifetime or infamy for eternity. In the past 365 days, Li Tongfan, known as the Madman, has cursed the media, ridiculed opponents, criticized players, and ridiculed officials. He even got angry because fans booed his players. The experience of provoking fans. However, he would never deliberately pat his chest and say what I can bring to you, what I can satisfy you. Because, when this sultry man is in the non-kidnapping state, he will usually only use actual actions to tell you what I have brought and what I have been to. Many times, once a certain potential is created and established, there will definitely be many people who blindly follow the trend, or even those who are pretentious in ordinary life can't help but join in. Therefore, when the first praises for Madmanly rang out across the British Isles, enemies and friends alike began to reflect. Then, more people started to catch up and sing praises. However, at this time, Lee Tongfan was not moved to tears by other people's praise. In the past, the ridicule of the media were like a refreshing breeze in Leo Lee's ears. Now, it is replaced by praise and flattery for the boring man. The same is true. While all the people in England were complimenting him, he was cursing at the top of his lungs. Hey, Alan, can you please stop being so fucking fierce? This is not a formal game. What if you injure your teammates with a shovel? Damn it, just smile. Come on, smile and show it to the little guys. Ouch. Bullshit. You scared all the new teammates. Rigbottom training base point. The morning fog surrounding the training ground has not dissipated, and the Newcastle first team is undergoing daily training. When Alan Smith brought down Pastor, the Argentinian midfielder who was dribbling a fake move with a murderous look on his face during training, Lee Tongbum, who was standing on the sidelines acting cool, suddenly jumped to his feet and cursed. Alan, don't you think you're too cool? There's a limit to how cool you can be. You should be calmer. How can you try so hard to pretend to be cool to steal my limelight as the head coach? Suck. The training ground, which was originally a little tense because of Smith's violent foul action, suddenly made the Hammers laugh because the head coach was tirelessly obsessed with the matter of being cool. And Alan Smith, who had white hair, groaned in pain and muttered, I don't know who wears sunglasses every day to pretend to be cool. Then he simply turned around and stopped looking at this. At certain times, his brain suddenly short-circuited. A very speechless and contemptuous psychotic leader. After the laughter, the training finally continued normally in a relaxed atmosphere. On the other side of the field, assistant coach Alan Shearer had a knowing smile on his face with a whistle in his mouth. Alan Smith's fierce shovel made the atmosphere just now very subtle. You must know that accidental injuries like this during training are most likely to destroy the team's atmosphere. If this leads to bad feelings among the players, it will be more than worth the gain. Even among the giants in the 5 major leagues, it is not uncommon for the team to collapse due to divisions in the dressing room. What's more, almost all the first team is a group of Newcastle players who are full of blood and half-year-olds. When the dangerous little flames start to smoke furtively, perhaps only a messy coach like Crazy Lee can use this seemingly nonsensical method to invisibly resolve the tense atmosphere just now. Shearer clearly remembered what Rooney had said in the Big Green a day before, and he agreed very much. Indeed, to the players, Lee is like a friend most of the time, rather than a state boss who has to maintain his authority at all times. This is better. The training continues. 10 minutes later. Hey, Javier, come here. Lee Tongfan, who had been standing on the sidelines to observe the Hammers group confrontation, called Pastor to his side. The other Hammers are not surprised, because once Leo Lee discovers that someone has something wrong during training, he will immediately call him to the sidelines to provide guidance. Looking at the panting Argentine teenager running over, Lee Tongfan handed over the towel, then frowned and said, Javier, you must pay attention to reducing personal dribbling when getting the ball. I know your skills are very good, but if the opponent is like, if Alan uses destructive tactics like that just now, you will get the team into trouble. Under the sun, the young man wiped away the sweat on his head and nodded. Boss, I understand. Well, listen Javier, I really like the way you are casual and inspired when you play football. This is what makes you unique. With that said, Lee Tongfan reached out to take the wet towel that Pastor had wiped, patted the boy's shoulder, and continued to smile. But you have to understand that there is still a difference between European football and South American football. If you want to play here, to succeed on a piece of land, you must find a balance between the two. There is no absolute freedom, and no absolute discipline on the court. Do you understand what I mean? Seeing the young man nodding his head to express his understanding, Lee Tongfan suddenly and sneakily came over and whispered in Pastor's ear, although Alan is cool. In fact, he definitely doesn't have any ill intentions. It's just, well, he is just too serious. Whether it is a game or training, he is as serious as a robot. You are in the same position. I hope you can learn what you want from Alan's way of handling the ball. Pastor turned to look at the white-haired guy who once tackled the team's ace Michael Owen, and nodded to express his understanding. Training continues however. A few minutes later, Leoli helplessly grabbed his chin that had been shaved smooth by a Geely razor. He had to admit that the sincere sermon he had just racked his brains to say to the 17-year-old Pastor was completely complete. It failed because the Argentine teenager still couldn't help but stick the football to his feet during the group confrontation. It seems that Leoli has a long way to go on the road to training Mr. Shota. September 27th, sunny and sunny. The wind in Newcastle Harbour was still blowing salty with the sound of waves and the calls of seagulls. Citizens wearing black and white sword-striped shirts walked out of their homes after dinner and flocked to the building in the city centre that brought them countless the white palace of joy and emotion, St. James Park. Because the 6th round of the 2008-09 Premier League season will be raging tonight, and Newcastle, which has risen strongly this season, swept Middlesbrough, currently ranked 9th in the league standings, 5-1 at home at St. James Park. In this game, fans finally saw the dream strike combination of Flash Killer, Michael Owen, and Alien Ronaldo that they had been waiting for 2 full months. 90 minutes later, when the cheers in the stands and the fighting on the green field ended, this pair, which is considered to be the most anticipated combination of the Magpies in the next 1 or 2 years, did not disappoint people. Ronaldo performed a hat-trick. Michael Owen scored twice. The two superstars scored all 5 goals for the team. In addition to the Fat Man and Owen, Half-Blood Prince, Nicholas Gigi got a 30-minute chance to play, but unfortunately, although the little guy worked hard every second, after stepping onto the green, his luck was really bad, and he always missed the goal. However, there is someone in Newcastle who is even luckier than Nicholas Gigi, Lucas Podolski. Because Prince Polti actually kicked the penalty kick created by Gigi in the 89th minute into the back stands. In the camera, the German striker rubbed his hair with both hands and looked unbelievable. Penalties were originally his strong point. The head coach Crazy Lee also emphasized many times before the game that, if a penalty kick was generated, he must take it. He also hoped that Prince Polti could find his form through scoring goals. Who knows? These 2 months have been a nightmare that Prince Polti, who joined the Magpies at the highest personal transfer price in the summer, never wants to mention. 6 rounds of the league have passed, plus 2 English League Cup games, and 1 UEFA Cup game. Podolski has played 9 times in Newcastle, but handed in a dismal score of 0 goals and 0 assists. Even in the media's ratings after the game, Prince Polti often occupies the last throne of Newcastle's players. The poor performance is a world of difference from Podolski's brilliant performance in the European Cup 2 months ago. Many people who had expectations for Prince Polti were disappointed. People originally thought that Podolski, who had been unable to find his form in Bayern Munich, could grow into a symbol of the new generation of German strikers under the training of the god on the football field. However, now it seems that things are not as good as imagined. Can't even God save Podolski? Before the halfway point of the season, many media have already eagerly labeled Podolski as one of the top 10 failed Premier League signings in the summer. In September, the bright sunlight with a slightly scorching heat of this season still shines on St. James Park, but Prince Polti has gradually entered the cold winter step by step. The cold winter of his career. In addition to the eye-catching Newcastle game, the 6th round of the Premier League that just ended also staged a game that received great attention across Europe, the first traditional top 4 match of the 08-09 Premier League season. The Blues Chelsea played against the Red Devils Manchester United at Stamford Bridge, and the result of the game was shocking. Chelsea, which was highly expected before the game, and had proposed beautiful offensive football under the training of new coach Scolari this season, and remained unbeaten in the previous 5 league rounds, actually lost to the away Red Devils Manchester United with a 0-2 defeat. The defeat in the Battle of Stamford Bridge made the hot-tempered outsider, Scolari, who would do anything to win, suffer a devastating blow when he was most proud. Ferguson, the godfather of the Red Devils who has dominated the Premier League for more than 20 years, ruthlessly taught Big Phil a vivid lesson: the national team's record cannot be the capital for the league, and the success of Brazil and Portugal cannot provide you with the capital to dominate the Premier League. Here, in my territory, you are just a little bird. At the end of the game, watching the boss Abramovich, who looked fierce in the VIP box, leave without looking back, the grey-faced Scolari seemed to vaguely realize that the winter of the rabbit had come early. The outcome of the Battle of Stamford Bridge had a huge impact on the 08-09 season. The Blues Chelsea was the first to fall out of the winning streak group, and among the remaining teams, apart from Newcastle of Madmanly, only the Red Devils Manchester United, Arsenal, and Tottenham Hotspur still maintained a perfect record. The whole world is speculating, among the 3 famous coaches Ferguson, Wenger and Ramos, who is capable of accompanying the god on the football field to continue the winning streak to the end. As the sun and the moon rotate, the pace of the season has not stopped at all because of Chelsea's defeat. September 30th is still a good day. The league is temporarily suspended, and the more attractive second round of the UEFA Cup qualifiers begins. In the context of sweeping the opponent 8-2 in the first round, the second round at home has long become meaningless, and Hunter Athletic seems to have known its fate and simply opened its arms to let Newcastle rape it at St James Park, and fought a fierce offensive battle with the Magpies. Finally, after 90 minutes of fierce battle, Newcastle, who played with a full substitute lineup, defeated the attacking Belgian team 3-1 and eliminated the opponent with a total score of 11-3. The mixed-race little glutton Nicolas Gigi scored a goal in the game. Argentine centre-forward Crespo scored twice, although Lucas Podolski, who played the full 90 minutes, sent an indirect assist. His shot gave Gigi a good chance to score, but overall it continued the previous downturn. A big win, but it was not perfect for Newcastle. Because, shortly after the game, a very unfavorable news came: the alien Ronaldo, who came on as a substitute during the game, was diagnosed with a groin strain by the team doctor after the game. The most optimistic time is that he will be out for 3 weeks. 3 hours after the game, the news announced on the official website disappointed Newcastle fans. The much anticipated combination of Owen plus Ronaldo has only appeared in 2 games. People were expecting them to defeat the Magpies, but the alien once again lay down on the hospital bed to hug and tease the angel in white. But at this time, the wind direction began to change. Not long after the English media spent 3 days praising Crazy Lee of the Three Lions, they quickly returned to their original nature of sensationalism and began to return to their respective positions to point out Crazy Lee, who was mocking Newcastle. However, due to the team's impeccable record, this time the media goalkeeper targeted the just concluded transfer selection. There is no need to go into details about Podolski's downturn. Ronaldo's injury triggered a new round of verbal abuse. Barbara, a famous reporter from The Times, unceremoniously criticized Lee Tongbiam's recruitment strategy in her column. "That crazy guy Lee, when he was in the national team, was my idol, but as soon as he returned to Newcastle, this young man started making mistakes. I remember at the beginning of the season, people were still jealous because of the arrival of a superstar like Ronaldo at St James Park. Happy and encouraging, but this guy who earns Newcastle's highest weekly salary now wants the club to pay for his medical expenses. So, today I have to express my opinion. Crazy Lee's transfer strategy in the summer is a huge one. Mistake." Ronaldo returned to the hospital bed as usual. Podolski was still looking for the missing shooting boots. Marcelo's performance was up and down, and Makalal had almost no chance to play. The head coach's office at the Rig-Bottom training base snapped, smashing the newspaper with a blonde beauty printed in his hand on the table. Lee Tongfan scolded without grace. "Damn it, are you ladies going through menopause early? Hey, Alan, do you know this pretty girl in the newspaper? Girl. Puff. On the sofa in the office, assistant coach Alan Shearer squirted every drop of the coke he had just drank into his mouth. Then, under Leoli's inexplicable gaze, Hiller stood up in a panic, as if he was electrocuted, closed the office door, then closed the window, and then drew the curtains. After doing all this, the assistant coach mysteriously turned around and looked at Lee Tongfan with a black line on his forehead. With helplessness written on his face, he explained, "Lee, if the players hear these words just now, you are very wise to your coach. Greatness has a bad image, seriously. Do you know the details about this girl?" Leoli didn't care. "I know. Bruce Barbara, the most well-known beauty reporter of the Times, worked for Sky TV a year ago and was poached to North London by the Times for a very high price of £500,000. £500,000? Lee Tongfan was stunned, and then he realized that £500,000 may not be enough to buy the thigh of an ordinary Premier League player, but it is indeed a sky-high price for a journalist. This one is called Barbara. The pretty girl is so fierce. Is there anything different about her?" In Leoli's puzzled eyes, Alan Shearer began to explain mysteriously, "Although the pretty girl you are talking about is only 28 years old this year, when she was just an intern reporter 4 years ago, she reported a big event happened that shocked Europe." "Big deal? What big deal?" "It was this young lady who broke the news about British Prime Minister Blair's most trusted minister, Blunkett. This news shocked the entire British Isles at the time." "Stop." Leoli waved his hand impatiently. "What does this have to do with us? Why did this little girl attack me?" "Because Barbara suddenly gave up her beloved political journalism 2 years ago, became crazy about football, and became a football reporter. After that, she successively reported Rooney's prostitution scandal, see Ronaldo and Anderson and Nana's collective prostitution scandal, Defoe's prostitution scandal." The sultry man was shocked. This guy named Barbara, who either has a grudge against prostitutes or football players, actually devotes his limited life so tirelessly to the unlimited career of catching rapes. Barbara is the supreme idol of every football reporter in the media industry, and a ghostly nightmare for any player or coach. Once she is entangled with her, no matter how much you protect your privacy, she will dig out anyone who is strict, and she has a more terrifying detection ability than 007, unless you are a saint with no flaws in your body. Speaking of this, Alan Shearer suddenly looked at Leoli with schadenfreude, with an indescribable lust in his eyes. In such a room, where the doors and windows were closed tightly, and the curtains were drawn tightly, he was a strong man looked at him with such aggressive eyes that Lee Tongfan couldn't help but feel hairy all over his body. Therefore, Leoli asked cautiously, "Alan, why do you look at me like this?" "Lee, you have to be mentally prepared. You must be mentally prepared." Alan Shearer stood up and smiled at Lee Tongfan, his tone full of teasing. "I have a strong premonition. Barbara is targeting you this time. You are in big trouble." Ha 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 ha. At the end, Alan Smith couldn't help laughing when he saw Lee Tongfan's expression, as if he had eaten a dead child. Then he opened the office door and left laughing. Seeing Shearer disappearing from the Rig Bottom training base with a posture even more coquettish than his moves on the court before retiring, Lee Tongfan shivered all over, slowly thinking about what the assistant coach had just said in his heart. The meaning of the words, while muttering to himself, "Your uncle is just being stared at by a chick. What are you afraid of? Our old Lee does not steal, rob, or whore. There is no scandal at all. Everywhere in his body as pure as a virgin. The devil Barbara came to investigate me. Isn't it just to prove our righteousness?" Haha. Speaking of this, Lee Tongfan suddenly thought of a very scary thing, and his body froze immediately. "Alan, this bastard just said that Barbara has a detective ability comparable to 007. If this bitch really wants to mess with me, what if? What should I do if she discovers the secret of the FM 2009 system?" This is definitely a fatal weakness for Leoli. After the UEFA Cup match, it's time for the national team match day point. The much anticipated successor to Crazy Lee was finally announced. The FAR announced the new helmsman of the Three Lions at 1500 hours that afternoon in the press conference hall of the headquarters building where Crazy Lee took office and resigned. Fabio Capello. This news soon caused a sensation in the entire European football world. Even the most ordinary fans found it ridiculous that the ape shit between Crazy Lee and Capello was ridiculous a year ago. When Madman Lee left Real Madrid, it was the Italian gold medal coach who succeeded Madman Lee and became the new captain of the Bernabeu. Unexpectedly, when Madman Lee said goodbye to the Three Lions a year later, the man who came to take over the coaching position was actually Capello. Could it be that the Italian gold medal coach is addicted to eating the scraps left by Crazy Lee? Or maybe Mr. Capello must stand up wherever he falls? After the previous Galaxy battleship coach who succeeded Crazy Lee was fired in an awkward manner, he decided to find success once again by taking over from Crazy Lee's coach. Public outcry. What awaits Capello is obviously not just doubts. First of all, tomorrow is a special day. I sincerely hope that no one among the swordsman brothers and sisters will celebrate the holiday. Secondly, thank you to Kai and Kian, Only Love Competition, Waterproof Heroic Books, Book Friends 15,421,205, and Ruhan Ayu, I Love Smoking and Drinking, Danglin 2010, XMQXJ, I Love 888, 12 Wings Supreme Angel, 9Z of the Gods Lord, Omnipotent God. Favorite bathing skin, Frozen Origin Snow, Flying in Flames, Bored Little Wolf and other brothers and sisters give rewards and support. The knife bows 90 degrees in thanks. Finally, I would like to recommend this book without any responsibility, Frost Condensation in the Sky, a new work that the competitive author wants to write or not. I was forced to do so. Brothers who are curious can go and have a look. Hey. Chapter 359. In fact, what is waiting for Capello in England is obviously not just doubts. Fabio Capello can be called the gold medal coach by the international football world, and his personal coaching ability is indeed very strong. In the era before the emergence of Crazy Lee, when countless famous coaches were fighting for supremacy, if one had to elect a coach who could best represent the gold medal and championship from the many football coaches in the 5 major leagues of the European continent, then this person must be Fabio Capello. In his more than 20 years of coaching career, whether in Rome, AC Milan, Juventus or Real Madrid, Capello has always been able to bring victory and trophies to his supporters. It can be said that the Italian himself has become the embodiment and synonym of honor. However, all this glory has been eclipsed by a young Chinese descendant who is called a madman by fans and the media, appearing like a star in the European football world. Because, in front of a head coach who has never lost even a game in an official game since he started coaching, any comparison of glory and honor will become ridiculous and pale. 23 glittering championship trophies could not give Capello any confidence when facing Crazy Lee. Although the two had not had a direct confrontation on the football field, in front of the amazing record that Crazy Lee had already shown, few people on the planet would think that if the gold medal coach and the god on the football field met, the person who would win in the end would be Capello. In the 2007-08 season, Italy made a very courageous decision to take over the post-myth era Real Madrid. This decision was considered by many head coaches and football experts at the time to be an extremely risky and self-destructive decision, because the light that Crazy Lee left in the Bernabeu in the previous year was too dazzling, and the Chinese created an almost unprecedented and difficult to replicate myth there. Any successor, even if as famous as gold medal coach Capello, will undoubtedly live under the shadow of this myth for a long time. In the next long season, once the record fluctuates, it will be eclipsed in an instant. And the facts in the next 2007-08 season proved that Capello did lose miserably. Although Real Madrid defended the league title in the 2007-08 season, the stumbling performance of the Galaxy battleship is a far cry from the invincible posture of the Crazy Lee era. Once the fig leaf of the league title was torn off, Real Madrid's defeat in the King's Cup and the European Champions League made countless media and fans vent their anger on Capello. As the league champion, he was eagerly kicked out by the Bernabeu after the end of the season. For a generation of famous coaches, it is indeed a great shame. The reason for this, in addition to the arrogant and stubborn temper of Italy, which makes it difficult to get along with the media and senior management, the shadow left by Crazy Lee there is definitely the most fatal factor. As the saying goes, one learns from one's mistakes. People always have to avoid walking into the same river and falling into the same trap, but now it seems that Capello doesn't think so. Today, Capello just walked out of the previous shadow, but he walked into another shadow created by Crazy Lee without hesitation. Because, after the England national team made a stunning breakthrough to the top of the Alps in the summer of 2008, the only remaining opportunity for the Italians to wash away their shame and prove to the world that old is still the best is the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. This is the only and last opportunity for Capello to step out of the shadow of Madman Lee and regain the glory of the former gold medal coach. No wonder the Italian coach went to the Tiger Mountain, even though he knew there was a tiger in the mountain. But is the World Cup really that easy to get? The view of the well-known French football media L'Equipe can best represent what the entire world football wants to say to the Italian coach, Mr. Fabio. There are many ways to regain the glory of the past, but this time you chose the most difficult one. I wish you good luck. The public opinion storm caused by Capello's entry into the Three Lions is still continuing, but soon people gradually turn their attention to the New England national team's friendly match roster. Capello did not keep people on suspense and announced the 23-man squad the second day after he took office, and controversy followed because Michael Owen and Alan Smith, two of Lee's loyal followers who made great contributions in the 2008 European Cup, were unexpectedly not selected. Among the 23-man squad, only Stephen Taylor, the little superman of the Magpies, who had created a 9-game winning streak in all fronts in the 2008-09 season, was selected. In addition, apart from Joe Hart, the young goalkeeper who is now indispensable to the England team, Daniel Sturridge, Mancini and other young players who emerged in the era of Lee's Three Lions were unsurprisingly eliminated by Capello from the national team. And David James, the nervous goalkeeper of Portsmouth who once criticized Lee for not being selected for the national team, was called up by the Italians and returned to the Three Lions. Capello's foolish restoration. Bruce Barbara, a famous reporter from the Times, expressed her indignation with 5 exclamation marks and also published her own views in her personal column that day. The first thing the Italian did after taking office was the same as what he did at Real Madrid, which was to try to weaken the influence of Madman Lee in the Three Lions. I hope he will not let the tragedy at the Bernabeu happen this time. Once again at Wembley. In my opinion, the omissions of Michael Owen and Alan Smith are only temporary, and if Capello is a wise man he should know he just needs a little wrist slap. These two crazy people are absolutely direct descendants of Lee, and the future of young people like Manziani is not good. Everyone knows how much pressure is on Capello now. Young people make him feel insecure regarding this issue. Reporters from the British Isles will certainly not let Lee Tongfan go, because almost all fans are waiting to hear the roar of Madman Lee after Irving and Smith were defeated, but they were all disappointed. Capello is a great head coach. Everyone has their own standards when selecting players. He is now the head coach of the England team. He has the final say. Everything has nothing to do with me. But, I think Owen and Smith can bring a lot of help to the team. Maybe Mr. Capello can consider them more. What? Lee Tongfan said in an interview with the Daily Telegraph was shocking. It seemed that the man who appeared in the camera was no longer the crazy Lee who laughed and cursed before, and did not even give face to the Queen of England. A well-trained and courteous diplomat. Many people speculate that the reason why Crazy Lee rarely expresses goodwill to another Italian is that he is not full of respect for Capello, as he said, because Crazy Lee has never known respecting the old and caring for the young. The real reason is, being so low-key is just to protect Irving and Smith and prevent the notoriously stubborn Capello from permanently abandoning Irving and Smith because of his personal prejudices. For a time, the fans' admiration for Crazy Lee reached a new level. However, who can know what Capello is worried about? As early as when he was coaching Real Madrid, the Italian was surprised to find that many players who could exert great energy under Crazy Lee would inexplicably show signs of decline in his own hands. Such a situation would always bring him a reputation for improper employment. So this time, the famous Italian coach decided to take it step by step. First of all, he made sure that the players in the Legion could perform as well as they did in the European Cup under him. Therefore, Irving and Smith, who are too dazzling, might as well take a break for the time being. The game has gone on for 77 minutes, and the score is still 0:0. This is Capello's first game since taking over the Three Lions. The Czech team fought fiercely in the midfield, and the situation is still deadlocked. In the dim living room with the lights off, the light constantly emitted from the screen of the Philips 42-inch LCD ultra-thin TV shone piece by piece on Lee Tongfan's face, which was sunk deeply on the sofa. It flickered on and off. Although he is no longer the coach of the Three Lions, Leoli is still concerned about the team's results. At this point in time, in the somewhat distant Wembley Stadium in London, Italian Capello's first friendly match after taking over the Three Lions was in full swing amidst the cheers of 800 million English fans as predicted by the outside world. The Italians did not hesitate to abandon Lee Tongfan's previous 4-1-2-1-2 formation and instead used a more reliable and safer 4-2-3-1 formation. Rooney was alone at the front. Lampard, Gerrard and James Milner appeared in the midfield. Gareth Barry and Michael Carrick formed the backcourt, and Gary Neville, John Terry, Rio Ferdinand and Ashley Cole lined up on the backline, and the goalkeeper position is still Joe Hart. On the bench sat David Beckham, Stephen Downing, Stephen Taylor and Ashley Young, who were highly used during the Lee Tongban era, and played for the Three Lions in the just concluded European Cup 2008. A former champion player who made great contributions to winning the championship, one emperor and one courtier. The fate of the Three Lions internationals has quietly begun to turn in a curve that no one can predict. As time passed, the score remained at 0:0. Although the England team took advantage of their home court to launch a frenzied offensive, they were always one step away from scoring. The broadcast camera showed close-up shots of Capello, the players on the bench and the audience in the stands over and over again. The director was obviously prepared to capture some interesting scenes. And some scenes that made the fans excited also appeared from time to time, such as Capello's roar, the frowns of the substitute players, the faint boos of the fans in the stands. Lee Tongfan sat in front of the TV and yawned a little tiredly after watching more than 70 minutes. The scene of this game was too monotonous. The England team seemed to have returned to Eriksson and Michela, the old style of play from the London era. Patting his own conscience, he said that Leoli is definitely not hiding at home waiting to see Capello's jokes as many media speculated after the roster came out. Moreover, if possible Lee Tongfan still hopes that the famous Italian coach can let the Three Lions embark on a sustainable and healthy development path. With the TV on just like that, Leoli picked up the newspaper on the coffee table in front of the sofa and read it out of boredom. This is the latest version of the Times. Ever since Alan Shearer told Leoli about the rape-catching story of the female version of 007 Bruce Barbara, Leoli really felt sorry for the 28-year-old blonde from the bottom of his heart. Beauty is a bit scary, so these days I pay special attention to Barbara's personal column called Deadly Window in the Times. To be fair, Barbara is indeed a very delicate woman. There is a color photo of her at the top of the Deadly Window column of the Times. She is wearing a black all-professional suit. A clean white shirt gently pokes out from the top of a cyan short-waisted single-button suit. The opening of the shirt is very small. Low fair skin with delicate and smooth collarbones. Pure black hair that is rare among Europeans and Americans, sloping down like a waterfall, half covering the deadly and seductive deep pupils behind the white Dulce/U0026 Gabbana glasses. The whole person is like a bloody rose blooming in the darkness, beautiful and thorny. If he hadn't listened to Alan Shearer's solemn emphasis, it would be difficult for Lee Tongfan to imagine that such a woman full of temptation would be a nightmare for almost all the famous people in the Premier League. Capello made a stupid decision. He should inherit the wealth that crazily left to the England team, instead of completely erasing the pattern drawn by his companion on the blackboard like a angry kindergarten child, and starting over again. In this issue's Deadly Window personal column, Barbara criticized the new Three Lions coach Capello, but she was full of praise for Lee Tongfan between the lines. Leoli read the article written by BABA** in this column word for word, and was confused. Could it be that this woman suddenly changed her gender and stopped going against me? A few days ago, I was still mocking my summer transfer strategy, and now I'm praising my achievements in the England team. I don't know why, but looking at Barbara's photo in the newspaper again, Lee Tongfan felt a very bad feeling in his heart. Just at this time, Wayne Rooney shot, the ball went in. In the 88th minute of the game, the England team finally broke the deadlock on the field. David Beckham, who came on as a substitute, took a corner kick. Rooney missed the shot and the melee. Suddenly from the TV, the commentator roared an octave higher. It turned out that England finally scored a goal after besieging the Czech team for more than 80 minutes. In the picture, the English fans in the stands of Wembley Stadium finally boiled over, and after scoring a goal in the stadium, Rooney and his teammates hugged each other crazily, and on the sidelines, the figure was also black, but older than before. The Italians shook their fists in relief. At the end of September 2008, Capello and the England team took the first difficult step in the post-Crazy Lee era. After the national team match ended, Stephen Taylor, Newcastle's only young talent in the England team during the Capello era, returned to the Rigbottom training base to participate in the team's training. However, although Taylor survived the Italians' exclusion of dissenters, he did not get even 0.01 microsecond of playing time in the entire 93 minutes and 48 seconds of the friendly match against the Czech Republic. Yeah, it's purely a soy sauce and passing by role, so I was obviously in a bad mood after I came back. Taylor, who was unhappy because he didn't get a chance to play for the national team, Podolski, who was in poor form and was ridiculed by the media, Javier Pastor, who had said it many times and still only knew how to dribble with his head covered, was so cold that he was beaten with 3 sticks. Alan Smith, who couldn't give a shit, Ronaldo, who has been lying in the hospital bed and teasing the angel in white after straining his groin. The sky in Newcastle seems to be getting less clear. Courtside point Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines and looked at the Hammers with different expressions during training, and suddenly realized that it was not easy to complete the latest system task and increase the team's cooperation to above 80. This thing is not like the outcome of the game, which can be modified by FM millimeters. It has to be done step by step. With his hands behind his back, Leoli returned to the head coach's office with a heavy heart. Who would have thought that the seat under his buttocks was not warm as soon as he entered the office? Assistant coach Alan Shearer secretly opened the door and got in. He did not say hello to Leoli, but just like last time, he took the lead. He quickly closed the doors and windows tightly, then took out a stack of newspapers from the hem of his training shirt and threw it to Lee Tongfan, who was sitting on the chair and was dumbfounded. He said with a sly smile with interest, "Take a look at this first." Seeing the lewd expression on Alan Shearer's face, Lee Tongfan picked up the newspaper suspiciously, and after a third of a second, his eyes were completely fixed on the newspaper. Sports stars get drunk and call prostitutes. Who makes them fall? The front page headline of the newspaper marked the theme with the largest English word. The 5 scolared question marks behind it made a shocking feeling rush to the face. Under the headline, there were 7 or 8 blurry photos. Photo 1. The lights were dim in the chaotic bar, and beautiful women with scanty clothing could be vaguely seen among them. The 2 men among them were highlighted using special camera technology. Any England fan could recognize these 2 in less than a second. The men are Newcastle stars Podolski and Juan Mata. Photo 2. The background changed from the dark main hall of the bar to near the inner door, where the lights became clearer. Podolski, who was already drunk and blurry, hugged a woman with heavy makeup and kissed her wildly, and behind him, Juan Ma, there is also an unknown chestnut-haired woman in his arms, and they have a close relationship. Photo 3. The background changed again, and outside the bar, Podolski opened the door of his Porsche 911 and pulled the woman with makeup who had just kissed him out of the penalty area, while Juan Mata was trying to say something. Photo 4. Assistant coach Alan Shearer has been leaning against the door and watching Lee Tongfan's expression. What happened at the beginning was not what he expected. Lee Tongfan's expression changed as expected when he first saw what was in the newspaper, and then the anger all over his body was burning like a tangible thing. However, later on, Lee Tongfan seemed to suddenly realize something, and he actually smiled happily. He sat on the chair, then crossed his legs and read it word for word with gusto, like he was reading a recreational novel. Hiller didn't know what Lee Tongfan was thinking. However, if what was said in the newspaper is true, when he was still the head coach of Newcastle, Podolski and Juan Mata would have done little internal review, and they would not have been able to get at least 2 weeks' salary. Got it? Of course, what Shearer wants to do most before the final penalty decision is to scold the two troublemakers Podolski and Juan Mata to soothe the anger in his heart. Originally, Shearer thought that Lee Tongfan would do the same thing as him, and even behave more explosively, because everyone knew Crazy Lee's iron-fisted methods of managing the team. But at least now, Lee Tongfan's reaction was beyond his expectation. Cool. Lee Tongfan read all the reports in the newspaper in one breath and let out a long sigh. At the end of the newspaper article, a familiar name caught Leoli's eyes. Exclusive report from Times reporter Bruce Barbara. At this moment, Lee Tongfan can conclude with certainty, Alan Shearer's premonition is not wrong at all. The female 007 Barbara is indeed eyeing him. It was only this person who commented on his summer recruitment strategy before. Premier League celebrity nightmare, and now this report is a statement of head-on battle. What a bastard. The Buddha blessed this 28-year-old spinster who went through early menopause to give birth to a son without a butthole. Lee Tongfan cursed what he thought was the most vicious curse in his heart, and then began to think about how to deal with this incident. Newcastle's reputation has soared this season due to the addition of heavyweight superstars such as Ronaldo and Podolski. Coupled with the 9-game winning streak at the beginning of the season, both the club's image and commercial appeal have increased exponentially. Under Lee Tongfan's deliberate management, countless young fans put Newcastle first. Countless sponsors came to negotiate sponsorship contracts with flattering smiles, and countless small clubs gathered around and asked to become the Magpie satellite club. At a time when the situation is great and Lee Tongfan's planned Magpie business empire is beginning to take shape, this time's prostitution scandal between Podolski and Juan Mata is absolutely devastating to the healthy and good image that the Magpie Legion has just established. Strike. Therefore, even if he called Tadam Hammers into the office and beat him up with a bruised face, swollen nose, crooked eyes, and a face full of peach blossoms, it would not be able to fill the anger in Lee Tongfan's heart. However, Lee Tongfan didn't want to do that, because there is something fishy about this matter. Absolutely. Compared with these newspapers that cheat and don't apply the brakes, Leoli believes in his players more. If Podolski has only been in contact with Lee Tongfan for less than 4 months and makes Leoli afraid to make a decision, then Juan Mata can definitely make Lee Tongfan feel at ease. In terms of character, Mata is definitely tens of thousands of light years better than a playboy like Ronaldo. Old Lee dared to swear at the moon, which represents love, that Mata will never hire a prostitute. So, there must be something wrong here. If you attack the two Hammers without asking any questions at the beginning, and instead fall into the trap of this bitch named Barbara, you must first figure out what happened, and then think about countermeasures. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan raised his head and ordered Alan Shearer, who was leaning against the door with a confused look on his face. Alan, please call those two guys in. Alright. 10 minutes later, head coach's office point. After reading the content in the newspaper, Podolski and Juan Mata sat on the sofa with pale faces. The two Hammers looked at each other and saw each other's horrified expressions. Such a thing is very important to the two players who are trying to establish a new image. Two people can't understand what it means to the club. Looking at the boss Lee Tongfan, who was sitting behind his desk with a sullen face and said nothing, Juan Mata panicked first. Things were not what the newspaper said at all. Mata opened his mouth to explain, but before he could speak, Bodo beside him Husky suddenly stood up, and as Ixie opened his mouth and shouted, "Boss, I had to drag Mata to the bar. In fact, he didn't do anything. It was my fault alone," snapped. Before Podolski could finish speaking, Lee Tongfan raised his hand and threw the newspaper on the table in his face. Leoli jumped to his feet as if he had been stabbed in the butt and yelled, "What are you doing? Showing off as a hero? A hero does what a hero should do. It's your fault alone. Will the media believe it? Will the fans believe it? Do you think all your problems will disappear if you open your mouth?" Lee Tongfan's voice was so loud that even the windows in the office seemed to be buzzing from the sound waves exploding from his mouth. This voice also startled assistant coach Alan Shearer. This was the first time Shearer had seen Crazy Lee lose such a temper to one of his own 10 minutes ago, he saw Lee Tongfan sitting on his seat with a smile and reading the newspaper. He thought that old Lee was not angry, but how could he know that it was like an atomic bomb exploding out of control? Looking at the other first team players still training not far away outside who couldn't help but look over here, Alan Shearer once again had to hurriedly close the door, close the windows and draw the curtains, covering the office tightly. Don't let your family scandal show up to anyone. Shearer doesn't want to wake up and open the newspaper tomorrow and read words like madmanly roared at the office. Newcastle players and coaches fought and tended to collapse. Fortunately, Podolski did not become angry because Lee Tongfan scolded him, but just stood there with his head covered and admitted his mistake. And Juan Mata could no longer sit still at this time point. Even though Mata is invincible on the green field and is respectfully called Angel Wings by the media and fans, he is famous, but in essence, he is just a young man who is just 20 years old. The man who created him today's glory and was like a father and brother was furious. Mata felt guilty, scared, nervous, and regretful for a moment. He felt a mixture of emotions. He was frightened by Lee Tongfan's roar just now. When he came to his senses, he quickly stood up with a pale face and defended in a low voice, "Boss, in fact, things are not what the newspaper said at all. That shameless reporter is making random accusations against us. You don't need to say that." Lee Tongfan glared and waved his hand unceremoniously to interrupt Mata's defense. "Of course I know it's those bastard reporters who are talking nonsense like mad dogs." Lee Tongfan pointed at Podolski, who was standing there like a mallet, and continued to curse. "Because I have been ridiculed by the media, because of my poor condition recently, I propose to go out for a drink, and you." At this point, Lee Tongfan pointed at Mata's nose again. "As his good friend, I naturally had to accompany him out, so I went to the bar, right? I guess those so-called prostitutes were probably traps designed by some media for you to fall into, right? Tell me, I guessed right." After Lee Tongfan scolded him, the other three people in the office had different expressions. Both Juan Mata and Podolski were shocked. The two hammers obviously couldn't understand how the boss knew all this. "It's like I've always been with them, could it be?" Assistant coach Alan Shearer pouted. "Since you know that these two guys were cheated by the media, why are you so angry? Why, you didn't say anything anymore. Do you feel that you are aggrieved?" Lee Tongfan walked over from behind the desk, reached out and gently peeled off the newspaper that was still hanging on Podolski's shoulder. After he had thrown it over, he crumpled it into a ball and threw it into a trash can not far away. Then, he patted the silent Podolski on the shoulder and continued in a lower tone, "I believe you will never do those disgusting things that the shameless reporter said in the newspaper. In fact, even if you did those, I don't care about things. It's not wrong for young people to be impulsive occasionally. Your recent light clothing is really not good." Puff. Hiller, who was leaning against the door, really couldn't stand that Lee Tongfan was obviously a few years older than Podolski, but he pretended to be old-fashioned and taught him a lesson, and he couldn't hold back his laughter. Seeing Leoli blowing his beard and glaring at him, Hiller thought that he couldn't start a fight with his current appearance, and there was no need to stay any longer. With a heart in his stomach, he opened the door and turned around to go out. Lee Tongfan then continued, "I'm angry because you have brought your bad state on the court into your life, and you have shown signs of giving up on yourself. Don't rush to deny it, just like you just opened your mouth and took on all the problems. On my own, I look very heroic, but this does not solve the problem." Having said this, Lee Tongfan turned around and punched Juan Mata's bulging chest muscles, then returned to his seat and sat down, and then continued, "I believe you, and you should believe it too. Me, am I a tyrant who only knows how to punish players if everything is done right? I believe in you, and you should believe in me too." This sentence made Podolski, who was still standing in front of the sofa in a daze, shudder. Combined with what Lee Tongfan said before, Prince Polty suddenly felt that he had been in Newcastle for more than 3 months, but he still didn't know Crazy Lee very well. He actually looked at Crazy Lee with the same eyes as other coaches before. What a ridiculous mistake. "Sit down and tell us what's going on." The two hammers hesitated for a moment, took a few steps back, and sat back on the sofa. Podolsky became much more proactive this time and told everything clearly in the most sincere manner before Juan Mata after the training yesterday. Podolsky, who had a mediocre performance on the court and was criticized by the media, did want to go to the bar because he was in a bad mood and invited Juan Mata, his best friend in the club. After the two of them arrived at a bar near the Rigburton training base, Podolsky soon got a little tipsy after drinking to drown his sorrows. At this time, several heavily made up women came over and took the initiative to approach him. Later, those highly suggestive photos published in the Times happened. After listening to Podolsky's narration, Leoli became more and more certain that the media must have been playing tricks. In the English football world, there are countless ways of creating scandals similar to the phishing of the Chinese traffic police brigade. Many players and celebrities have been ruined by the media in this way. It is worth mentioning that the most typical case of falling under the pervasive means of reporters actually happened to the same person. Former England national team coach Eriksson was once disguised by a reporter from Mundo Deportivo to create the shocking Chiefgate incident, and after that, the Swedish coach Eriksson's prostitution and group sex incident that shocked the world football world. Even the shrewd Eriksson fell twice in a row under the pens and cameras of reporters, let alone the two fledglings Podolsky and Juan Mata. If Lee Tongfan guessed correctly, those sexy women who came to the door must have been hired by the female 007 Bruce Barbara to act. After holding his head and thinking for a while, Lee Tongfan looked up and asked, "What happened later? Didn't those women get in your car? You wouldn't." "No, absolutely not." Juan Mata jumped up and waved his hands as if he had encountered a flood and beast. "Lucas was drunk at the time. I drove away from the bar and threw those women of unknown origin to the side of the road shortly after." Lee Tongfan's eyes lit up. In this case, he was much more relieved. The most worrying thing is that the two guys were photographed by the media after drinking and had sex or other favorable evidence. In that case, Newcastle Club will be extremely passive. The English media is very cunning in this regard. They always like to disclose it bit by bit after mastering absolute evidence and happily watch the opponent's words and sophistry and finally deliver a fatal blow. According to what Mata said, things are not bad. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan felt much more relaxed. Seeing Mata's blushing face, he deliberately teased him. "Hey, Juan, you were not drunk at that time. Why are you still hugging those women tightly in the photos? Are you?" This time Mata blushed even more. "No, she is not those strange women." "Ah. Wahaha, huh? Tell the truth. Who is she?" Lee Tongfan asked her questions casually, and the fire of gossip burned immediately. "She is Juan's girlfriend. When he was in the bar yesterday, he said that he would find an opportunity to introduce Angel to the boss." Seeing Mata's embarrassment, Podolsky, who was already in a much better mood, very shamelessly betrayed his friend. "Ahahaha, Angel. Hey, man, you finally fell in love." Lee Tongfan jumped up, his eyes flashing green light, and rushed over from behind the desk, squeezed between the two hammers, and completely ignored his dignity as a head coach, and asked with a playful smile, "Oh, tell me, how did you, a pure little virgin, seduce that girl?" After saying that, without waiting for Mata to answer, Leoli jumped up again and picked up the newspaper from the trash can, unfolded it, and looked at the photo carefully under the fluorescent light, then laughed wildly and said, "Juan, you are good. You seduced such a hot girl without saying anything." Bang, bang. Mata and Podolsky were instantly defeated by the boss and fell down and fainted on the sofa. Alan Shearer stood at the door of the head coach's office and whistled leisurely, still wondering how Lee Tongfan would deal with this matter. Unexpectedly, the door of the office opened only 5 or 6 minutes later, and then Juan Mata and Podolsky, the two sinners, came out talking and laughing, greeted him, and ran back to the training ground to continue training. They were cursing just now. Why are they so happy now? Shearer pushed the door and entered the office in confusion and found that Lee Tongfan was holding a cold and shining knife and cutting newspapers with a ferocious face. "Lee, what are you doing?" Lee Tongfan glued the cut piece of paper to the most conspicuous place in his office, took a few steps back to look at it, nodded with satisfaction, and then turned around and replied, "How dare you, a bitch like Barbara, take advantage of me? When the plot chapter 360, talk about something very important. Brothers, come in. The capital of the revolution has a problem. When I went out for lunch at noon today, I happened to come across a Chinese medicine clinic. I went in to check my hand. As you know, Deozi's left little finger has been numb for a long time. I have been too lazy to check it out. Recently, it has gone from numbness to soreness, and it has extended to the ring finger. It feels like poisoning. Who knows, if you don't check it out, you will be shocked. The old Chinese doctor said that the ulnar nerve was damaged, which was quite serious. He said a lot of professional terms, which scared Deozi so much that he was sweating all over and scared him half to death. Later, I was afraid of being cheated, so I went to a second-class hospital to check it out, and it was true. We queued up to register together, and then ate on the way back. It took me an afternoon to get home. I typed more than 2,000 in the morning. And I'm sorry to send it out. I have to go to the hospital tomorrow to check it out. Deozi has a guaranteed minimum of 6,000 in the next few days. Today is Friday, and it should be about the same around next Monday. By then, I will resume the state of updating 3 times a day. I have been updating 10,000 posts at 11 o'clock these days. My brothers have some complaints. I'm sorry, especially those who love to take a bath and have good skin. Deozi will resolutely correct it. Alas, I'm depressed. I'm not fully present today, and I feel even more sorry for my brothers. Honest swordsman, please forgive Deozi for the fact that Deozi will be manipulated by the angel or uncle in white tomorrow. Chapter 361, War of Hate. Premier League Nightmare, Who Made Them Fall, published by Bruce Barbera in the Times, was like a restless stone smashed into an originally calm pond, and it suddenly caused a tsunami in the British Isles. The waves expanded in circles, attracting a bunch of ghosts and snake gods to show up and explain. To be fair, Barbara's article was written fairly. In addition to criticizing Podolski and Juan Mata as public figures who don't know how to love themselves, the question she raised was who made them fall? Who did not target Newcastle and Madmanly, but strongly criticized the ugly cultural phenomenon in English football. What I can't understand is that there are many young girls who are so attracted to the genitals of football stars. They voluntarily climb into the beds of football stars and take off their clothes to wait for the stars to taste them, even if she is still a virgin at that time. For money? For showiness? Or just for physical pleasure? Who made this damn English football culture? Barbara's original words were like a venomous stab at the ugly cancer culture in English football. However, after other thoughtful people deleted and polished it, everything was undoubtedly aimed at Crazy Lee and Newcastle Point in today's European football world. As long as any matter is tainted with the 3 words Crazy Lee, it will become like bread covered with heroin, which is enough to make the entire media as poor as a long repressed drug addict. Chase and fight. It happened that at this time, Crazy Lee blocked all media with the strongest attitude. Not only did he refuse any media interviews with Juan Mata and Podolski, even the Rick Bolton training base, which is usually open to the public, the door is closed to the media and fans. Newcastle's first team players and coaches are even more secretive about this matter. The official attitude towards this matter is that they neither deny nor participate in it. They look completely indifferent, but silence cannot effectively stop the storm of public opinion. On the contrary, it tends to get worse. Countless gentlemen have joined the justice in criticizing Newcastle. Among the 2 unlucky guys, Juan Mata has endured better pressure. After all, Angel Wings has been unstoppable on the court. However, Podolski is completely different. Prince Polti has not been in good form since he came to English football. Before, people were still lamenting that the star of a generation had not adapted to the climate and his form had plummeted. Many people were even waiting patiently for this new generation of German football players. The sharpest spear in the car was awake and strongly under the training of God on the sidelines of the football field. However, when the scandal broke out, a feeling of being deceived and played with came into the hearts of the fans. The previous regrets undoubtedly turned into anger and accusations like a sea of anger in an instant, because people take it for granted that the problems revealed by Barbara's article and photos are undoubtedly the reasons for the fall of Podolski. For a time, even the football emperor Franz Beckenbauer, who was widely praised in German football, unleashed his thunderous fury in an interview with a reporter from Kicker. I warned Lucas before the transfer. The overdeveloped English football world is a chaotic soil that breeds evil. Today, we lost an excellent player with a healthy image. In my opinion, the national team should always be close to such people. After Beckenbauer, countless famous players in German football attacked Podolski. Among all the people, only the German national team coach Löw made a different sound when participating in a TV talk show. I have been working with Lucas for 2 years, and he is definitely not what people in England say he is. Moreover, he is just a kid who is under tremendous pressure. At this time, Lucas needs it most. It is encouragement rather than accusations that add insult to injury. As long as he can return to his previous form, the door to the national team is always open for him, and at this moment, in faraway England, a certain sultry man raised his middle finger at the handsome man who was saying this on the TV screen. Shameless guy. He actually said exactly what I said to him on the TV screen. I said it above. This is plagiarism. This is plagiarism. Humph. But, I guess Prince Balti will be in a much better mood after Löw said this, right? Getting back into shape. October 5th point in the 7th round of the Premier League. The war drums are beating loudly, and 20 teams are fighting together like gladiators in the Colosseum with red eyes. Newcastle's opponents in this round are not weak Tottenham Hotspur led by Spanish coach Juan Ramos. However, one good thing for Newcastle is that the Magpies are playing at home. There are at least 50,000 Newcastle fans in the stands of St James Park to cheer for the home team and boo the enemy. This season, due to the team's record and Crazy Lee's terrifying appeal, the fanatical atmosphere at St James Park has gradually moved closer to Devils' home stadiums such as Old Trafford, Stamford Bridge and Anfield at 1700 hours. In the evening, the game officially begins when the players from the two teams walked out of the tunnel with 22 pink and cute ball boys in their hands. The stands were reminded of the noisy sound waves like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. The passionate and magnificent cheers were given to Newcastle, and the heart-rending boos were given to Newcastle. Tottenham Hotspur before the game started. Joel Luca and Luka Modric, two of the most popular Croatians at White Hart Lane, came to the sidelines to high-five and hug their mentor Madmanly. Before the kickoff whistle, we saw a warm scene. Tottenham's popular stars Modric and Joel Lucas smiled and hugged their former coach Madmanly. 2 years ago, the two Croatian nationals were still hanging out in the lower leagues. 2 years later, he has become the absolute main force of the top league giants. In the change of fate of these two people, Crazy Lee's role is simply the god who turns stone into gold. Force, amid the flattering size of TV commentator Bucero, the on-duty referee Atkinson blew the whistle to start the game amidst shouts at St James Park. On the field point Tottenham, playing away from home, kicked off the ball first. Russian center Pavlyuchenko knocked the football back and sent it to the feet of midfielder Modric. The game has begun. Let me first introduce to you the starting lineups of both sides. Cesta first aimed at the visiting team. Pavlyuchenko, Darren Bent, Modric, Jones, Giovanni, Dos Santos, Aaron Lennon, Ledley King, Michael Dawson, Gilberto, Woodgate, Gomez. This is indeed the strongest lineup that the North Londoners can field now. Commentator partner Gary Lineker followed up with a tacit analysis from a tactical perspective. Juan Ramos's 4-4-2 does not have a dedicated defensive midfielder. It seems that he wants to play with Crazy Lee had a head-on confrontation at St James Park, a decision full of courage and courage. Haha, no matter what the final outcome is, at least the fans will never enjoy a game that makes them sleepy. For Newcastle, because Ronaldo was injured and on a truce, Argentine centre Crespo returned to the starting position as expected and formed a strike partner with Michael Owen. Erskine. Haha, the two players who were involved in the prostitution scandal both got the chance to start. I wonder what Crazy Lee is planning. Veteran defensive midfielder Fernando Gago, the back four are David Thornton, Manziani, Stephen Taylor and Yuri Zirkov, goalkeeper Hugo Lloris. Speaking of here, I have to sigh, Crazy Lee's courage in using young players is second to none. In the 5 major leagues, except for Professor Wenger, almost no one can compare with this Chinese. On the field, 3 or 4 minutes have passed. Tottenham Hotspur, who are wearing white uniforms, are taking advantage of the ball right at the beginning. to patiently control the rhythm, like a crossbody spitting scarlet letter that is preparing to choose someone to eat. The rattlesnake on the west coast of Mexico releases a fierce sense of oppression. The core of Tottenham's attack on the field is Croatian national Luka Modric, compared with the inconspicuous marginal player in Real Madrid 2 years ago. Cruyff II, who has experienced the battles of the 5 major leagues, has long since faded away from his former youth, and his performance on the court has become better and better, become mature and sharp. The black and white football looked like an obedient baby still nursing under his dancing footsteps. Following Modric's dancing steps, he shuttled back and forth on the green field, and his skillful and sharp passes were like the most skilled surgeon. The scalpel between the fingers passed through. That pass shone with white metallic light, sharp and deadly. Courtside pointly Tongfan stood on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets and a stern look on his face. The significance of this game is not just a simple Premier League, but an internal war between the winning streak groups in the first 6 rounds of the Premier League, because, since the beginning of the 2008-09 season, only 4 teams have maintained an invincible posture, and Newcastle and Tottenham Hotspur are 2 of them. Therefore, the battle at St James Park even attracted the attention of many media and fans outside English football. In any case, after this battle is over, one of the serial victory group is destined to fall and bid farewell to glory. In addition, although Tottenham's new coach Spaniard Juan Ramos has not reached the same heights as Crazy Lee in terms of record, everyone remembers Ramos in the Sevilla era before Real Madrid won the championship in the 2006-07 season. Using an incredible 1-0-0-0 formation, he almost killed Crazy Lee's hope of winning the championship 6 rounds in advance. Later, the furious madman Lee massacred Sevilla mercilessly in revenge in the Copa del Rey final. Therefore, the 2 people formed an irresolvable hatred 2 years ago. This is another battle of revenge, just when Lee was still standing on the sidelines. Lamenting the past, a violent storm suddenly blew up at St James Park Stadium, like summer thunder, scored a goal. First update today. In the afternoon, Daozi made an appointment with an old Chinese medicine practitioner to receive massage, so I can only guarantee that there will be another update. As for there will be a 3rd update, it depends on the time. Xiao will work hard. I checked online and found out that ulnar nerve injury is not scary, so I feel relieved about the knife. Thank you brothers and sisters for your comfort and support. Dao Ziming is deeply moved. Chapter 362 Confused. Why? Courtside point against the backdrop of the ferocious faces and hairy arms of more than 50,000 Newcastle fans, Spanish coach Juan Ramos roared unbridled, then spun around in circles like a spinning top, and finally stopped to say the Tottenham players who were celebrating on the court gave 2 thumbs up. He looked proud, just like a kindergarten kid who had never been praised by the teacher. Finally, he was the first to sit upright after class, took out his stationery, and made an expression to take credit, and ask the teacher for a lollipop reward. This scene happened to be captured by the broadcast camera, and was easily seen by countless fans who were watching the event through satellite live broadcast. TV commentator Sester exclaimed unexpectedly, "Unbelievable. Tottenham Hotspur actually took the lead at St James Park. This is something that few people could have imagined before the game. I have to say, this time Juan Ramos' courage has been duly rewarded. Facing Madman Lee, who is famous for his crazy offense, setting up 4 pure offensive midfielders in an away game is not a choice that every head coach dares to make. The Spanish coach's courage deserves everyone's respect at this time." The slow motion goal replay finally appeared on the TV screen. Newcastle halftime point. After taking the ball, Modric kept shaking in the middle, making a fake move for a long shot. When Magpies midfielder Fernando Gago subconsciously turned around to block it with his back, he quickly broke through the ball. 3 seconds later, after attracting the attention of the Newcastle backline, Modric tapped his toe while running and passed the ball between Steven Taylor and Zerkov in a very subtle way. Sent out diagonally, the Tottenham player supporting Modric on the wing is veteran Chaluka. This tall defender, who is 1.9 meters tall, did not give Yuri Zerkov, who turned around hastily, a chance to fight. As soon as he touched the football, he pushed towards the center with the arch of his foot. Boom. The football is like a pair of sharp scissors with cold light, instantly cutting a fatal arc on the green field like cutting cloth, tearing apart Newcastle's defense in an instant. Stephen Taylor, Manziani, David Thornton, none of the defenders of the Magpie Legion touched the football. The football passed through the most reasonable path between the defenders and the goalkeeper. Like a clever rabbit, it evaded everyone's pursuit and then touched it at the back point, 1 foot, and then quickly changed its running route and rushed into Newcastle's goal. Pavlyuchenko. It was Pavlyuchenko who lurked behind and delivered the final fatal blow. After the Tottenham players celebrated wildly, the game continued at the referee Atkinson's whistle. After the restart, the ball finally came to Newcastle's feet. Unlike Tottenham Hotspur's style of suddenly making a fatal blow after patiently kicking back, the Magpies, under the influence of Crazy Lee, did not care about the opponent's defense at all, but directly pushed forward with an indomitable attitude and launched the most powerful offensive from the front, a domineering spirit that is taking shape. Domineering. In the TV commentary hall, England's national television celebrity Sester and his partner Gary Lineker were still analyzing the goal just now. Modric undoubtedly played a crucial role in this goal. He almost attracted the attention of Newcastle's entire backline and then easily passed the ball to create a threat to his teammates. Only passed with the growth of the Real Madrid era in the Premier League in the past year, Modric today has become a representative star of the Premier League. I remember when Madman Lee, who had just entered the European football scene, brought 2 little known players, Modric and Joel Luca, to Real Madrid. I don't know how many people laughed at his decision openly and secretly. Today, even Florentino, who let go of these 2 Croatian nationals, is probably regretting it. Yes, although as time goes by, Crazy Lee's influence on European football is expanding bit by bit, and what's even more terrifying is that this influence is not just on the court. His disciples quietly silently spread throughout the 5 major leagues. There is another point worthy of our attention, that is, any player who has worked with Crazy Lee, regardless of the length of time, whether he is the main player or a substitute, almost no one has expressed dissatisfaction with him. Even famous thorns like Real Madrid vice-captain Guti and Italian bad boy Anthony Cassano will speak in a respectful tone when talking about Crazy Lee. After being influenced by Sester, a famous, heroic traitor, and a loyal fan of Crazy Lee, and commentating on the England team's games commanded by Crazy Lee for a long time, the former England legendary centre Gary Lineker, who has been a guest commentator. Also gradually he became a member of the Rice Army, so there was no doubt that there was a continuous sound of flattery in the TV commentary hall. The flattery lasted for less than 30 seconds. 30 or 50 crazy Tottenham Hotspur fans had already called the program's hotline to express their strongest protest. The live broadcast supervisor of the national TV sports team was about to find a way to remind these 2 fans not to be too explicit in the program commentary. At this moment, Sester in the live broadcast hall suddenly raised his voice 180 degrees, as if someone had stabbed him in the butt, and then roared with his signature sharp voice, Michael Owen. He turned his back to the goal and used his back heel to acrobatically send Juan Mata's pass into the Tottenham Hotspur goal. It was too sudden. It was too hidden! Exclamation mark. It's incredible. Neither Woodgate, who was holding Owen tightly, nor Tottenham goalkeeper Gomez, who was lowering his center of gravity, expected Owen to shoot in this way. Woodgate and Gamesh were stunned. In the 10th minute of the game and the 5th minute after Tottenham Hotspur's goal, Newcastle equalized by their race striker Michael Owen's score. Without a doubt, this shot has already booked the Goal of the Week award. The cheers at St James Park shook Newcastle Harbour like the flood that broke through the Aswan Dam in Egypt. The 2 sides played aggressive football at the beginning of the game, which really made the game exciting, with every 5 minutes a goal. Great game. St James Park Stadium. Point after scoring, Michael Irving ran and glided on the green field with his arms stretched out like a B-25 bomber returning with a glorious mission. Behind him were his jubilant teammates. When the broadcast camera once again focused on Ju and Ramos, people found that the kid who was excitedly waiting for the teacher to give him a lollipop 5 minutes ago could no longer hide himself at this moment. The expression of disappointment for Tottenham Hotspur, scoring just 5 minutes into the game, was undoubtedly a dream start, but Michael Owen's heel 5 minutes later made this dream start meaningless in an instant. This is St James Park, the home ground of Newcastle. More than 50,000 Newcastle fans wearing black and white sword-striped shirts in the stands make the entire stadium a black and white world. Except for the less than 2,000 people who are drowned by Newcastle people in a corner of the North Stand. Tottenham fans, the whole world is on the opposite side of Juan Ramos and Tottenham Hotspur. Therefore, for Tottenham Hotspur, the 1:1 score does not mean that the two sides have returned to the same starting line, but it means that from the moment Owen knocked out his heel, they have fallen into a disadvantage that cannot be ignored. Among crisis, like an invisible devil, is heading towards Juan Ramos' team step by step. The Spanish coach obviously knew the dangerous situation he was in now, because in the 20th minute of the game, he resolutely made substitutions early amidst the uproar of the whole game. Defensive midfielder Didier Zomaran from Côte d'Ivoire came on and replaced forward Darren Bent. Tottenham's formation became 4-5-1. This change has strengthened the team's midfield thickness, while not weakening the powerful offensive ability of Tottenham's midfield. Although after Darren Bent left the field, only Pavlyuchenko was left on the front line to support him. But Modric, the scoring ability is not bad compared to Aaron Lennon and others. Tottenham Hotspur's offensive focus has shifted to the midfield. I have to admit that Juan Ramos is indeed one of the most talented new generation coaches in European football. As soon as this seemingly risky and abrupt substitution adjustment occurred, even Manchester United Ferguson and North London Wenger, who had been observing the progress of the game from an unknown distance, smiled and nodded in front of their respective TVs. Manchester United and Arsenal both belong to the winners in a row after the first 6 rounds, but their game only took place one day later, so both Wenger and Ferguson were paying close attention to the trend of the game in the living rooms of their respective homes. As super coaches who have long been world renowned, the two of them can naturally see the beauty of this substitution. Whether it is the time chosen, or the method of replacing the forward with the midfielder instead of the midfielder, they are all under unfavorable conditions. Helped Tottenham Hotspur to the greatest extent, it can be said to turn decay into magic once. At this moment, both Wenger and Ferguson in front of the TV were speculating on how crazy Lee would respond to Juan Ramos's changes. But, a minute passed, 2 minutes have passed, 5 minutes have passed, the black figure standing on the sidelines has yet to make any adjustment gestures as thousands of people expected. The hands that have defeated countless famous coaches are still firmly inserted in their trouser pockets. With Crazy Lee's unparalleled on the spot insight and command ability, he definitely shouldn't be so belatedly aware of it. After all, why is this so? Second update today. It seems that there is no chance at the third watch. The angel in white said that he should not be too tired. Thank you brothers for leaving messages in the book review area to help with ideas. Zyodeo is very grateful. To be honest, I was really scared at first. I thought I was going to undergo an operation and get a knife. But now I'm relieved. Thank you. I love you. Finally. Thanks to. I love taking a bath and my skin is good. Book friend 100,403,193,210,385. The dark and windy day. Spicy and hard to register for children. More wretched than fat people. I love smoking and drinking. Ding ding fried noodles. Hangai 4465. The sun always shines in the wind and rain. Future. Fengai Ngayu. Leo U. XMQXJ. I love 8889Z. The Lord of the Gods. Zuan Zi Long and other brothers and sisters for giving me rewards in such a difficult situation during these 2 days. Chapter 363 Public Opinion Frenzy. Controversy about virginity. Premier League nightmare. Barbara did not rush to ask questions. Since this is Newcastle's home court, the first person the reporters paid attention to was the visiting team coach Juan Ramos, who was about to leave here with the team as the loser of the game. Juan Ramos looks bad. However, the Spanish coach still accepted the interview with reporters in a very graceful manner. Unlike Lee Tongfan, who has always had food in his hands and was calm in his heart, he has always been indifferent to reporters. Juan Ramos, who is new to the Premier League, treats reporters the attitude of journalists in the British Isles, can be called friendly. As a newcomer to the Premier League, Juan Ramos obviously hopes to avoid getting into trouble with the media through his goodwill, so as to lay the foundation for success in his Premier League coaching journey. Point in terms of effectiveness, I have to admit that Ramos's tricks did work to a certain extent. Indeed, many media from the British Isles have a favourable impression of this grey-haired elegant young marshal. In the 5 minutes before the post-match press conference, Juan Ramos worked hard to maintain his calmness and elegance, patiently answering every reporter's question, until a female reporter from The Sun asked, when asked how is your relationship with Crazy Lee, he shrugged his shoulders, shook his head, and then exited the press conference hall. Relationship with Crazy Lee. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Do you have to say it yourself? After Juan Ramos left the field, Crazy Lee was the only one left behind the interview table. Point at this time, the real meat show finally arrived. All the reporters rushed to point their microphones in front of Madman Lee, who had been sitting behind the interview table. However, no matter what questions they asked, Lee Tongfan just stared at Bruce Barbara behind the crowd with a smile, and did not answer anyone. It seemed that the person who was constantly asking questions around him was not a living person, but a group of buzzing flies that he didn't know what to call. Mr. Lee Tongfan, first of all, congratulations on your victory in this game. I would like to know what you think of the scandals between Podolski and Juan Mata that I reported in the Times. Barbara finally asked her first question. This sentence was like a military order issued by the most majestic commander. The reporters who had been surrounding Lee Tongfan just now stopped talking, and even took the initiative to make way for Barbara to get closer to the interview table. Ask a question. This scene didn't happen because of how much reporters respected this proud woman. On the contrary, the relationship between them and her was quite friendly, and even a little bad due to the competitive relationship among their peers. You must know that Barbara being called a Premier League nightmare is not just for players and coaches. This nightmare is also valid for reporters. In the past 3 years, under Barbara's fierce criticism, it has caused there are also many famous journalists who have been disgraced. This proud woman is like a female praying mantis, not only catching insects, but also chewing her own kind. The reason why everyone got out of the way at this moment and left the time and space for Barbara to ask questions is because, according to the reporter's tried and tested experience in the past, as long as Premier League nightmare Barbara appears, there will always be big news. The ability of this woman, who is so proud that she even has spikes on her breasts, to make news can feed 1,000 reporters who follow her to eat soup. Everyone is waiting for the confrontation between God on the sidelines and Premier League nightmare. This will undoubtedly be big news that can catch the attention of any Premier League fan. Facing Barbara's question, Lee Tongfan finally put away his previous playful smile, opened his mouth and yawned, waved his hand and said, "Miss Bruce, to be honest, I'm very disappointed with your first question." "How disappointing?" "Look at these people, Lee." Tongfan stretched out his finger and pointed around the press conference hall. "Each of them has the ability to ask such a question, which is really unsatisfactory. So, quickly change the question before I get bored. Come on, use your Premier League nightmare strength and ask more pointed and exciting questions. Haha, let's have fun together. Isn't this what you're after?" These words made the entire press conference hall fall into silence. The reporters all turned their attention to Bruce Barbara. Faced with the almost teasing difficulties from Madman Lee, would this woman, who was as proud as the last British aristocrat at the end of the century, go crazy? Can you? It seems that a more intense game than the just concluded battle between the winning group at St. James Park Stadium is about to take place in this space of less than 60 square meters, on the verge of breaking out. Mr. Fantong, as a journalist, first of all, please understand that I have never regarded being unconventional as a principle of my profession. The questions I ask only focus on things that are widely concerned by fans. In fact, since after reporting on the last scandal, as the most representative person of the Newcastle club and the one who should apologize for this matter, you disappointed the fans and chose to avoid it and blocked all media. Don't you think, as a high-profile public figure, Should I make a statement about this? Lee Tongfan was a little disappointed because there was no embarrassment on Barbara's face. The woman cleverly repeated her question with a natural and calm expression. As a public figure, I think you have need to apologize to the fans for the scandal involving Podolsky and Juan Mata. Crazy Mr. Lee. Well, before I apologize, I have a very important question to ask you, Miss Barbara. According to what you just said, I think as a public figure, you should also be obligated to satisfy the fans' curiosity, right? Lee Tongfan was silent for a moment and then asked Bruce Barbara with a smile. Yes, this is my duty. Barbara gave the answer without hesitation. Well, we all know that The Sun did an interesting survey 6 months ago. Of the 13,485 male fans interviewed, 89% they are all very concerned about one issue. As a public figure, should you be curious about these 12,000 fans? Amid the stunned expressions of the 74 journalists in the press conference hall, Lee Tongfan asked the question word by word that almost everyone knew. Miss Barbara, are you, or not, virgin? A. Disastrous away defeat. Tottenham Hotspur was the first to fall behind after the battle at St James Park. The first voice in the media was naturally that after the first 7 rounds of the Premier League, the group that had won 4 consecutive games finally had another laggard point in the first 6 rounds. 4 teams maintained complete victory. This is the first time since the establishment of the Premier League. Many experts believe that this is because the Madman Lee, who is known as a complete winner, has stimulated the major giants after arriving in the Premier League, which has improved to a certain extent. The overall competitiveness of the Premier League is just like the effect that the Portuguese Mourinho had when he came to Stamford Bridge. After this battle, even the Red Devils' godfather Ferguson and Arsenal professor Wenger, who rarely commented on other games, rarely took the initiative to express their respective views on the battle at St James Park at the same time. Ferguson, the performance of Juan Ramos proved that, as long as the tactics are properly prepared, Crazy Lee is not invincible, and the second half of the battle at St James Park told us, a Crazy Lee who has learned to retreat and defend, will be becoming more terrifying. Wenger. David Thornton is a talented player, Zirkov is also a talented player, Hugo Lloris, Gareth Bale, Javier Pastor, they are all a group of super players. Highly gifted genius. This young magpie army created by Madman Lee this summer scares me, too. Long-renowned football godfathers, 2 unabashed speeches of praise, one from the perspective of the head coach and the other from the perspective of the players. Crazy Lee and Newcastle were in the clouds. It seemed that, after defeating Juan Ramos, Crazy Lee finally won the heartfelt compliments of his opponent, but only those who have a deep understanding of the characters of Ferguson and Wenger will understand what the 2 cunning foxes are planning. Praise, even if these words cannot make an equally cunning guy like Crazy Lee feel arrogant and underestimate the enemy. What about Newcastle's young players? Who can guarantee that these little guys who are so proud after the first 7 rounds will not get carried away? The outcome of a football match is decided by the head coach before the game, but it is decided by the players with their feet during the game. In many cases, talented players can often withstand criticism and censure with their strong hearts, but they cannot withstand 1 or 2 light compliments. This is the threat of the sugar-coated bullets mentioned by the great leader Mao Zedong. Premier League coaches have too many ways to deal with young players. After the battle at St James Park, Lee Tongfan was greeted with more than just praise. An angry woman frantically accused Madman Lee of being a lack of education in her column. Madman Lee's speech at the post-match press conference made me lose all my last remaining respect for the Chinese who led the England national team to the top of the Alps 3 months ago. I bet, if he loses football, his personality will be no different from a homeless man wandering at the intersection of Grindr begging for a piece of dry bread. The entire British Isles were surprised that Bruce was so out of control. Although Premier League Nightmare had used the most violent words to criticize some players or coaches in the past, but after rising to the level of personality, using such harsh words that hurt others and himself was like he cursed like a bitch after being slapped. This was the first time. Miss Barbara, are you a virgin? Premier League Nightmare. The reason for the gaffe was quickly exposed by other reporters who attended the press conference that day. No wonder, almost all British people still remember the methods that the furious Barbara used after Franklin. A reporter from The Sun conducted this fan investigation on Barbara 6 months ago to make Franklin completely disgraced. It is said that no newspaper company has dared to hire the former Sun's top reporter. Franklin's mansion has been mortgaged and auctioned by him who is impoverished. Crazy Lee is a real man. People want to know, can Premier League nightmare Bruce Barbara make football stadium god become a man as destitute as Franklin? At this time, in the head coach's office at Newcastle Rigburton's training base, a shameless guy was frowning deeply, because in front of him was a newspaper, on which, -400 words for free, monthly ticket requested, thanks to, Apo, Amy Yang, Mala, Only Love Competition Zuchilin, Cheyenne I'm the Supreme, Mario 82, several dear swordsman brothers and sisters for their awards, Zyodeo Bows 90 degrees to thank you, thanks to every brother and sister who supports the modifier, I love you. Chapter 364, Magpies, 039, League Cup. The latest issue of the Times was placed in front of Lee Tongfan. Premier League nightmare. Every word that Bruce Barbara cursed in his personal column Fatal Window like a madcock was so clearly presented in Lee Tongfan's sight. The yellow light of the setting sun that was about to sink into the Newcastle beach was projected through the office window, making the dense English letters in the fatal window stained with a golden color. So, this slightly distorted newspaper was like Barbara's angry and crazy face spraying fatal curses. Damn it, dare you say that my personality is the same as that of a beggar? Lee Tongfan cut out this paragraph again and posted it on the prominent display of the office, side by side with the photo of Bruce Barbara that was posted there before. In fact, for this beautiful and proud woman, Lee Tongfan can completely use a little crow mouth points to deal with it. However, it is not worth it to easily spend such precious points on boring competition with the media. Maybe at a critical moment, this little crow mouth points can bring a hearty victory. Of course, Lee Tongfan's patience is limited, apart from other things, just because this damn woman hired a prostitute to frame Podolsky and Chuan matter. Lee Tongfan will not let her go easily. Not using crow mouth points does not mean that Leoli will give up revenge on this proud woman like a peacock. Who is Crazy Lee? From the bones, this guy has become a big man who is feared by everyone on the football field, but he has no awareness of being a big man. The character of revenge, after being laid off 2 years ago, has not changed. According to the sullen man's concept, since he has become a rich and powerful big shot, he should use the power of a big shot to retaliate against those who dare to make him feel uncomfortable. This is the basic principle that a successful person should have. As for bearing humiliation, as for letting go of grudges for the sake of justice, damn, who the hell cares about that shit? Old Lee is not a saint, just as Old Lee was cursing with gnashing teeth. I won't look back when I see you crying. You will regret it. After crying and being tired, the hoarse ringtone of the sullen man's self-modified lyrics sounded, and Lee Tongfan picked up the phone and answered it. Lee, the things you asked me to do have been done. According to your requirements, the specific things can be published in the newspaper in 15 days, and, well, there is sufficient evidence. Lee Tongfan's mouth drew an evil laugh. Haha, Tang, I have to admit that you are a genius in making conspiracies. You have completed everything in just one day. A painful and helpless groan came from the other end of the phone, and he quickly hung up the phone. At this time, in a coffee shop far away in North London, dog-headed military advisor Tarosi Tang hung up the phone fiercely, took a sip of the bitter and fragrant mocha in the cup, and muttered, Lee, you shameless guy, you are the real conspirator. Isn't all this done according to your wishes? Faced with the provocation of Premier League nightmare, people were surprised to find that Madman Lee did not respond at all. After defeating Tottenham Hotspur, Newcastle's Rigburton training base was finally open to fans and reporters again. It was as if nothing had happened, except that Bruce Barbara tirelessly published 3 or 4 battle manifestos against Madman Lee in his personal column. On October 18th, the 8th round of the Premier League began. Newcastle travelled to the Reebok Stadium to challenge Bolton. After 90 minutes of fierce battle, the Magpies defeated their opponents 2-0 with Juan Mata's free kick and Alan Smith's long shot, winning 8 consecutive victories. German striker Lukas Podolski, who got 78 minutes of playing time in the game, was in a slightly better state, but still had no assists or goals. In the same game, Manchester United relied on Ronaldo and Berbatov's 2 doubles to sweep Everton 4-0 at Old Trafford, and Arsenal defeated Hull City 3-0 at Bospheri Park, also maintaining a winning streak. The first 8 rounds of the 08-09 season ended. Because of the winning goals, the Madmanly, who had won 8 consecutive games, was actually firmly suppressed by Wenger and Ferguson in the 3rd place in the Premier League standings, while Manchester United ranked first with 18 winning goals and Arsenal ranked second with 16 winning goals. Tottenham Hotspur ranked 4th with 7 wins and 1 loss, while Chelsea ranked 4th with 6 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss in the first 8 rounds. Liverpool, another traditional Premier League giant, ranked 8th in the standings with 4 wins, 3 draws and 1 loss, which was disappointing. What disappointed the Cops more than the league ranking was the Irish striker Robbie Keane, who was introduced by Spanish coach Benitez at a sky-high price of £20.3 million. The striker, who once dominated the White Hart Lane Stadium, not only failed to provide enough support for Anfield's new golden boy Fernando Torres on the front line as Rafa Benitez wished, but repeatedly wasted Torres' good scoring opportunities, and fell into a continuous slump in goals and assists. In the first 8 rounds of the Premier League and 4 long Champions League games, Robbie Keane only scored 3 goals for the Red Army. He has undisputedly firmly secured the throne of the #1 parallel importer in the Premier League's summer transfers. After the end of the 8th round, the godfather of the Red Devils, Ferguson, continued to give unstinting praise to Newcastle's young players. From goalkeeper to forward, from starter to substitute, even Moussa Sissoko and Mamadou Sakho, who did not get a chance to play for even a second, were named by this Premier League big shot. Newcastle has a talent in every position and their winning streak is deserved. With a miracle manager like Madmanly, the little guys can get games without any effort, because the manager is the winner. Guarantee. Ferguson's praise is not over yet. The Brazilian scullery, whose position at Stamford Bridge is already shaky, has also joined the army of praising the Newcastle boys. Lee Tongfan knew very well what these 2 immortals wanted to do. Still flattering, because after facing Hull City and Aston Villa in the next 2 rounds of the Premier League, Newcastle will face the Red Devils Manchester United and the Blues Chelsea at Old Trafford and St James Park successively. The 2 uncles are obviously preparing for the upcoming peak showdown. I have to admit that judging from the actual results, the wishful thinking of the 2 old foxes has indeed played a certain role. At least there is an atmosphere of blind optimism permeating the young Newcastle team, not to mention Pastor, who is still young. Even assistant coach Alan Smith definitely believes that the current Magpies have the capital to defeat all the powerful players. Facing Ferguson's sugar-coated bullets, Lee Tongfan was really a little bit defensive in dealing with them at the beginning of the season, in order to build up the confidence of winning in Newcastle, which was young, impetuous, inexperienced and easily afraid of strong opponents. Lee Tongfan had to spend a huge price to cheat and defeat Liverpool in the Battle of Anfield. However, everything has a degree. Too much is never enough. When this belief in victory reaches its peak, it can easily turn into arrogance, but Leoli cannot pour cold water on him at this time. He cannot tell the little guys, your current strength is still far behind Manchester United and Chelsea. The difference is too far, so I'll keep a low profile. This is so demoralizing. Compared with a mature team, a young team is not only more likely to perform enthusiastically under the stimulation of the outside world, but also more likely to make mistakes under the stimulation of the outside world. Newcastle are now on the verge of making a mistake. The good news for Lee Tongfan is that, before welcoming the Red Devils and Blues, there are still 3 games for him to find a way to resolve the arrogance within. Newcastle, on October 19th. After all the qualifying matches were played and the qualifying teams were sorted out, the UEFA Cup group stage groups were finally announced. Newcastle was placed in Group C, and the other opponents in the same group were not weak Bundesliga powerhouse Dortmund, Serie A powerhouse Blue Eagle, Lazio, the new Eredivisie force Neknejmjan, Greek Super League champions EK Athens. The 4 teams in the same group are not weak. Dortmund is the Bundesliga championship team. They have won a total of 6 Bundesliga championships, 2 German Cup championships, and a European Champions Cup championship. Although in recent years due to various reasons the competitiveness has weakened, but there are definitely strong teams in the UEFA Cup level. Blue Eagle, Lazio also has a glorious history. They have won 2 Serie A championships, 5 Serie A FA Cups, and 1 European Super Cup. They are a veteran team in Serie A, and their competitiveness cannot be ignored. The other 2 teams, Neknejmjan and EK Athens, are also the best in their respective domestic leagues, with developed and mature techniques and tactics. EK Athens, in particular, once reached the main draw of the European Champions Cup, which should not be underestimated. Therefore, such a draw result is not good for Newcastle. According to the schedule, Newcastle's first UEFA Cup game will be on October 23rd. The Magpies will go to the Westfalenstadion in Germany to challenge Borussia Dortmund, which ranks 4th in the Bundesliga this season. After the UEFA Cup schedule was released, the Football Association understandably adjusted the Premier League match schedule. Newcastle's away game against newly promoted Hull City was postponed to October 26th. This way, the Magpies had no other match before facing Dortmund. Game interference. This battle is of great significance to the Magpie Legion that aims to revive. After many years, the Magpie Legion that once dominated the European continent has finally risen strongly. Dortmund, the first match of the UEFA Cup, will be the first stop for Newcastle to achieve a great renaissance. The entire city is immersed in the yearning for victory in the European war. With 3 or 4 days left before the game, more than 30,000 Newcastle fans had already flown to Dortmund in advance to prepare for the game, while media reporters from all over the world gathered at the Rigbottom training base to observe Newcastle's preparations. On October 21st, the Magpies flew to Germany with the expectations and attention of more than 3 million fans in the seaport city of Newcastle and the entire England. The war is about to break out. The entire British Isles are shouting wildly, "Newcastle is coming to the League Cup. My fingers are much better now." Today I resumed updating 3 chapters a day. Thanks to XMQXJ9Z Lord of the Gods 5 Sounds 5 Breaths, Key, Zyarxio Helen Flying and the Flame Spicy Apo for your support. Please give me a monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365. The Germans bent on revenge. October 23rd. From 7 or 8 p.m., a large number of Dortmund fans began to wear home team uniforms or club scarves and lined up to check tickets to enter the Westfalenstadion. The UEFA Cup is also very important to Dortmund. After fighting hard in the 9 rounds of the Bundesliga that have ended this season, Dortmund has achieved an excellent record of 6 wins, 2 draws and 1 loss, ranking 4th in the Bundesliga standings, only behind Schalke 04, Stuttgart and Werder Bremen, 3 traditional giants, and even leading the 5th placed Bayern Munich by 6 points. The unexpected results have made many Dortmund fans who originally had no hope look forward to this season's Bundesliga and UEFA Cup competitions. The challenger Newcastle wants to officially open the prelude of the era of the Magpies' dominance in the European continent through this game, and Dortmund also hopes that the boys can forge ahead bravely when the team is in good shape this season and reproduce the supreme glory of sweeping the 5 major leagues and winning the Champions League in the UEFA Cup. Before the game, Dortmund club chairman Rorbel ambitiously shouted out the high-profile slogan of entering the Champions League next season and reaching the final in the UEFA Cup, and the team's head coach Jurgen Klopp was full of confidence in an exclusive interview with Bild. "We will defeat Madman Lee's Magpies at the Westfalenstadion and create a miracle. I think there will be countless fans in Germany to support us to do this." In Fact, Jurgen Schalop is not wrong at all. At this time, the whole of Germany was looking forward to Dortmund beating Newcastle led by Crazy Lee at the Westfalenstadion, because the German national team's failure in the 2008 European Cup final made Lee Tongbum the most unpopular person among the Germans. How much do Germans hate Crazy Lee? There is an example that illustrates the problem. Even the Bundesliga champion Bayern Munich, who had just lost to Dortmund away in the previous round, did not hesitate to forget the ongoing verbal battle between the two teams, and chose to stand on the side of Dortmund when facing the foreign enemy Lee Tongbum. Bayern chairman Rummenigge made no secret of his expectations for the result of the game. This has nothing to do with the previous grudges between the two teams. I hope that the boys of Dortmund can show the tenacity and fighting spirit of the German team at the Westfalenstadion on October 23rd. If possible, please give that guy called Crazy Lee a 10:0 route. In that case, the whole of Germany will cheer for new national hero, Jurgen Schalop. The game will start on time at 1900 hours in the evening, when the setting sun dyed the 8 iconic yellow pillars of the rectangular Westfalenstadion into bright blood red. The fans finally entered the stadium. The stands that can accommodate 65,982 people were full, of which more than 50,000 were Germans. At this time, there was still half an hour before the start of the game, but the hot atmosphere had already begun to spread. The fans of the host and guest teams, who had already had a lot of friction when queuing to enter the stadium, began to attack each other tirelessly. This is a war, the war of fans. Raising a hairy and chubby middle finger and showing a ferocious look across the seat is just a simple appetizer, and sneak attacks with hard objects such as overdrawn water bottles, fruit cores, coins, etc. are just conventional weapons. Waiting until the game starts and a dispute ignites the emotions of the fans, and they roll up their sleeves and fight with bruises on their faces, is a real fan war. The large number of German fans attempted to defeat these enemies from afar with numbers, but the English fans were the toughest in the world. The Newcastle fans in black and white striped shirts took off their arms and showed their black chest hair to fight back. The game is about to start. The fans of both sides have already kicked off the prelude to the game with their hot tempers in the stands. The English fans once again showed their rude side to the world. The German commentator at the Westfalenstadion was obviously also a firm patriot. In line with the commentator's words, the on-site director gave a close-up of the Newcastle fans in the stands. Looking around, all they could see was a mass of black chest hair. Of course, there were also many British beauties twisting their waists. After the noisy and hot atmosphere lasted for 30 minutes, the cheers broke out like a tsunami in Indonesia, sweeping the entire stadium in an instant. The huge sound waves seemed to be tangible, rising into the sky and blowing a big hole in the clouds in the sky. The players of both sides lined up and slowly walked out of the player tunnel in this sound wave that covered the sky and the sun. The onside commentator tore his throat and began to shout the name of each home team player, and every time he read a person, the sound waves in the Westfalenstadion would rise to a higher level. Roman, Wiedenfuller, DD, Tinger, Sebastian, Kale, Alexander, Fred, Mohammed, Zidane. After chanting to introduce Dortmund's starting players, people originally thought that the on-site commentator named Michael Krasik would introduce the opponent Newcastle's starting 11 as usual, but he used the sentence "Let's enjoy it, looking forward to winning the game" as the end of the introduction. The more than 50,000 German fans in the stands were stunned for a moment and then gave them heroic cheers. There is no doubt that this guy named Michael Krasik gave Crazy Lee and his Magpie Legion a big blow. He only used a small move to convey the Germans' attitude towards their opponents. Madman Lee, welcome to a country bent on revenge, force. Soon, the referee Masendri from Italy blew the whistle to start the game in front of everyone's attention. In an instant, yellow and purple collided fiercely, just like two heavy cavalry fighting to the death on the prairie. The most direct, brutal, frontal and violent collision. The Magpie Legion and Dortmund opened the prelude to this killing night with their actual actions. Lee Tongfan adjusted Newcastle's tactics in this game, changing from 4-1-2-1-2 with both wings flying together to a 4-2-3-1 offensive formation. Argentinian center Hernan Crespo is at the forefront. The original attacking midfielder Alan Smith retreated to the midfielder MC position, forming the team's three midfielders together with Lucas Podolski and Tsar Andriyashvili in the midfielder position. Makalil and Fernando Gago formed a double backcourt with completely different styles. The former is responsible for guarding, and the latter is responsible for sorting out the team's offense. The division of labor is clear. On the backline, David Thornton, Mamadou Sakho, Stephen Taylor, and Eastern European Ronaldinho, Yuri Zerkova lined up, and the goalkeeper is a new transfer this season. The 21-year-old French rookie Hugo Lloris has joined the Magpies ace forward Michael Owen, who was predicted by the media to be the definite starter before the game, surprisingly made it to the bench. This is the first time that Owen has not been injured in an important match since Crazy Lee took over at Newcastle. Without warning, he didn't get a starting seat, and the person who also unexpectedly sat on the team's bench was the team's vice-captain Ji Wen. Irish goalkeeper Given's main position has been shaken this season due to the signing of Hugo Lloris. On the one hand, it is related to Lee Tongfan's shot tendency to like young players, and on the other hand, it is because Given is already 32 years old, although the career of a goalkeeper is much longer than that of players in other positions, and the 37-year-old Dutchman Edwin van der Sar still occupies the main position of the Red Devils, but Lee Tongfan still wants to train a goalkeeper for Newcastle who can guarantee the team's goalkeeper in the next 10 years. Worry-free door god. Hugo Lloris is obviously the right candidate. This 21-year-old youngster is one of the top 3 potential new generation goalkeepers in FM 2009. Whether it is current ability or potential ability, he is no less than the Russian monster Akinfeev and the Argentine genius Us. Top goalkeeper for Telai and others. In reality, after the debacle at the 2008 European Cup, Hugo Lloris has replaced the former Gallic Roosters main goalkeeper Cupe as the first choice for the national team's goalkeeper position. In fact, Hugo Lloris's performance in recent rounds of World Cup qualifying matches for the club and the French national team has been perfect. This has further strengthened Lee Tongfan's determination to correct this French demon. An ironclad camp and flowing soldiers. The green field is such a cruel place of survival of the fittest. On the court, the game is in full swing. It seems that, because it is the first game of the UEFA Cup group stage, Dortmund attaches great importance to the outcome of the game. Before the game, head coach Jurgen Klopp, who kept saying he wanted to revenge the German national team, carefully ranked 4-2-4 at home 4-2-2 balanced tactical formation. 10 minutes before the game, the two sides were evenly matched. In the 11th minute of the game, Turkish genius midfielder Nuri Sahin's pass from the front of the penalty area gave Dortmund's main forward Alexander Frey a good shot opportunity, but the Swiss national team captain was near the penalty spot. The single push shot was accidentally hit by Hugo Lloris with the instep of his foot and hit the crossbar of the goal. The home team gets a corner kick. The Dortmund fans in the stands cheered for joy after feeling sorry, and were even happier than scoring a goal, because, for them, this is a very good sign, which at least shows that facing the man who created the most incredible winning streak in the 5 major leagues, the team they support is not without hope of victory. Shaheen takes the corner kick. In the penalty area, Stephen Taylor headed the ball ahead of Egyptian forward Zidane to clear the ball, but the ball did not fall far behind. Dortmund right back Aoumola met the ball and fired furiously. The football turned into white lightning and swept towards Newcastle's goal. Second update today, asking for a monthly ticket. Thanks for the reward and support, Spicy Brother. Chapter 366 Unbelievable. Suspense arises suddenly. Bang. With a loud bang, the angry black and white football hit the crossbar and flew into the stands like a missile that had deviated from its course, dragging a visual afterimage. Amid the screams of 65,982 fans in the stands of the Westfalen Stadium, Aoumonola's shot was extremely powerful until 3 or 4 seconds after the football passed Newcastle goalkeeper Lloris standing on the goal line could hear the buzzing sound of the crossbar shaking. There is no doubt that this shot injected a shot of adrenaline into the hearts of Dortmund fans. At this moment, it seemed that everyone remembered the words of Bayern Munich chairman Rummenigge, if possible, please give that hateful guy 10:0. Quote 10:0. We want a 10:0. Quote 10:0. Madman Lee, die. When more than 50,000 people cursed a person in unison, you can imagine what kind of scene it was. The sound waves rolled up the grass debris of the Westfalen Stadium like a raging sea, and swept towards the lonely and thin black figure standing on the sidelines, as if it could swallow and drown it in an instant. At this moment, Newcastle fans who were watching the game on TV thousands of miles away did not know what happened. However, more than 15,000 fans of the Magpie Army in the stands of the Westfalen Stadium, known as the Temple of World-Class Football Dreams, could no longer hold back! Quote 10:0. The great Madman Lee brings you bastards 10:0. Quote ignorant German idiots, you have angered God and are waiting to be punished. Bang, bang, bang bang, crackle, fuck, you, son of a bitch, bastards. Go to hell. The intersection of the fans' camps and the stands was in chaos. What happened? Oh, there was a fan conflict in the cast stand. The onside commentator Michelle Krasik instantly screamed in a high-pitched and wild voice like a polar bear with a stab in the arsehole. These are English football hooligans. Newcastle brought the barbaric football hooligans to the Westfalen Stadium. This is such an ugly scene. The stadium became chaotic, and the riot police who had been prepared long ago rushed up like wolves and tigers waving police shields and electric batons, dragging the fans who directly took action from the stands without hesitation, and then driving the others away and separating them. For a moment, batons and debris flew everywhere, and curses and screams were heard everywhere. The world-famous Temple of Football Dreams Westfalen Stadium turned into a fierce hell at this moment. Faced with such a chaotic scene, the Italian referee Masonry had to suspend the game. Sidelines Lee Tongfan looked up and saw yellow and white figures moving in the stands. Because the stands of Westfalen Stadium are tilted at a large angle, from Lee Tongfan's perspective, the crowd in the stands is like a huge wave dozens of meters high, as if they could drown themselves in the vast ocean at any time. This kind of scene was the first time that Lee Tongfan stopped to watch carefully. But he didn't expect the feeling to be so shocking. After the game was suspended, Dortmund coach Jurgen Klopp, who showed the Germans' efficient and rigorous style, quickly called the team's core organizer, Nuri Sahin, to the sidelines to give him some tactical arrangements that he had summarized on the spot. After observing the trend of the game in the first 15 minutes, more players walked to the front of the fans' camp and persuaded their supporters to stay calm. Michael Owen, who was sitting on the bench, also ran to the stands of the Newcastle fans' camp and loudly called on the Magpies fans to calm down. Lee Tongfan did not follow Jurgen Klopp's example to make temporary adjustments to Newcastle's tactics, because these are things that a football coach needs to pay attention to before the game. After 3 or 4 days of training, the players have already formed a thinking and action inertia for the previously established tactics. At this time, on-the-spot adjustments are not a good choice, and it is easy to break the original mature tactical system. To some extent, Newcastle and Dortmund are different. Before the game, Lee Tongfan carefully studied Dortmund's game videos this season. The reason why this team ranked 4th in the standings in the previous rounds of the Bundesliga, surpassing the Bundesliga giant Bayern Munich, was mainly due to the wonderful performance of the Turkish genius midfielder Nuri Sahin. This Turkish genius, who became famous as a teenager, but did not grow up well afterwards, has risen strongly this season and shined. In the first 9 rounds of the game, he handed over 8 assists and 6 goals, which can be called a world-class performance. However, this kind of sending is also dangerous when encountering a strong enemy. As long as Sahin is restricted by the opponent, Dortmund's offensive power will be discounted by 50%. This will be a fatal flaw for the Rhein-Ruhr team, compared with Dortmund, which relies too much on Sahin's personal ability. The Magpies are completely a hole. It is not a problem for the Magpies to restrict any team. This is why Lee Tongfan is not worried about Jurgen Klopp's face-to-face instructions to Sahin. Makalil is waiting for this Turk in the backcourt of the Magpies. What Leoli is really worried about is the fan riot in front of him. Germans are efficient, and German police are even more efficient. This seemingly large-scale fight involving tens of thousands of people was suppressed by 200 riot police in less than 20 minutes, and the game will definitely continue. The key issue is that this massive fan riot did not happen at all in the FM 2009 system push before the game. Something that should not have existed happened right under Lee Tongfan's nose. Will it affect the result of the push? This is what Lee Tongfan is worried about. Force minus 20 minutes later, the referee on duty, Mason Reed, blew the whistle and the game started again. After the kickoff, Dortmund used the home advantage to continue to oppress Newcastle's passing and controlling space, and the crazy Germans in the stands did not restrain their anger under the sticks of the riot police. In addition to swinging their fists to fight, the boos and scolding did not stop. 0.10:0. 0.10:0. Exclamation point. We want a 10:0. Newcastle go to hell. Madmanly go to hell die. The Dortmund fans made this sentence into a powerful song and roared hard with the attack of the home team on the field. More than 50,000 mouths opened and closed, and the white teeth were like a group of bloodthirsty piranhas swimming in the huge waves. The tremendous pressure came on October 23rd at the Westfalen Stadium in the North Rhine-Ruhr area of Germany. The Germans who shared the same hatred, the commentator who deviated from the commentary position, the stands where blood was flowing, and the Dortmund players who fought bravely. All this seemed to indicate that this first game of the League Cup, which carried the expectations of countless Newcastle fans after many years, seemed not easy for the Magpies to win, at least from the situation in the first 15 minutes. The Germans have taken advantage of their home field in football matches to the extreme. A raging fire gradually burned in Lee Tongfan's eyes. Anyone who is scolded by more than 50,000 people for more than 10 minutes will be as furious as Lee Tongfan. Finally, in the 38th minute, Lee Tongfan came to the sidelines in the spotlight, shouted loudly and made adjustment gestures, and adjusted the tactics of the Magpies. The central axis of the Magpies, composed of Podolski, Alan Smith and Fernando Gago, moved forward very tacitly at the same time. Podolski first came to the front line and Crespo formed a double striker. Alan Smith returned to the front midfielder position, and Fernando Gago, who was born in the back midfielder, appeared in the midfielder MC position for the first time. In this way, Newcastle's formation became 4-1-3-2. This is the signal to attack. The Magpies, who had been playing steadily for most of the first half, were about to respond to Dortmund's overwhelming offensive. Lee Tongfan decided to teach these impolite Germans a lesson, so that they would know how to respect their opponents on the court. The effect was immediate. After veteran Makalil successfully restricted Dortmund's midfield core with his experience, body and fierce tackles, the opponent's offensive power was greatly reduced, and Newcastle's threat in front of Dortmund's penalty area increased greatly, and Fernando Gago became the organizing core of the Magpies on the field. The Argentine teenager did not have the opportunity to show his organizational talent in the Real Madrid era, but gradually became a Gattuso-style barbaric butcher. But his talent in this regard was not lost. In Newcastle's last Premier League match against Tottenham Hotspur, Gago's direct pass from the backcourt assisted Crespo to score the third goal alone, and Lee Tongfan remembered it firmly in his heart. Looking at Newcastle's front court players, Alan Smith plays a big and open style. Ushervan and Juan Mata focus on breakthroughs and passing and shooting. Pastor is too sticky, and none of the hammers are suitable to be an offensive organizer. After careful calculation, only Gago, who has experienced European football in Real Madrid, has the potential in this regard. So Lee Tongfan is determined to train Gago to become a role like brain, Pirlo, and ventilator, Xavi, so that this Argentine teenager can control the offensive and defensive rhythm of the Magpies. This game is an opportunity to train Gago. In the 43rd minute, of the game. Gago handed in an answer that made Lee Tongfan cheer and jump after Makalal used a dangerous tackle in the backcourt to break the ball at the feet of Nuru Sahin. He immediately handed the ball to Fernando Gago in front of him, regardless of the protests of Dortmund players who raised their arms. Whoosh. Gago used a half marathon to shake off Karl's pressing, and once again used the fatal through pass like a scalpel. The ball penetrated the gap between Dortmund's central defender Sabatic and fullback Armonala, and came to the right side of the home team's penalty area. A short figure wearing Newcastle's away purple uniform rushed like an arrow from a string, stopping and running, and fiercely rushed directly into the Dortmund penalty area. Russian Tsar, Andrei Arshavin. A single shot, a fatal opportunity. Lee Tongfan couldn't help but run to the front of the Dortmund fans' camp with his fists clenched, roaring and provoking, because according to the results of the FM 2009 system prediction, this single-handed shot will definitely go in. This game is destined to be the battle of fame for Tsar Arshavin, however. A quarter of a second later, Leoli opened his mouth in surprise because the football shot by Arshavin did not fly into the net, but hit the stands high, kicked it away. How is it possible? There was an error in the system prediction. Why? Third update for monthly tickets. It's extremely tragic to ask for monthly tickets. Brothers, I was exploded 4 times in one afternoon. So sad. Thanks. I love 888, 100, Mario 82. 588, Fiu Hanksio, 10,000. Shiwanchan Sama, 10,000, for your award support. Baby sisters Iangshing, are you not angry anymore? Haha chapter 367, the pace of conquest and the continuation of suspense. It is estimated that Arshavin himself did not expect that this shot would be sent to the stands by his inexplicable forces. After wasting this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the Tsar knelt on the grass in the Dortmund penalty area and beat the grass with his hands in frustration. Got too dangerous. The straight pass from the defensive midfielder Gago gave Newcastle a single-handed opportunity. This was the most deadly threat created by the Magpies in the first half. Crazy Lee's change of formation had an immediate effect. Facing an enemy like this Crazy Lee, we must always remain highly vigilant. Westfalens Live commentator Michel Krasik was shocked by Arshavin's shot and broke into a cold sweat point. Although Krasik has been constantly belittling Crazy Lee and his Magpies since the beginning of the game, as a football commentator, Krasik himself knows that it is very difficult for Klopp and Dortmund to defeat Crazy Lee, and the Dortmund fans who have been constantly provoking in the stands obviously understand this truth point. The insults they had been pretending to be like piranhas were actually to cover up the deep fear in their hearts. The word strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, is the most appropriate to describe the Germans. The game continues. Fernando Gago's fatal through pass made Dortmund sweat coldly. This imminent danger made Jurgen Klopp gradually dare not rush and attack like before in the remaining practice of the first half, and the home team's offensive slowly stopped. The Magpies took the opportunity to launch a major counter-attack. However, until the end of the first half, the score remained at 0:0. When the referee Mason Reid blew the whistle to end the halftime game, the two sides temporarily shook hands and made peace. The players of both sides walked towards the player channel with their beards and eyes glaring amid the shouts and boos of the fans. When the Newcastle players walked near the stands, the debris thrown by the fanatical Dortmund fans poured down like a summer rainstorm in July. Newcastle's staff had to hold umbrellas with the stadium security guards to escort the players one by one to the player tunnel, walking slowly towards the locker room. Lee Tongfan's brain was working rapidly. What exactly caused Arshavin's goal in the first half of the FM 2009 system to disappear? Was it really because of the unexpected incident of the fan riot? If so, does it mean that the results of the FM 2009 system simulation in the next 45 minutes will also be invalid? A serious problem was placed in front of Lee Tongfan. The outcome of the game has begun to move towards the unknown. Forced after a 15-minute break, the second half of the game arrived as scheduled with the whistle of Mason Reid. Although there was a 15-minute break, the fans of the home and away teams were still glaring at each other with red eyes. If it weren't for the fully armed riot police in black uniforms constantly knocking on their shields to remind the fans who were already blood-curdling, then the stands at this moment would not only be filled with boos and shouts that swept through the Westfalen Stadion like a terrifying storm in the Western Indian Ocean. After the restart, Lee Tongfan carefully observed Dortmund's tactical changes and only breathed a sigh of relief. After 3 minutes, Jurgen Klopp adjusted Dortmund's tactics. At the end of the first half, the midfield corner Sahin, who was entangled by Makalol and had no power to fight back, retreated slightly from the front midfielder to the midfield position, thus avoiding Makalol's entanglement. However, the farther away from the Newcastle goal, the less threat Sahin can create. After all, the Turkish genius is not good at suddenly sending through the ball in a rapidly changing situation like Gago. In contrast, Sahin prefers to use his personal skills to tear the opponent's defense line and use the gap to send a short distance assist. Therefore, after letting him retreat to the midfield (MC) position, the threat to the Magpies has been greatly reduced. Of course, Lee Tongfan is a little relieved that from the situation on the field in the first 5 minutes of the second half, the game seems to have returned to the track predicted by the FM 2009 system. Except for the inexplicable disappearance of Arshavin's goal in the first half, everything is normal. The game was played to the 60th minute and 42 seconds in the Westfalen Stadium. Lee Tongfan's pupils shrank amid the constant boos and shouts, because the goal is coming. In the FM 2009 system simulation, in the 62nd minute of the game, Newcastle's second goal is about to come. This time, will it be like the first half, where the goal that should have existed suddenly disappeared inexplicably? On the field, Fernando Gago's long hair fluttered again, and the white football drew a cold and shining track on the green grass. Gago got the ball. Danger. Another long distance through ball. What's going on? Sabatic and Armonola made mistakes again. Damn it. The football once again penetrated Dortmund's defense and came to the right side of the penalty area. Arshavin, shoot. Got. The ball went in. German commentator Michel Krasik was like a balloon that had been popped, and his dejected emphasis was beyond words. This goal was enough to explain the problem. Dortmund is getting further and further away from victory because there has never been anything in this world. I have never heard of anyone being able to turn around Crazy Lee when he was behind. The more than 50,000 people in the stands of the Westfalen Stadion, the temple of football dreams, fell into a brief silence for 3 or 4 seconds. Then they suddenly roared like a herd of angry porcupines, and the sky was filled with boos. Blow down one of America's most advanced space shuttles. .1:0 exclamation point in the first minute of the game. Russian Tsar faced Fernando Gago with his second single chance and finally scored. This is not Tsar Arshavin's first goal in the UEFA Cup. Last year, he led the Russian giant Zenit St. Petersburg to a massive victory in the UEFA Cup. He defeated Bayern Munich, Bayer Leverkusen, Villarreal and others in the UEFA Cup and reached the final, and defeated Glasgow Rangers 2:0 in the final to win the cup. Arshavin himself was also named the best player in the final. Therefore, scoring goals in the UEFA Cup is nothing new for Arshavin. Originally the Tsar should have been very calm, but Arshavin celebrated wildly at the Westfalen Stadion. Extremely crazy. After taking off his jersey, he was even unceremoniously shown a yellow card by referee Mason Reed. However, it is all worth it for the Tsar, because this goal is the first goal he has scored in the 5 major leagues since joining Newcastle. Although the pressure he has endured in the Premier League has not reached the level of Podolski in the past period, as a star player who once dominated the Russian Premier League, Tsar is already waiting for this kind of wantonness. It feels like it takes too long. The reason why I left Zenit St. Petersburg and joined Newcastle was to prove myself in the mainstream European leagues, and this moment means that the Russian Tsar has finally taken the first step in his conquest. Perhaps soon, the whole of Europe will tremble under the feet of the Tsar force after Arshavin celebrated for 3 minutes. The game continued with the eyes of the Dortmund players red. Courtside point, Lee Tongfan's heart that had been hanging finally slowly fell back into his chest. Fortunately, this goal did not disappear. So what about the other goals next? On the field point, after conceding the goal, Dortmund was obviously in a state of rage, because it was covered with the national righteousness of defeating madmanly and avenging the German national team. This game attracted a lot of attention in Germany. They were originally full of confidence, but now they were beaten by the away Magpies. Seeing that the game was about to end in 30 minutes, could they not be in a hurry? Listen to the shouts of the German fans in the stands of the Westfalenstadion, and you will know how high the Germans' expectations for this game are. But expecting this thing can easily cause stress, and when the pressure is high, it is easy for people to go to extremes. Therefore, amid the cheers and cheers of more than 50,000 fans in the audience, Dortmund's players, who were under tremendous pressure, began to go to extremes. With their eyes red, they began to beat head coach Jurgen Klopp in the tactics laid out during the halftime break were put aside, and an onslaught that looked fierce, but was actually messy, and disorganized was launched. Head coach Jurgen Klopp has lost control of the team. This is fatal for a team. Tongfan's eyes flashed fiercely. It's time to shut up these damn Germans in the Westfalenstadion stands. Do you want to beat me 10:0? Let's first see if the team you support has such a good mouth, rushing to the sidelines and shouting loudly to attract the attention of Newcastle players. Tongfan made an offensive gesture without hesitation. Dortmund is showing off their courage now. As long as a head-on attack can knock their morale back to its original shape, the game will be over for the Germans. 78th minute, Alan Smith's sudden cross, after wandering to the wing, at the back. Ouch. Oh, damn. It's Arshavin again. What is Sabatic doing? What are the other Dortmund defenders doing? He actually let a short man less than 1.7 meters in height scored a goal? This is a shame for the German team. 87th minute, Crespo returned the header. Ouch. Damn, it's Arshavin again. Stop him. Stop this damn Newcastle number 18. Ouch. It's Sabatic again. Like a piece of wood the Russians knocked him down like a pile. Helmus, how could they use such a stupid move in the penalty area? It's too dangerous. Arshavin faced the goalkeeper alone, after passing two people. 3:0! Exclamation point quote point. It's over. For us, the game is over. Crazy Lee is still continuing his myth. The whistle sounded and revenge failed. This is another disaster in the history of German football. Force when referee Masonry had finally blew the whistle to end the game. The Westfalenstadion, which had been silent for a long time, was awakened from the shock. 3:0! Exclamation point facing Arshavin arrogantly putting his palm to his ear to listen to the cheers. More than 50,000 Germans who had been shouting and provoking at the top of their lungs fell silent at this moment, and Tongfan was also silent on the sidelines. The victory of the game made people happy, but what shocked Leoli again was that Arshavin, who was supposed to score twice in the FM 2009 system prediction, actually performed a hat-trick. How could this happen? I'm begging for monthly votes miserably. Brothers and sisters, it's the middle of the month, and the results are not ideal. The knife is updating vigorously. You should also vote vigorously. Chapter 368, The Missing Goal and the Evolution of the England-Germany Match. 3:0. The King of the Magpie Legion returns. This night, the painful wail of the Germans fear. The Russian Tsar takes conquering steps. Arshavin hat-trick. Newcastle wins first UEFA Cup win. Rummenigge, where is your 10:0? The high songs and laments of Westphalia, the high-profile Dortmund are benefiting from themselves when Tongbiam and Newcastle return to the UK. The impact of the Magpie Legion's first game of the UEFA Cup was like the shock wave generated by the mushroom cloud after the atomic bomb explosion, which hit the entire Europe in circles. However, although Newcastle's victory was worthy of extensive media coverage, in fact, what everyone was more concerned about was the fan brawl that lasted for about 20 minutes. After the game, the UEFA disciplinary committee intervened in this incident that shocked Europe. a thorough investigation of the scandal, and one day later announced the injuries to fans that people are most concerned about. A total of 245 people were injured to varying degrees, 16 of them were seriously injured, and 8 people were lying in the intensive care unit under observation and treatment. Surprisingly, Newcastle fans, who were far outnumbered by their opponents at the Westfalen Stadium that day, actually had the absolute upper hand in the fight. Only 45 of the 245 people came to the scene with the Magpies to watch the game. British fans, and only 2 of the seriously injured people belonged to England. Before the final investigation results of the UEFA disciplinary committee came out, the German media, as a live witness and incarnation of justice, began an unprecedented attack on English football hooligans and accusations against Crazy Lee because of his personal speech before the game. The well-known 10:0 Bayern Munich chairman Rummenigge put on an angry face and appeared in the public eye. This is a regression for football and a stain on football culture. This is the most intolerable crime on the green field. Such people should be expelled from the stadium forever because they are not worthy of a noble and people-friendly sport like football. No one knows whether the such people Rummenigge refers to are the fans who participated in the fight or the madmen who brought disaster to the game, but there is no doubt that after this battle, the Germans may have a bad impression of madmen. In addition to terrible and invincible, 2 more words must be added, namely, disaster and hate. On the football field, this man brought them failure. Outside the football field, his prestige was enough for a group of England fans in a foreign country to play without hesitation in the face of enemies who had been beaten several times because of the insults their opponents had given him. Roll up your sleeves and fight. From now on, with every step, wherever that black figure exists, the shame and disaster of the Germanic chariot will emerge, unless another German can beat him on the court. Rummenigge is not the only German football star who has publicly expressed his hatred and disgust for Crazy Lee. In addition to this old man who cannot play football, Dortmund head coach Jurgen Klopp also said that do you have even a shred of respect for Crazy Lee. Before the UEFA disciplinary committee announced the final conclusion of the investigation, this public opinion storm was slowly getting more intense. Judging from the situation, the Germans who lost the game seemed determined to add to the bitterness of the defeat off the court. All to Crazy Lee. The effect is obvious, because public opinion is the easiest thing to be raped in many cases. TV broadcasts cannot tell all the fans who watch the live game what happened on the spot, because generally for the sake of the quality of the game, the noise coming from the stands will be suppressed. So in addition to except for the more than 60,000 fans watching the game at the Westfalen Stadium that day, no one else heard the chorus of madmanly, go, die, die, die that resounded throughout the world. The tendency of public opinion is very unfavorable to Lee Tongfan and Newcastle. One day later, when the Germans had aggressively poured pots of dirty water on madmanly and the English football hooligan, it seemed that they did not expect that the Germans, who have always been known for their rational and calm image, would not expect this time. It would seem so crazy, so the English media, which has always been known for its fast and pervasive actions, reacted and launched a counter-attack. After the fan contest ended, the clash of pens between reporters and experts finally began, and this storm of public opinion rose instantly, escalating to the level of a war between countries. Even later, the problem became so serious that it made people laugh. The Germans began to denounce the uncountable crimes committed by English football hooligans and the history of world football development, while the English began to excavate the indelible and unforgettable contributions that the Germans made to human development in the 2 world wars. Football makes people crazy, so crazy. In this controversy, one of the high-profile parties involved, Madman Lee, remained uncharacteristically silent and declined interviews from any media, including even The Observer, which has been cheering for him in this storm of public opinion that has expanded to an international scale. Newspaper, at this time, I will not make any comment on the matter. What happened at the Westfalen Stadium on October 23 was witnessed by 65,982 fans. UEFA discipline. The committee is involved in the investigation and soon the whole world will know who is lying. The Battle of Westphalia. The game was interrupted for 20 minutes. Fans were injured. Fans brawled outside the field again after the game. German football stars roared. England defended itself, and the media scuffled. It is destined to be recorded in the history of European football because of a fight. October 23, this night, even if time continues to pass for centuries, will be an unpleasant memory not worth remembering for anyone who really loves football. In the midst of the turmoil of accusations, and the time when famous football reporters were showing off their talents, Tongfan, apart from standing aside and watching the media bickering, devoted most of his energy to during the study of Arshavin's missing goal and sudden hat-trick in the Battle of Westphalia in the FM 2009 system simulation. Before the game on October 23, in the 43rd minute of the game, Arshavin received a through ball from midfielder Fernando Gago and scored successfully. But what about in reality? Arshavin actually kicked out a goal that should have been in the system. In the second half, the FM 2009 system predicted that Arshavin should have only scored 2 goals, namely a single push shot in the 63rd minute, and Arshavin did score a goal with a header from behind in the 78th minute. But, in the 87th minute, Zaha, after a series of casual breakthroughs, shot and scored a goal that did not exist in the FM 2009 system's pre-specified goal. Everything is weird. After the game, Tongfan checked the FM 2009 system up and down more than 10 times, but could not find the reason. That disappearing goal was like a sharp thorn, piercing deeply into Leoli's heart. Who knows what critical moment this situation will happen next. October 25. The UEFA Disciplinary Committee finally announced the penalty decision for the brawl in Westphalia on the 23rd. Dortmund banned fans from attending 5 UEFA Cup games and was fined €100,000, while Newcastle banned fans from attending 1 official match and was fined €10,000. This penalty decision caused an uproar in the media circles of the two countries who are still in the war. Dortmund's penalty was almost 5 times that of Newcastle. UEFA's investigation results clearly identified the faulty party as Dortmund. How can this make Germany, which has always acted as the incarnation of justice in the storm of public opinion, embarrassed, just when everyone in Dortmund was clamoring to appeal and express their dissatisfaction? The head of the UEFA Disciplinary Committee gave a strong explanation. After considering the evidence, we have a lot of evidence to show that the most important reason for the brawl was that Dortmund fans insulted Newcastle coach Mr. Tongfan. It is a very unethical thing for any team to insult their opponents in any game. There is a lot of video footage to prove this, and as far as we know, it was Dortmund fans who were the first to take action. Finally, we recommend that football legends who enjoy huge reputations among their home fans can maintain a football before the game. Superstars should have the reputation and behavior they should have, and don't mislead fans into taking drastic actions. Although the person in charge did not say it clearly, almost everyone in Europe knew that this was almost a rebuke of Bayern Munich chairman Rummenigge by name, because it was this man's 10:0 remarks before the game that provoked the crowd. Dortmund and German fans hate madmanly. As soon as UEFA made its official statement, the German media, which had previously had the upper hand in the public opinion storm, all responded. However, the English media, which had been denounced as football hooligans, showed an unreasonable side and began to stand on their side, pursue the moral high ground and torture the German football culture. Soon, UEFA announced that during the match that day, more than 50,000 German fans in the Vitesse Stadium chanted "Crazy Lee, die, die, die," and a fan wearing a Dortmund uniform took the lead in shouting after these 2 videos of the seats being removed and thrown into the Newcastle fans' camp. The entire European continent instantly sided with Crazy Lee and the Magpies. Bayern chairman Rummenigge had to stand up and apologize to the public and fans under huge media pressure. I admit that as a 67-year-old fan, whose heart speaks of his love for the national team every time he beats, I will never go to the European Cup again. I felt a bit mentally unbalanced after that. I should apologize for my previous words and deeds. In fact, I didn't expect such serious consequences. At this time, Crazy Lee's counter-attack came. Don't think that Leoli's forbearance before was really out of consideration for the overall situation, or because he didn't bother to argue with the Germans. This grandson's character has always been that he doesn't care whether it's reasonable or not. As long as someone spits on me, I will stab him 10 times, not to mention this time the sullen man. Was he indeed wronged? In an exclusive interview with Observer reporter Mida, Madmanly cursed heartily, crying and begging for a monthly ticket, thanks to difficult to register, Kit, 9Z, Lord of the Gods, Cheyenne Chunfeng, Mala, 4 people for their generous support. Thank you to every brother and sister who silently supports Xiodeo for your support. Thank you, I love you. Chapter 369 Chapter 3 Chapter 1 A storm is coming. I have long said that the facts will eventually tell the whole world who is lying. Haha, where are the defenders who are still clamoring and making accusations at this moment? Gentlemen, please continue to dance like a clown. Come out and let the whole world see your face, right? It's incredible. An inexplicable hatred is deliberately extended from an honest final. This is the tragedy of a nation. Well, what do you ask? That's right. I'm talking about the damn Dortmund fans. Klopp said he has no respect for me. Haha, I don't need his respect at all. I just know that he is afraid of me. Oh, by the way, and Mr. Rummenigge, didn't he swear that damn Madmanly is the source of evil? Well, then please pray to God, and pray that no team in the Bundesliga will do it. Meet Newcastle in any of the next games in the League Cup. Otherwise, I'll show them what a real nightmare is. This is the provocative declaration made by Lee Tongfan through gritted teeth during an exclusive interview with The Observer. A naked provocation, not even a trace of face, was left for Dortmund and Rummenigge. Lee Tongfan's tone was full of unabashed upstart anger and roguelike unreasonableness, making the entire continent of Europe feel the wrath of the god on the sidelines of the football field. What is even more tragic for Dortmund is that the German media villains complained first, and now UEFA's final penalty made Lee Tongfan effortless disguise himself as a victim in a weak position. Therefore, when Dortmund's lies have been exposed and they have lost credibility, every word spoken by the original accused victim Lee Tongfan at this time will be regarded as fact by fans of the 5 major leagues. After Lee Tongfan's provocation in The Observer, the whole of Europe couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. Under Crazy Lee's roar, this huge public opinion storm that had just started less than a week ago quickly disappeared. Dortmund was nailed to the pillar of shame, while the fame of Crazy Lee in Newcastle climbed to a new level, so much so that the most authoritative German newspaper Bild had to publish a special column lamenting, "We started the First World War, but the ultimate beneficiary was only the enemy Madmanly. His repeated forbearance in this incident was a shame. The world has proven that even Crazy Lee is a cunning guy, to be feared off the court." After the first game of the UEFA Cup, Newcastle's preparation centre returned to the Premier League. The next period of time will be a big challenge for the Magpie Legion Newcastle, with fierce battles one after another. On October 26th, they challenge the newly promoted Hull City in an away game with a tough and brutal playing style. On October 29th, they will face Premier League powerhouse Martin O'Neill's Aston Villa at home, go to Old Trafford to challenge the Red Devils and Manchester United on November 3rd, play against Chelsea at home on November 9th. 3 rounds after Chelsea, they have to challenge Arsenal, another giant Arsenal, away from home. This means that before December's Devils Christmas, the Magpies have to end the battle with every team in the traditional top 4, and then take the whole team with them, with numerous injuries and a double match schedule to deal with on Christmas Day. This is a schedule that would be a headache for any head coach. Besides the schedule, there are many other things that need ideas. Podolski, who joined the Magpies for the highest price this summer, is still in poor condition. Although he scored a penalty in the last Premier League game against Tottenham Hotspur, Prince Polti fell into silence again soon afterwards. Originally, Lee Tongfan King Podolski could find the feeling in the game against Dortmund, because after all, the opponent was a Bundesliga team he was familiar with, and found the feeling of playing point. The well-intentioned Leoli once even pushed Podolski to the forward position he was most familiar with in the past through a change of formation. However, Podolski's performance was still unsatisfactory, not at all the same as in the German national team in the 2008 European Cup. That sharp feeling. This situation is the same as Podolski's performance in the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich in previous seasons, or even worse. Some people say that the Baltic Kings are born to be the kind of team that can only exert their energy in small teams. Once they reach a wealthy club, they will lose themselves. And more media have already been prepared to label Balti as a parallel importer. On the prince's head, there are constant rumors in the British media that, because of the prostitution scandal and his poor state, Madman Lee is preparing to purge the most expensive signing in the winter transfer period. Lee Tongfan did not refute this. Before Podolski regained his form, no matter how determined Lee Tongfan was to refute the rumors to the media, it would appear to be weak. However, Newcastle fans' patience with the German striker was growing little by little disappear. What really puzzles Lee Tongfan is that the FM 2009 system cannot find out the reason for Podolski's continued slump. In other words, even the FM system cannot explain Podolski's slump. In the M2009 system, the German forward's training values are still at a gorgeous level, and his physical strength is almost always above 95%. The team coach's evaluation in the training column is still in excellent condition. It can be said that all the evaluations of the FM 2009 system are normal and abnormal, but no matter what, Podolski cannot perform to his due level in real games. This is the first time that Lee Tongfan has encountered such a strange thing, because in the past, no matter which player he was, as long as he showed gorgeous attributes in the FM system, he would undoubtedly be able to play well in the system simulation and real games. The water rises. Podolski breaks this routine. This is not a good sign. If other players are like Prince Balti, then the advantages of Lee Tongfan's FM system will be minimized. During this period of time, Ushavin's missing goals in Podolski's statistics were excellent, but he was unable to perform as he should. The FM 2009 system seems to be gradually undergoing this strange change. Lee Tongfan himself can't figure out whether it is good or bad. There is something even more that makes Lee Tongfan scratch his head. First of all, Premier League nightmare, Bruce Barbera is still clinging to the so-called prostitution scandal. If Lee Tongfan hadn't asked dog-headed strategist Lo Si-Tang to arrange all the plans, they would not have been officially implemented. At that time, Leoli, who was in a irritable mood at this moment, wished that this woman who had been attracted to her like a leech would disappear from the world. However, Lee Tongfan fully realized in these 2 days that women are really a wonderful thing. Barbara did not hesitate to side with Lee Tongfan in the previous Anglo-German media war. Once the Anglo-German media storm ended, she immediately turned over her pretty face faster than turning over a book. Once again he attacked Leoli with vicious words. It seems that the lethality of the sentence "Are you a virgin?" is indeed deep into the bone marrow. Secondly, 2 old men, Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Scarlari, are still working tirelessly in the media to stir up the restless hearts of the young Newcastle players who are already proud of their winning streak and don't know how good the sky is and how good they are. This has brought the unstable factors within the Magpie Legion to the edge of explosion. Finally, the previous system task, team chemistry, has not been completed yet. As of today in FM 2009, Newcastle's current team coordination degree can barely reach 60, which is still 20 tacit understanding points short of 80. But the more fatal thing is that more than half of the time to complete the system task has passed, and the situation does not look good either. Time passed in Lee Tongfan's deep thinking. October 26. Newcastle challenged the newly promoted Hull City in an away game. This is a team with obvious physical confrontation. In terms of physical height and strength, Newcastle is far inferior, so Lee Tongfan simply gave up the confrontation with physical advantages and directly chose the technical team, choosing Arshavin, Small, fast, and agile players such as Cello and Juan Mata faced off against the strong men of Hull City. Facts have proved that Leoli's choice was completely correct. After 90 minutes of fierce battle, Newcastle relied on Arshavin's brace to sweep the opponent 2:0 in other games in the same round. Manchester United and Arsenal each swept their opponents 3:0 and continued to maintain a complete victory. Newcastle still remained in third place in the standings, and its goal difference advantage was even further extended. Far at the post-match press conference, Ferguson continued to pour out heaps of praise without hesitation on his upcoming opponents, the Newcastle Hammers. October 29. Point Street. James Park is in turmoil again. with Premier League powerhouse Aston Villa making a strong comeback under the leadership of Martin O'Neill. Villa has also had a good record this season due to strong undercurrents, and is currently ranked 7th behind Liverpool with a slight disadvantage of 2 points. This game is much more difficult for the young Magpies than against Hull City. The two sides were inseparable at St James Park. Martin O'Neill can definitely be ranked in the top 10 among the 20 Premier League coaches in terms of ability. Fortunately, Laoli had FM 2009 in his hands. In the end, relying on bug corner kick tactics, the Magpies relied on Alan Smith's volley from outside the penalty area to defeat their opponent 1:0. The other two legions in the winning streak group, the Red Devils and Arsenal, still defeated their respective opponents. The intensity of competition in the Premier League in the 2008-09 season amazed the entire European continent, and Newcastle's next game at Old Trafford to challenge the Red Devils Manchester United attracted worldwide attention. Angel Wings, Juan Mata, who rose strongly after transferring to Newcastle in the middle of last season, almost single-handedly helped the Magpies defeat the Red Devils. What about today? Ferguson started playing psychological warfare before the 5th or 6th round. It seemed that it was time to reap the rewards. But for Lee Tongfan, this was not the most troublesome thing. The most fatal thing was, Arshavin's mysterious disappearing goal and Podolski's bizarre slump have not been explained in FM 2009. What if this situation happens again in the battle at Old Trafford 4 days later? Moreover, the plan to deal with Premier League nightmare Bruce Barbara is already. All it needs is the east wind, just waiting for Podolski to explode. This is very difficult. Crying bitterly and begging for monthly tickets. The war is coming. Let me explain. The bug of Owen in the previous article has been fixed, and it's difficult to register. Kit, boss, you should be able to join the group, but there is only one group that can't be added, because it's a general group and it's full. Finally. Thanks to I Love 888, Agent Codename G8, Flying in Flames, and Future for their support. Thank you to every brother and sister who supports Zyodeo. Thank you. Chapter 370 Touching and Strange Things. November 1st. Rick Bottom Training Base. Newcastle's first team training is going on with laughter as they prepare for the Old Trafford game. Sudden. Stop all. What are you doing? Javier, do you know what you are doing? Those who want to perform acrobatics should go to the stage instead of the football field. And you, Gareth, don't you understand what I'm asking for? These 30 minutes are used to connect short passes, not long passes. Don't laugh. Mamadou, you are a centre back, not a winger or a forward. I ask you more, pass the ball. Can you bring the football into Manchester United's goal in the game the day after tomorrow? What are you thinking about? At the number 3 training ground of the first team at Newcastle's Rick Bottom Training Base, Alan Shearer, the assistant coach who had always been amiable, suddenly roared like an angry lion. The huge sound reached outside the Rick Bottom base. The long-billed tits in the grove were so frightened that they peed and flew away. Everyone was shocked, including Lee Tongfan, who has been standing on the sidelines with frowning eyebrows to watch and supervise the training. Pastor, Gareth Bale and Mamadou Sakho, who were named and scolded by Shearer, had their faces turned red and white. This was the first time that they had been unceremoniously insulted since joining Newcastle. Even head coach Lee Tongfan has never done this before. Among several senior members of Newcastle's first team, even Irish goalkeeper Given, who has been a teammate of Shearer for many years, has never seen him lose such a temper. In a daze, Given seemed to have seen the man who used to dominate the green field. The super striker Alan Shearer, who raised his muscular arms high and roared after scoring a goal. After finishing the team's training in one breath, Shearer stood in the middle of the field and once again loudly announced the training content required by the coaching staff for today's training period. Short pass. Match. This is the training content required by the coaching staff. If anyone doesn't understand, I don't mind saying it again. Please remember that you are all professional players. Before you do anything, look at the black and white sword striped shirt on your body. Alan Shearer finished these words in a roaring tone, and then like a glaring King Kong, his eyes swept over the young hammers who had behaved casually in the training just now. No one dared to look at Alan Shearer at this moment. Anyone who has been to Newcastle, even if they have only spent 3 or 4 hours in this harbour city, can feel the city's respect for a man named Shearer. Before Madman Lee descended on St. James Park, almost no one in this seaport city can rival Hiller in terms of prestige, not even the mayor. Therefore, when Alan Shearer was furious, even Lee Tongfan had to give up 3 points. Next, the training continued in a trembling atmosphere. Some of the little hammers secretly glanced at the leader Lee Tongfan, who had been standing on the sidelines without speaking just now, but the big Tyrannosaurus sunglasses that had been worn on his face blocked it. Explore every line of sight into your boss's mind. This morning time passed very slowly. The training ground at the rig bottom training base lacks the relaxed atmosphere of the past, but the hammers are much more serious in training. The training plan arranged by the coaching staff has been strictly implemented. No one is training like before. He was laughing and joking in a nonchalant manner. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines wearing his own Tyrannosaurus sunglasses with an expressionless expression, but no one knew that there was a turmoil in Leoli's heart at the moment. The scene just now touched Leoli very much. Alan Shearer's rage pointed out to Lee Tongfan a good way to solve the current blind optimism within the team. In fact, it was only at this moment that Lee Tongfan discovered that as a head coach, he had been walking into a misunderstanding. That is, for a long time, many things about the team have been too hands-on. Although this can maximize the functions of the FM 2009 system and leave others with the impression of working tirelessly. In fact, even if one person's energy is the exuberance is also very limited, so the role of other members of the coaching staff is virtually weakened. For example, Alan Shearer, a man with a reputation comparable to God in Newcastle, although he holds the position of assistant coach in the team, he has not really performed in many cases because of Lee Tongbum's too lenient management functions of an assistant coach. This is definitely the most shameful waste of resources. Just now, Shearer shocked the audience with his invincible lion roar. Lee Tongfan was stunned for a moment and then suddenly realized he had been worried about the hammers being complacent due to their winning streak and the sugar-coated bullets of Ferguson and others. Heartache. Since I can't pour cold water on it, wouldn't it be good to let Alan Shearer do it? The break from drinking just now will definitely make those little guys whose tails are about to reach the moon stay calm for several days. One is a good person and the other is a bad person. After making up his mind, just after the first team training in the morning was about to end, Lee Tongfan summoned the hammers and said something that surprised everyone. The starting lineup for the game against Manchester United 2 days later will be decided by Alan. If Alan thinks that your attitude in training these days is worthy of a starting spot, then you will have the opportunity to go to Old Trafford to experience the Premier League. If Alan is absolutely not worthy of the enthusiasm of the top league, then I can only say sorry to you. You know, there are still many outstanding players in the youth team waiting for the call to the Premier League. After Leoli said this, he turned around and left. This made some hammers who originally expected the affable boss Madman Lee to say a few good words to them suddenly disappointed. The pampering of these high potential little monsters who had always been opposed to them made the little guys treat Leoli there was more than enough respect, but not enough awe. But this time everyone instantly understood that the boss was dissatisfied with their recent expressions. Everyone began to reflect on their performance. Assistant coach Alan Shearer, who had the full support of Lee Tongfan, was staring at the black figure who had walked away with a thoughtful expression. However, no one would have thought that what would happen today would happen. What an impact the incident had on the man known as the god on the sidelines of football. At this moment, Lee Tongfan began to seriously reflect on his coaching ideas. Whether it is wrong or right, every bit is worthy of attention. A small incident brought Crazy Lee to the first turning point in his coaching career, and even his use of the FM 2009 system has undergone earth-shaking changes. This is something for the future. Let's not mention it for now. November 3rd. Newcastle come to Manchester to make final preparations for the battle at Old Trafford. After less than an hour of adaptation training, all first team players returned to the hotel to rest at the request of assistant coach Alan Shearer. After the two assistant coaches got angry and got support from boss Lee Tongfan, the atmosphere in the team's preparations became much calmer. Lee Tongfan, on the other hand, secretly huddled in his room for the final cheat before the game. Opened the Hamageo book, and the Cblue FM 2009 icon appears in the most eye-catching place on the LCD screen. Move the mouse and click lightly to enter the system interface, and then load the latest archive before officially cheating to plan the battle at Old Trafford. Lee Tongfan once again observed the status of the 24 first team players today. Except for Crespo, everyone else's physical strength basically remained above 90%. A high-intensity confrontational match will definitely not be a problem. The only thing worth noting is that there are small green icons floating in front of the names of Arshavin, Juan Mata and Alan Smith. The word opinion is engraved on the icon in front of Arshavin's name. I think I'm at the peak of my form recently, and I can't wait to compete with Manchester United players. This is a perfect opportunity to show off my abilities in front of head coach Crazy Lee. The small green square in front of Juan Mata's name is engraved with mood. I want to use my own feet to once again wash away the humiliation I suffered at Old Trafford and repay the kindness of Coach Lee Tongfan. Although the word mood is also engraved on the small green square floating in front of Alan Smith's name, the content is completely different from that of the previous two people. Only the two words bloody revenge. Lee Tongfan looked at these two words and smiled slightly. It seemed that even the FM 2009 system felt the resentment of the former Prince of Elland Road. In 2 words, he vividly described Smith's mood before the battle. No matter what, the emotions of these 3 guys are enough to show that they are full of expectations for this game, and their morale has risen to its peak. There is no problem in letting the 3 of them start in the hands of Lee Tongfan. There is a starting list for tonight's Old Trafford battle at Dream Theatre, given by assistant coach Alan Shearer. Lee means what he says. The starting lineup for this game is indeed decided by Shearer, based on the recent training status and attitude of the players. Fortunately, the names of Arshavin, Juan Mata and Alan Smith are on the list. In addition to these 3 people, in the starting list given by assistant coach Alan Shearer, Michael Owen is still the only one on the forward line. Ronaldo, who has just returned from injury under Yanato acupuncture technique, and Ronaldo, who recently returned from injury. Crespo, who had some physical problems due to a series of fierce battles, sat on the bench. The defensive midfielder is Makalol. For defenders David Thornton, Moussa Sissoko, Stephen Taylor and Marcelo. Goalkeeper Irish goalkeeper Given, Gareth Bale, Pastore and Mamadou Sakho, who were named and scolded by Shearer 2 days ago, were not even included in the squad, which is a small punishment. The name that surprised Lee Tongfan the most when he appeared on Shearer's starting list was Lucas Podolski. Originally, Lee thought that Shearer would definitely exclude Prince Porty from the national team because of his poor form in the game. Who knows, the only explanation should be because of the German forward's serious and hard-working attitude in training. Like Juan Mata, Marcelo and Nicolas Gigi and other players who have gone through hardships, Podolski is absolutely serious in training, although his state continues to be sluggish in the game. This is actually what Lee has always admired about Podolski. However, Lee did not expect that not only he admired it, but also Alan Shearer, the main player, was moved by the German striker's serious attitude. It can be seen that no matter how strong a person is, as long as he works hard, he will be seen and remembered by others, and thus get more opportunities. Lee Tongfan compared this list with the status of the players in the FM 2009 system one by one. After finding that there were no other problems, he confirmed the list of techniques in the system, and then moved the mouse and clicked the Continue Game button at the top of the screen, wanting to formally simulate the system. However, at this time, something strange happened, and something happened that terrified Lee Tongfan. First update for monthly tickets. Thanks, I love bathing and having good skin. I love 888, spicy, agent code G8, flying turtle, 9Z Lord of the Gods, bright judge, Yano 123, Zuansi Yiling, and several dear brothers and sisters of Didaok for their support. Thank you to every friend who supports Xiaodao. Thank you. Chapter 371. Weird thing. What a strange thing. After moving the mouse to the Continue game, option box and clicking on it. There was no progress bar for qualifying as Lee Tongfan expected, nor did the reminder box pop up to confirm the starting lineup before the game started, but a super large reminder box that was more blood red, terrifying, abominable, ferocious, and evil than the irresistible big name. System task instantly slowed down the entire screen of the Hamageo book. Horrified. Shocking. This is still a reminder frame in the shape of a skull. The difference from the previous one is that the skull is dripping with wet blood, and the blood is constantly flowing out of the two bottomless black eye sockets. The bright red color is so realistic. The shocking picture, coupled with the realistic sound effect of ticking, like stalactite dripping water. Close your eyes. It seems that the drops of blood are trying to burst the LCD screen of the Hamageo book and flow out from the inside, flowing until come to the table. Although it was noon at this moment, the early winter sunshine in Manchester outside the hotel window still gave off a warm touch. But in this room, that was not dark. The hairs on Lee Tongfan's back stood up one by one. This feeling of fear that penetrates into the bone marrow is like the sniper rifle of the cold-blooded god of death being aimed at the back of his head. As long as the wind blows and the trigger is pulled slightly, the head of the world-famous Madman Lee will turn into a smashed piece big watermelon. A kind of panic that comes from the heart and even the soul is trembling. Time is frozen. I don't know how long it took, but Lee Tongfan slowly recovered from his frightened mind. Suddenly, he found that his back was already wet with sweat. Then he wiped his face and continued to read the reminder box that came out of the skull's mouth. Details warning. Gamer Lee Tongbum. Due to the unexpected fan riot at the stadium during the Battle of Westphalia, the stability of the FM system's prediction function was broken, causing the FM 2009 system's stable points to drop to 78 points, so the FM 2009 system will during automatic maintenance and updates. The use of the prediction function will be temporarily suspended. The maintenance period will be on the 15th. After Lee Tongfan finished reading, he was immediately petrified for 3 seconds before he reacted. Not to mention, at least in these 15 days, it means that the FM system prediction function that Menseo Man has relied on for more than 2 years in the 2 Premier League games against Manchester United and Chelsea has completely failed. In other words, Lee Tongfan will lose his ability to predict the game for at least 15 days from today. It cannot be inferred. Even if you want to use points as you want, it is impossible. The thoughts in Lee Tongfan's mind were racing, and he vaguely understood something. I remember that when the fan fight occurred on October 23rd, Lee was worried that the fan riot would affect the outcome of the game. Now it seems that things are more serious than I imagined. Arshavin's disappearing goal and sudden hat trick were indeed due to the impact of this incident. Lee Tongfan had vaguely guessed this before, but the so-called system stability points were also affected. It was indeed the old man. Lee Suo didn't expect it. System stability points. Another brand new FM point. As the system database slowly expands, and Lee himself steadily rises in the system coach rankings, more and more secrets are revealed in front of Lee Tongfan one by one. The FM system is like a stunning Egyptian beauty who is tightly wrapped from head to toe. As she and Lee Tongfan continue to understand each other, she takes off the clothes and gauze layer by layer that cover her own breathtaking beauty. It makes Lee Tongfan, a sultry man, feel so ecstatic when he sees it. The most important thing for the current plan is to figure out what the connotation and denotation of system stability points are. Only in this way can we take the medicine according to the prescription and solve the problem. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan had an idea, moved the mouse, and clicked to enter the system database, carefully checked the so-called system stability, and soon got the answer. In view of the dual influence relationship between the FM system and reality, when the FM system's inference function has made inferences about the actual game, once an unexpected event occurs that affects the progress of the game, it will lead to the pre-estimated results deviated, resulting in a decrease in the stability of the FM system. The so-called accidental event refers to the time that the FM 2009 system simulation function cannot simulate in advance, but actually occurs in the real game. Because the FM 2009 system simulation function is not sensitive to things outside the game, such as the head coach being given a red card Force majeure such as streaking fans, fan riots, fan fights, natural disasters and man-made disasters cannot be simulated. Therefore, once the above force majeure events occur in reality, they will have a certain probability of affecting the already formed inference results and destroy the balance of the system. Accidental events can be divided into 4 levels according to their impact on the stability of the FM system: trouble level, destruction level, disaster level and destruction level. The fan fight that occurred in the Battle of Westphalia was a disaster level, so directly eliminated 20 system stability points. Destructions and accidents of catastrophic level and above are accidental events and rarely occur. The system stability points falling below 40 will directly cause the system to crash. If the player does not collect a whole piece of anti-erasure fragments or 1000 character points, he will be obliterated before the system completely collapses. After the system stability points are reduced, there are 2 ways to make up for it. One is automatic system maintenance. During the automatic maintenance time, the system prediction function is turned off. Second is player completion, by completing the Big Bull level or the Giant Bull level. System tasks randomly obtain system stability completion points 3 hours before the Old Trafford battle point. The pre-match press conference is underway. Today's game will be a difficult battle for us. Newcastle have defeated many strong opponents in the past games. They seem to be a group of outstanding young men with amazing potential. Of course, the more important thing is the Magpies. Another outstanding head coach, Madman Lee's original data probability tactics are the natural enemy of almost any coach and team. Facing the crowded reporters, Ferguson, the godfather of the Red Devils, smiled like a cunning old fox who had succeeded in his trick point. He obviously already knows about Newcastle's recent status through his own channels. The video of Alan Shearer roaring at the Rigbotton training base is even saved on his office computer. Hodgkinson really has too many ways to destroy the internal atmosphere of a young team. Newcastle during the Kevin Keegan era also performed extremely crazy in the first half of the season. It once led the young Manchester United by 13 points in the league standings. But what about the ending? Wasn't he dragged to death by his old man's psychological tactics in the end? Although the current Newcastle team has amazing potential, youth is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Ferguson is convinced that his praising in the past month has had an effect. The only uncertain factor now is the man known as the God on the sidelines of the football field. However, Ferguson believes that he is no worse than that guy. Compared to Ferguson, who had a smile on his face, Madman Lee behaved very abnormally at this press conference. He responded to reporters' questions with a stern expression, and then hurriedly left the press conference hall. This is the first time people have seen a crazy Lee who is not arrogant, high profile, sarcastic, or praising his own players. What happened? Everyone felt something was wrong. Could it be that Crazy Lee was playing tricks on him? Manchester, Old Trafford, the blood like sunset dyes this world famous dream theatre bright red. From a bird's eye view, it looks like a burning flame, releasing passionate energy. This is the home ground of the great Triple Crown winner Red Devils Manchester United. Over the past 100 years, countless classic games have been staged here, and the best teams and best players of every era on the planet have performed here. Although the Dream Theatre can accommodate up to 76,000 people sitting in the stands to watch the game at the same time. If you have not purchased the Red Devils season ticket in advance, even if Queen Elizabeth comes, it will be difficult to get a seat that can sit in the old match seats at Trafford. The second Premier League confrontation between Crazy Lee and Sir Alex Ferguson, which has attracted worldwide attention, will be staged tonight. Right here, there is no doubt that the long-standing grievances and grudges between the Red Devils and the Magpie Legion will once again be enriched in the 90 minutes of this night. It's less than 30 minutes before the game starts. The stands of the Dream Theatre are already proudly fluttering with countless red flags like the azaleas that bloom all over the mountains and plains during the July festival. Under the flags is a majestic red crowd like a roaring sea. More than 70,000 people chanted together, like thousands of mythical and legendary sacred dragons roaring in the sky. Such a shocking scene. When you stand on that piece of lawn that looks like flawless emerald, you will feel so small. This is a devil's battlefield waiting for the Tongfan and the Magpie Legion today. Faced with such A brutal internal war of the first winning group that involved 6 league points. 400,000 Manchester people chose to use the energy of the entire city to cheer for the Red Devils, who would never change their hearts. At this moment, the raging enthusiasm rising in the Dream Theatre was enough to melt the hardest diamond in the world, amid cheers and roars. Players from both teams slowly stepped onto the lawn of Dream Theatre from the tunnel, asking for a monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Goal at Old Trafford. When Lee Tongfan was the last one to walk out of the player tunnel with the other players, a huge wave of sound came over him. At this moment, Lee felt as if he was in the throat of a deep sea monster Godzilla that opened its bloody mouth and roared. He even couldn't help but have the urge to retreat and hide in the depths of the player tunnel. This is the feeling that the Dream Theatre Old Trafford gives to the enemy. On the field point, the Manchester United players in red jerseys turned back and forth and raised their hands to applaud the Red Devils fans in the stands. And before the game started, the Red Devils hot striker Wayne Rooney walked to the sidelines and hugged Lee Tongfan amid the roar of the Dream Theatre. This was the bad boy of Manchester United paying his last respects to this old friend who had recruited him into the national team against all odds in the European Cup before the game started. The Red Devils fans in the stands also generously gave thunderous applause to the man who brought the whole of England to the top of the Alps 4 months ago, at least before the game started. Crazy Lee, the Chinese man who has been moving miracles, was still the darling of England, and Manchester forced the 44-year-old English referee Howard Webb raised his left arm high and blew the silver whistle in his mouth that represents the order and rules of the stadium. The game has begun. Newcastle, who played away, kicked off first. Michael Owen turned around and knocked the white football back to Alan Smith behind him. The players on both sides had long lost the smiles and friendliness when they lined up and shook hands 120 seconds ago. What shot out of their eyes was undisguised murderous intent and fighting spirit. On the football field, the winner is the king, and only the king is qualified to win the final glory. The stands of the Theatre of Dreams turned into a volcano with rolling red magma the moment the game started. The huge red flags that were waving in the sky had been taken away. What was boiling now were the crazy Red Devils fans who didn't even want to sit in their seats. With their cheers and jumps, the crowd surged, and the Theatre of Dreams began to tremble, perhaps because this game had been deliberately brewed for so long by both sides before. So from the first moment the referee blew the whistle, the most direct scene of Mars hitting the earth began to play out. The Magpies used the ball to launch an absolutely strong frontal attack. After Owen knocked the ball back, Alan Smith, who was not far behind him, did not touch the ball, but directly passed it back to Makalal, who was further behind. At this time, the midfielders of Manchester United, led by C. Ronaldo, were already rushing over like a mountain, and the wingers Juan Mata and Arshavin of the Magpies were also following the footsteps of Lightning Killer Michael Owen like arrows from a string towards the heart of the Red Devils. In the middle of Newcastle, only Alan Smith remained unmoved. The cheers and boos at the Theatre of Dreams were so familiar yet so strange to this white-haired man. 2 years ago, he changed from a forward who scored a lot of goals to a slightly unfamiliar front midfielder, and from a slightly unfamiliar front midfielder to a back midfielder with no sense of position. It can be said that for the Red Devils, Alan Smith is almost betting his career, unfortunately. Even if he came to this team with the weight of being demoted from the Prince of Ellen Road to a traitor, even if he changed his position on the field, related to his career development prospects for this team, even if he wronged himself to the extreme, in order to stay at Old Trafford, but a serious injury made all his efforts come to nothing. It was Alex Ferguson, who once respected him as a father, who ruthlessly betrayed him. It was the Red Devils Manchester United, who once regarded him as his life, who cold-bloodedly abandoned him. So, at this moment, facing the swarming Red Devils Manchester United attacking players in the front court, Alan Smith was like a tenacious boat crossing the turbulent river, breaking through the waves. After receiving the ball at his feet, the experienced Makalal did not rush to kick. but stabilized it a little until he attracted enough Manchester United players to form a pressing attack on the opponent, and then he saw the running position of his teammates and knocked the ball to the left back Marcelo behind him with his heel. Makalele knew that long distance passing was his weakness, so he gave the opportunity to launch a surprise attack to Marcelo, a Brazilian with better footwork. Marcelo, who gradually recovered his peak form and successfully integrated into the current Magpies army, obviously understood his teammates' intentions and pushed the ball out with his arch of the foot fiercely at the moment of touching the ball. Bang, the football turned into a flat circle at the moment of contact with the arch of the foot, and then turned into a shining white line under the lights of the Theatre of Dreams, and rushed along the left sideline of the court. This pass was beyond the imagination of all Manchester United players. The iron wall set up by Carrick and Fletcher in the middle was useless, and Ronaldo on the wing only chased symbolically, and found that it was impossible to catch up and ignored it, waiting for his teammates in the backcourt to deal with it. Podolski stopped the football before the old Red Devils captain Gary Neville. Facing Gary Neville, who has been famous in the Theatre of Dreams for a long time, Podolski dribbled the ball, then sped up, and made an unreasonable man-ball pass. This shameless passing move was obviously bullying Gary Neville's old age and physical weakness, but the Red Devils captain, who gradually relied on positioning and experience to defend, really had no way to break through this kind of breakthrough. He could only watch Podolski twist his butt and walk away with the ball. At 1 minute and 8 seconds in the game, Prince Polti, who had been in a slump in the previous rounds of the game, surprised Old Trafford. This time, the man-ball breakthrough was amazing. The boos in the stands suddenly rose. Podolski, who was approaching the right corner of Manchester United's penalty area with the ball, did not have any extra sticking moves when facing the central defender Vidic, who was pulled out of the penalty area to assist. Instead, he slowed down slightly and directly pulled the ball into the penalty area. There, Owen had already moved forward. However, the opponent that lightning killer faced at this moment was England's top central defender Rio Ferdinand. What was even more terrible was that Podolski's ball was a little too far forward, so Owen could only turn around and retreat, barely stopping the ball with his back to the goal. At this time, Rio Ferdinand had already pressed forward. Owen could only barely protect the ball with his body, but could not turn around to shoot point because Rio Ferdinand, who was replaced by Stephen Taylor as the main central defender of the national team by Lee Tongfan in the European Cup, may be the one with the deepest prejudice against Crazy Lee among the 22 players on the field. So this game was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Ferdinand to make Crazy Lee look a little embarrassed. So, facing Owen, who was struggling to protect the ball, Ferdinand used a series of tricks to push, shove, poke, kick, etc. to interfere from behind point. If Owen's ball holding position was not in the penalty area, he was afraid that he would be sentenced to death by the referee for being too intense. Perhaps Ferdinand would have to use some more unconventional actions to deal with Newcastle's attack. In terms of the power comparison between the two, Owen was obviously at an absolute disadvantage. After losing the advantage of flexible sprinting, Owen felt that he was about to lose the ball after only 2 or 3 seconds. At the critical moment, he suddenly saw a figure wearing a purple Magpie away team uniform appearing outside the penalty area. The situation was urgent, and Owen had no time to carefully identify who that person was. He immediately made a move with his feet and gently pushed the ball towards the running route of that figure. However, something strange happened. At the moment when Owen was slack in passing the ball, Rio Ferdinand, the Manchester United central defender behind him, finally got the chance and stretched out his long legs to poke the ball with his toes. Under the combined force of Owen and Ferdinand, the ball did not roll on the ground as Owen expected, nor did it poke under the feet of the Manchester United players as Ferdinand imagined, but flew high up. Oops, Owen secretly said. This time his teammates can't get the ball. The team's hard organized defense will also collapse. What a pity. However, just when Owen was sighing, the purple figure running at high speed suddenly stopped with an incredible action. Although he almost fell down due to inertia, he stood up with one arm at the moment when his body leaned back. With such a sudden pause, the purple figure not only got rid of Fletcher, the Manchester United midfielder who was sticking to him like a sticky candy, but also appeared on the path of the football flying high in a parabola. The next moment, he bent his bow and drew his arrow. The purple figure was ready to shoot directly. The roar of the Dream Theater rose from the ground like a tsunami, 40 meters away from the goal. In the center of the front of the penalty area, the purple figure was not defended by anyone, and the situation had become very dangerous for Manchester United. Alex Ferguson, the godfather of the Red Devils, was so nervous that he forgot to chew the gum in his mouth at this moment, and Lee Tongfan, who had been tense since the beginning of the game, also watched the result of the shot intently. Without the simulation function of FM 2009, if a goal could be scored within less than 2 minutes of the start of the game, it would not only severely hit the opponent's morale, but also make the Magpies have a greater advantage in the next game. Bang, like a long suppressed painful groan, but also like a refreshing catharsis. Football roared for revenge at the Dream Theater Old Trafford on November 3rd. The angry white lightning instantly penetrated all obstacles in front of it, and with the desperate eyes of the Dutch goalkeeper Van der Sar, it slammed into the Red Devils' goal. Bang. The Dream Theater didn't know whether to boil or be silent. The eyes of 76,212 people and all the cameras on the scene were handsomely focused on the goal. There was no excitement on his face. He just stretched his arms behind his back and pointed at his name with his thumbs. Who is he? Please give me a monthly ticket. Thanks. Xianai Chunfeng, Xiaoxio Helen, Zuchilin, Zuansi Yiling, Mala, Future, Zhenfenglan and other brothers and sisters for their awards. I love you. Chapter 373. Old Trafford Battle. Counter-attack. Two proud thumbs pointed at the back of his jersey. Then, he jumped 360 degrees to show the English letters printed on the back of the purple jersey to every fan who was watching the game at Old Trafford and in front of the TV at this moment. The purple figure wanted to tell the world who scored the goal. Alan Smith. It was the Alan Smith who was once driven away by you like a stray dog with a broken leg. Under the strong light from the ceiling of the Dream Theater Old Trafford, the white hair seemed to be covered with a layer of hazy gold at this moment. Alan Smith stood in the penalty area of the Red Devils. Manchester United, Michael Owen and Lucas Podolski, who cheered with their arms raised, jumped high and climbed onto Smith's back, and behind them were the other teammates of the Magpie Corps who were running with excited and slightly ferocious faces. We scored a goal. Less than 180 seconds into the game, the first wave of attack launched by Newcastle, who played away, unstoppably destroyed the defense line of the aggressive Red Devils. Manchester United, England's first central defender Rio Ferdinand, Serbia's national team captain Vidic, the old and strong Dutch goalkeeper Van der Sar, the best and strongest defense line of the Red Devils in recent years, carefully prepared by godfather Alex Ferguson, collapsed in front of the heavy bombardment of a man who was abandoned by them in the past. The fans at Old Trafford fell into a brief silence. 2 years ago, they cheered for this white-haired bad boy. At that time, Alan Smith, who was still a boy, was not the best dribbler in the Red Devils, not the fastest runner, not the sharpest passer, and not the one who scored the most goals, but he was definitely the one who fought the most actively, the most bravely, the most running, and the most fierce tackler. Almost every Manchester United fan remembers the scene where Alan Smith tackled Chelsea midfielder Lampard 4 times in 3 seconds. Remember the scene where he fought for a pass that was not a perfect opportunity and ran around the field after conquering Arsenal's goal. Remember the scene where he bravely rushed up alone to block the shot of the Norwegian heavy gunless, but eventually fell to the ground. At that time, the applause and tears of Old Trafford had rang and flowed for this boy. At that time, although Alan Smith might not always be able to bring victory to Manchester United, the spirit and bloodiness of going forward on the green field without looking back or retreating made any fan who had watched Alan Smith even for only one game fall in love with him. At that time, he was still a boy. At that time, neither he nor any of them thought that they would meet as enemies at the Theatre of Dreams 2 years later. 2 years later, when Alan Smith returned to Old Trafford, which was rated as a 5-star stadium by UEFA, the boy had become a man. Although his white hair remained, he had grown a beard on his green face, and even had vicissitudes of life to the point where things had changed. He returned in the most manly way. He slept on straw and tasted gall to sharpen his sword, and when he drew it out of the sheath, it was stained with the blood of his old club, which made those who betrayed and abandoned him feel pain, bloody pain. But no matter what, for the happy time in the past, booing should not be the main theme of the theatre of dreams at this moment. So, the Red Devils fans who never let go of any Manchester United fans at Old Trafford chose to remain silent. During Alan Smith's cold celebration, there was even a little bit of applause. 3 minutes later, with the crisp whistle of the referee Harwood Webb, the game continued. The fight on the green field of the theatre of dreams was still tragic, mad. Lee's games always bring us unexpected surprises. Newcastle's cooperation just now was really wonderful. Alan Smith's running position, getting rid of Fletcher, and shooting made us see his incredible growth under the training of Madley in the past 2 years. This shot just now reminded me of the long shot that Alan Smith scored against the German team in the last second of extra time in the European Cup final. There are data showing that in the past 20 games, Smith, who was in the front midfield, a position determined by Madley, would shoot a high quality long shot every 30 minutes on average, and the success rate of scoring was an incredible 50%. This is a crazy number. Alan Smith can be called the long range shot king of the 5 major leagues. In addition to Alan Smith, the German striker Lukas Podolski, who has been conservatively questioned and criticized since landing in England, also made remarkable breakthroughs on the wing. The wonderful scene of breaking through Gary Neville reproduced his peak level in the national team. Crazy Lee continued to make him start against all odds, and it worked. If Podolski returns to his peak, it will be like adding wings to the tiger for Newcastle. Sester, a loyal follower of Crazy Lee and a famous sports commentator of England national television, praised the goal just now eloquently. Sitting next to him was Mike Donald, England's number 1, Lee Black, who works for BBC TV. Putting together 2 celebrity football match commentators with completely opposite stances and commentary attitudes. British traitor, Sester, and Lee Black. Mike Donald is the latest football match commentary project jointly launched by England's national television and BBC TV, because after 2 previous accidental collaborations, the technical department discovered that this commentary combination can increase the ratings by at least 1 percentage point compared to Sester and Gary Lineker. And at this moment, after Crazy Lee's Newcastle goal, MacDonald could only temporarily give up the microphone to the winner Sester, and he wisely remained silent. After the restart, the Red Devils, angered by Newcastle's goal, launched a counter-attack like a furious sea. Courtside. Ferguson had no intention of chewing gum anymore. Instead, he stood on the sidelines wearing the iconic black short-sleeved trench coat that he had worn for an unknown amount of time, with a grim expression on his face. If the old Sir Alex still felt a little bit guilty for abandoning Alan Smith, then the long shot just now has made the remaining little bit of guilt disappear in Ferguson's heart. Allow me to be sorry for you, but not allow you to be sorry for me. This is the court law of the Red Devils' godfather, and it is also an iron rule. What's more, the close goal just now not only disrupted Manchester United's preparations for almost half a month before the game, but also put Manchester United in a passive position. What made Ferguson even more unbearable was the black figure in front of the opponent's coach's bench. Arrogant expression. In last season's Old Trafford battle, Juan Mata's goal embarrassed Ferguson. This time, the powerful Lafayette will never allow the same thing to happen after the end of the 90 minutes. Moreover, Ferguson has a deeper consideration. If Ferguson felt a vague threat when Crazy Lee took over Newcastle last season, then from this season on, Ferguson has had to admit Newcastle is now fully equipped to work with him. For more than 20 years, the Red Devils and Manchester United have been able to compete head-on. Another uncertain factor that will disrupt the Red Devils' success in the Premier League has emerged, just like what they did after Arsene Wenger and Jose Mourinho emerged. The Red Devils, who had finally defeated the Portuguese madman to win 2 consecutive championships in the past 2 seasons, had to usher in another challenge. A league opponent that can be on equal footing with them. Ferguson cannot tolerate this. Therefore, no matter what, today's battle at Old Trafford must be won beautifully and give Newcastle a hard blow to their restless heart of trying to challenge the Premier League hegemony. Not only must the whole world know that I, Ferguson, I'm the only one who can defeat Madmanly, but I must also destroy the confidence of this terrifying and growing teammate. In his infancy, I, Alex Ferguson, am the one who truly rules the Premier League. At this moment, the fighting spirit rising in Ferguson even surpassed that of the Red Devils soldiers on the court. After defeating the Frenchman Arsene Wenger and the Portuguese Jose Mourinho, a Chinese was worthy of his challenge. Aroused Lord Buddha's fighting spirit. As if feeling the coach's fierce fighting spirit, the Red Devils' offensive became more and more fierce. After all, this is their home court, and the red crowd composed of more than 60,000 fans in the stands is not for nothing. Amidst the overwhelming cheers, the Red Devils' number one superstar Cristiano Ronaldo kicked a signature heavy bombardment door boom. The loud noise shook 72,219 hearts. In a hurry, given, the goalkeeper of the Magpies Legion could only use his fists to block the rotating and burning football. As for where to block it, it was no longer within the scope of Given's ability, because Ronaldo's shooting power was so great that after Gwen blocked the first shot, he could not help but take several steps back, and his 2 feet had completely retreated into the goal. Given has only experienced this kind of shooting power at the feet of Alan Smith. Fortunately, the football blocked by Given fell to the feet of his teammate rookie Mauser. Sissoko, the French youngster, who was excluded from the starting lineup by Magpies assistant coach Alan Shearer because of Mamadou Sakho's improper training attitude, got a chance to play without even thinking about it. He used his feet to make a save. Boom. The football, like a monkey with its butt burned on fire, flew high into the night sky with a hiss, and finally fell to the uppermost area of the north stand of Old Trafford. Ahahaha, the roar of laughter kept coming from the stands. In the 15th minute of the game, the tense atmosphere was finally relieved slightly by Sissoko's exaggerated clearance. The fans, players and head coach, almost everyone's nerves that were already stretched to the point of breaking finally got a chance to breathe. However, after the breather, something more serious came for Newcastle. Ronaldo's shot is just an appetizer. The real threat of the Red Devils is coming. French fullback Evra throws in on the left side point. The old Welsh monster Giggs stepped forward to receive the ball and leaned against the defensive Juan Mata. He used his back to use an unconventional thigh bump and then suddenly knocked the ball with his knee and turned around to pass Mata. This incredible and wonderful move immediately caused the cheers in the stands to boil like an avalanche. After cleverly passing Mata, there was no Newcastle player in front of Giggs, so the Welsh Magic wings directly accelerated towards the Magpies half. Although Giggs, who is showing his age today, does not have the absolute speed of riding thousands of miles alone without leaving any trace in the past, his rich experience and increasingly proficient ball handling skills enable him to always make the most critical decisions at the most critical moments. Reasonable action. For example, this time, Magpies midfielder Makelele's sliding tackle from the middle of the field was dashed away by Giggs with a jump ball he saw while running at high speed. In the FM 2009 system, Makelele, who has 20 points in tackles, was defeated by Giggs, who had double 19 points in dribbling and Dramble. Next, the only Italian fullback David Thornton left in front of Giggs has already become famous in the Premier League. If he gets past Thornton, the Magpies defense will be completely destroyed by him. At this moment, an old man and a young man ran towards each other. The sprint duel between the Needle and Maymang start. At the moment when the two were about to meet, the young and mature David Thornton did not try to use the method allowed by the court rules to stop the Welsh senior who had long been famous all over the world. Facing Giga, who had already started to speed up and entered the sprint stage. The gap in current strength made Thornton understand that he could not stop the opponent's breakthrough through conventional actions such as tackles, blocking or blocking. So, Thornton used a move that made Old Trafford booed collide. At the moment when the two were about to come into direct contact, the Italian teenager turned slightly sideways and slammed his shoulder into Giggs' chest. It doesn't matter if the football is over, as long as Giggs stays, Manchester United's attack will be over. A bit of a shameless defensive move, but very practical. Unfortunately, Thornton's wishful thinking did not completely succeed, because at this moment, Jig's rich experience and golf intelligence came into play, facing the dangerous move of the strong junior. The Welsh veteran did not retreat, but advanced at the critical moment. He stacked his arms in front of his chest, and then used the momentum of running to hit him back without giving in. Boom. There was a bang. Shadows intertwined. Thanks to Agent Code G8, 9Z Lord of the Gods, Book Friends 15,421,205, Yangbi, and the Bright Adjudicator for their award support. Thank you to every silent subscriber. Recommendation, monthly ticket, and click to support the poor, innocent brothers and sisters who still receive massages every day. Thank you all. Chapter 374, The Unknown. So fascinating. At this moment, David Thornton and Jiggs collided hard, but what is surprising is that Thornton, who is strong, young, and powerful, did not knock the Welsh magic wings out of the boundary as he expected. Instead, it seemed like he hit an iron plate, and the reaction of the force pushed his own steps were messy, and he kept falling backwards. As for Jiggs, who was running at high speed, his speed dropped from the fastest to zero in this collision, and he stood still in place. Both sides suffer. Although it did not achieve the effect that David Thornton expected, he was already very satisfied, because according to normal logic, this time he finally stopped Jiggs, who was full of momentum, and it could be regarded as destroying Manchester United. A sharp offensive, right? However, Thornton's pupils suddenly shrank, after feeling a little happy, because he saw football. The football stepped on by Jiggs. The football did not roll out of the baseline as Thornton expected, but at the moment of collision, Jiggs used his skillful ball control skills to pull it back at the critical moment, and something even more terrifying happened for Newcastle at the same time. Another defender, Moussa Sissoko, who was worried that Thornton could not stop Jiggs by himself, rushed over to help defend, but was easily wiped out by the wily Jiggs. By taking advantage of the sudden stillness after the collision, due to the mental preparation in advance, Welsh Magic Wings was the first one among the three to adjust his focus. So when Newcastle players David Thornton and Moussa Sissoko were still adjusting their center of gravity like two classic cars that were smoking black and about to fall apart, Jiggs had already transformed into the roar of the latest Ferrari, rushing towards the restricted area of the Magpie Legion. The crisis has arrived. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines and bit off his tongue. This series of moves by Jiggs is really awesome. At least in the 2 years since he became a football coach, this is the first time that Leoli has seen someone who can play football to this extent. He not only brings his magical skills to the extreme, moreover, the opponent's seemingly fierce and unsolvable defense was eliminated in a row, making it invisible. Even Ronaldo, who has returned to his peak during the Real Madrid era, has never shown such a heaven-defying method. Apart from the inconsistent technical styles of the two, there is only one reason to explain, that is, Jiggs has a terrifying football IQ. At this moment, Old Trafford was obviously trembling with excitement for this time of the Welsh Magic Wings. The volcano composed of the red crowd in the stands erupted again, and the rumbling sound was like countless people in the night sky of the Theatre of Dreams. The Geotian meteorite is coming roaring with scorching flames. The momentum is terrifying. Amidst the hurricane-like roar of Old Trafford, Jiggs rushed into Newcastle's penalty area with the football, like a gleaming sword, getting closer and closer to the heart of the Magpies. Getting closer. At this time, little Superboy, Stephen Taylor had to abandon Wayne Rooney next to him to stop Jiggs. Otherwise, the Welsh Magic Wings would have a good opportunity to kill goalkeeper Given with a single sword. Makalil and right back Marcelo came over one after another to attack Rooney. Jiggs, who rushed into the penalty area, was finally a little tired at this time. His breathing began to become rapid, and his steps were already a little unsteady. After all, he is in his 30s. After experiencing a series of fierce sprints and confrontations from receiving football on the sideline to now, even if he has countless plans in his mind to use technology to get past Taylor, his aging body can no longer bear strenuous exercise. Facing the Magpie player who has been called the world's #1 central defender in the future by the media, Jiggs knew that if he continued to hold the ball, he would be cut off without mercy by his opponent. Therefore, He can only choose to pass the ball. At this time, the only Manchester United player in the penalty area was Rooney, but at this time, the little fat man was sandwiched tightly like a sandwich by Marcelo and Makalol, who looked bigger than Giggs. The situation is even worse. However, there is no other way. Opportunities on the pitch are always fleeting. In this unforgettable moment, Giggs sent the football over without much thought. At this time, you can only trust your teammates. Rooney was added between Makalol and Marcelo, and he was thinking of how to get rid of these two Newcastle defenders. When Giggs' pass came over, however, Giggs passed the ball very skillfully. He did not pass it to Rooney's feet, but slightly forward, which gave the little fat man space to get rid of the defense. Rooney turned his back to the goal, took 2 quick steps to the outside of the penalty area, and made a movement to stop the ball. Marcelo and Makalol did not hesitate, and kept up with the pressing. But at this moment, something wonderful happened. Facing the fast-moving football, Rooney suddenly raised his left foot, as if to stop the ball, and then used the arch of his supporting foot to knock in. With this strange movement, he pushed the ball out of the ball, and made a 90-degree turn. He entered the penalty area directly in the opposite direction of Marcelo and Makalol. Rooney had already adjusted his center of gravity and turned back. In this way, the situation on the field was very interesting. Rooney took the football and ran towards the goal defense, but Newcastle's defensive players Makalol and Marcelo panicked, as if they had been bribed by Manchester United to deliberately let go, ran out of the penalty area. Taking advantage of this time difference, there were only 2 people left in Newcastle's penalty area, Rooney and Given. Wonderful pass. Rooney. Yes. 1-on-1. Facing Given. Shoot. The ball went in. Rooney used an incredible pass to create this 1-on-1 opportunity. Facing the Newcastle goalkeeper, he chose the most domineering and violent volley. The ball was scored. In the 18th minute of the game, Manchester United, which was lagging behind at home, brought the score back. Rooney's shot was full of power, and Given was helpless. The volley near the penalty spot. Even if God was standing on Newcastle's, there's nothing you can do about it on the goal line. More than half of the credit for this goal must be attributed to veteran Giggs. Before Rooney touched the ball, the Welsh winger defeated Newcastle's entire defense by himself. From receiving the ball on the sideline to continuously breaking through Makalol, Thornton and Moussa Sissoko made Old Trafford vaguely feel the shadow of the Welsh Devil Wings at their peak. Faced with Giggs like this, Crazy Lee could only raise his head and lament. If Alan Smith's long-range goal for Newcastle was full of domineering and concise, Manchester United's cooperation further showed that their unparalleled teamwork and personal technical ability are far superior to Newcastle. The game's the turning point has been reached, and I'm more optimistic about Manchester United's final victory. There is almost no doubt the magical cooperation between Giggs and Rooney and the final goal made the silence last for a long quarter of an hour. Lee Hay, Mike Donald finally found the opportunity to cheer up, and the BBC celebrity said in an impatient way he grabbed the microphone from the heroic traitor Cester's hand and started roaring with spittle. On the field point, the Manchester United players gathered together and pressed the 2 heroes Giggs and Rooney on the lawn, and piled on top of each other. Courtside point, the godfather of the Red Devils, Sir Alex Ferguson, flushed with excitement when he scored the goal. He jumped high on 1 foot and ran back to the coaching bench to hug the assistant coach wildly. In the stands, the cheers and applause of more than 60,000 Manchester fans are enough to spread to the depths of the universe billions of light years away. At this moment, glory belongs to Manchester. At this moment, it belongs to the Red Devils and Manchester United. At this moment, Old Trafford is boiling. When the referee Howard Webb blew the whistle to continue the game, Dream Theater was still deep in the dream and unwilling to wake up. The cheers never stopped, the applause never stopped, the red crowd never stopped, and the enthusiasm and momentum of the Manchester people never stopped. Force, Newcastle kicks off. This time, the Magpies did not launch a sudden attack like they did at the beginning. Instead, they patiently controlled the ball in the backcourt, trying to find the opponent's openings through short passes and making a fatal blow at any time. Whether it's Newcastle or Manchester United, both teams have talented players who can tear apart any team's defensive system in an instant and decide the outcome of the game, such as Cristiano Ronaldo and Juan Mata. like Michael Owen and Wayne Rooney. Therefore, when the score returns to the same starting line, what is needed most is not an aggressive attack, but patient defense, and waiting for opportunities. In such a focused battle, often one more goal can determine who laughs, and who sheds tears in the end. Red and purple, they and them. No one can afford to lose. Courtside point after endless annoyance, Lee Tongfan slowly adapted to the days of losing the FM 2009 system prediction. Although Alan Smith's goal made Leoli ecstatic, although Rooney's equalizer made Leoli resentful to death. However, after listening to the overwhelming cheers from Old Trafford, Leoli's restless heart suddenly became calm at that moment. I don't know why, but Lee Tongfan felt a sense of excitement flowing in his blood at this moment. If being familiar with everything makes you wisdom almost like a demon, and gives you a strong sense of control over everything, then facing the unknown will make you lose your sense of control. But the excitement and desire contained in the unknown will make you lose your sense of control. This is the source that can truly make a man burst out with shocking power. And now, after losing the prophetic function of the FM 2009 system, in front of the powerful Red Devils Manchester United, the adventurous spirit contained in Leoli's bones has finally begun to stir up. When the winning streak has become a habit, that even he feels tired, maybe only when the game becomes suspense again will Leoli feel that he is a human being, not the real god. The night breeze at Old Trafford was so like that for Lee Tongfan. At this moment, the game suddenly became exciting. The unknown is so fascinating. Second update point, something's wrong. Let's go out. If you have time, I will update the code for the third time. If there is no update before 11 o'clock, brothers, don't wait. Chapter 375, don't wait, brothers. I'll just say this by the way. Just came back from work, so tired that I can't update tonight. Zyodeo is sorry, I haven't been in good shape recently. Something happened at the beginning of this month, so that the results have been declining since the beginning of the month. Haha, many things. Looking back, I know that they are willing. It seems simple, but the person involved is confused, and when you are in it, you will always become like a fool. Finally, although I only updated more than 7,000 words today, Zyodeo still asks for a few monthly tickets from the brothers who really like the modifier. This month's results are the worst since the modifier was launched, which is terrible. Of course, there are also plot problems. The author of The Defender with a Knife said that every author will encounter bottlenecks when the words are 800,000 or 1.3 million. It is indeed the experience of the old author. I'm in this situation now. In fact, there is no one in the entire Kidian who has written football without losing a game until now. At this point, I know that my brothers and sisters have gradually become aesthetically tired. Daozi racks his brains every day to think about how to write a good plot. In short, one word, difficult. 3 words, very difficult. With a modifier, losing is stupid, but if you don't lose, it's already 1.3 million words. If you keep writing in different ways, it's time for brothers and sisters to feel bored. Sometimes I think about the plot in plot, lie down on the bed at 11 o'clock, and can't fall asleep at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. And even if I fall asleep, I dream about games, players and other things. I feel like I'm obsessed. I write for more than 10 hours a day. My body is fat, and half of my palm is numb. The price I pay is really not small. As a newcomer, I'm lucky I can have such a result in my first book. I will wake up with a smile in my dreams, but the better the result, the greater the pressure on me. Maybe brothers and sisters don't think it's a big deal, or even feel that the sentences are bland, but I'm not afraid of being laughed at. In fact, I carefully consider every word. Sometimes I write a long paragraph of 300 or 400 words, and I'm not satisfied, so I just delete and rewrite it. After writing for 3 or 4 months, the number of words per hour is still a tragic 1000 words. I'm ashamed. What is certain is that this is not Zyodeo's last book. Maybe Zyodeo will go a long way on the road of coding, so I hope that brothers and sisters can continue to support me. Health, grades, future. The pressure is really great. The writing profession is the most unguaranteed profession. Flowers do not last forever, and so do writers. I hope to be able to go further and happier with my brothers and sisters in this virtual world. I also hope that both myself and each of you can be happy in the real world. The editor has reached a fatal bottleneck. Xiodeo hopes to get the support of brothers and sisters when he is in the most difficult time. As for those who are tired of the editor, let's part ways in peace and leave happily. Everyone is welcome to leave comments in the book review area, and everyone is also welcome to join Xiodeo's VIP 11,704,992 reader group to make comments and suggestions. Let's write the editor better together. Finally, I can't help but ask brothers and sisters to support. Brothers who can subscribe, please try to subscribe to Xiodeo. The whole book is only 4 or 5 yuan. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Xiodeo, who is in trouble, urgently needs the support of every brother and sister. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.